ago, we have also seen throughout the day today the Hermes 900 reconnaissance drones of Israel flying and dominating the entire skyline of Kermanshah. Remember, this is part of western Iran, where on the first night of the strikes, various radar facilities were destroyed by Israel in complete domination and air superiority assertion in Tehran's airspace. And all the way up to the border of Tehran, we have seen complete air domination of the IDF, which it claimed to have solidified a couple of days ago, and now dramatic visuals of counter allegations coming in from Iran that a medical facility perhaps had also fallen prey to this entire sequence of events. Just few moments ago, we have also seen in separate instances an industrial park also being targeted. Also, the Parchin military base in the outskirts of Tehran fell to the huge plumes of smoke rising there after Israeli Defense Forces strikes. The situation remains extremely critical. On the other side, Israel is also claiming heavy civilian casualty from Iranian ballistic missiles and UAVs. However, these are visuals coming in from Iran, where the Iranians are now claiming that a military facility in particular was targeted by the IDF.
Breaking news coming in, we learned that Israel has written a letter to the United Nations saying that Iran has a strategic plan to eliminate Israel and that Israel cannot and will not accept the threat of extermination. That's a huge warning that Israel has now given out, writing a letter to the United Nations and saying, and I quote, that Iran has a strategic plan to eliminate Israel completely and that Israel cannot and will not accept the threat of extermination. Joining me on the broadcast is Kruthat, who is continuing to stay with me. Kruthat, again, Israel has made it very clear that no warning that Iran gives us will shake Israel and that Israel is not going to tolerate any further warnings. Where do you see this panning out? It's the 6th day of the Israel-Iran conflict and it is only escalating. Are we headed towards World War III?
Tanisha, this is a very serious letter that has been given by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to the United Nations Security Council at this point of time. And these are some very serious allegations. Now, it is something that the Israelis have maintained since day one when Operation Rising Lion had commenced. It is in accordance to the UN Charter. Israel is accusing that Iran has violated the UN Charter and that it was making a military nuclear-capable ballistic missile that was in violation of the standstill agreement or the safeguards agreement put in place by the IAEA. Further, in the early hours on June 13, basically this letter that has been written by the Israeli ambassador to the United Nations Security Council president is about making them privy to the operational details of Operation Rising Lion, trying to make a case of why it was important for Israel to strike Iran and to significantly destroy the clandestine efforts of the Iranian regime to develop nuclear weapons. That is the main fact that has been stated in this letter. It also states that the recently determined IAEA Board of Governors report of Iran in non-compliance of its nuclear non-proliferation treaty safeguards obligation was one of the biggest reasons why they had to go in and they had to destroy these nuclear ballistic missile capabilities that Iran was trying very hard to develop. They have also said that Iran Revolutionary Guard, which is also designated as a terrorist organization by various states, that is the statement of Israel at the moment, and its proxy networks of Houthis, Hezbollah and Hamas and others were involved in a ring of fire. So this is a very detailed explanation given by the Israelis in what seems to be a forewarning to the United Nations
Security. I believe we're running short on time. We have to wrap up on that. It's time for us, ladies and gentlemen, to slip into a short break. But after the break, we'll get to the details of how Donald Trump's trade deal bluff has been called out. Prime Minister Modi making it amply clear to Donald Trump that India neither asked nor accepted any foreign mediation. All those details after a very short break.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
This is pre-planned. And Raja has been hit by all three. How these three people, three men and all that, actually had hit Raja and Sonam was there, and then she had destroyed the phone and all that, and so that's how it happened.
कि तमाम जो पूरा परिसर है, पार्किंग का परिसर है, और इसके ही जो क्राइम सीन को रिक्रिएट किया जाना है। तमाम से कुछ ही देर में सोनम और बाकी के जो विद्यालय है वो यहाँ पर पहुंचेंगे और क्राइम सीन को रिक्रिएट किया जाएगा। सबसे बड़ी बात
This reconstruction has been based on the delegations we've been conducting over the last few days. I have already told you that in the delegations they have admitted to the offence, and we just had to actually replay or recast how they had done it. And we started off from the Maulakiat parking lot where they had.
You can see one of the targets of the Iranian missiles, but all of them, as you can see, are completely destroyed just from one ballistic missile. You see, this is what happened from one ballistic missile that Iran shot towards Israel. This is what Iran doing. They are striking civilian residential areas all across Israel.
Thank you for staying with Republic. Now, following the sirens regarding a hostile aircraft infiltration that sounded between 9:04 and 9:19 in the southern Golan Heights, 3 UAVs that were launched towards Israel from Iran were intercepted. Sirens were sounded in accordance with the protocol. Remember, it's the day 6 of the escalating Iran-Israel conflict. Now, the IDF says the 3 UAVs have been intercepted by air defense system. Iran fired 2 waves of ballistic missiles at Israel overnight on Tuesday, with the first barrage beginning from around 12:40 a.m. and the second approximately 40 minutes after that. And sirens were sounded across central Israel and parts of Jueda and Samaria. Now, the first salvo reportedly involved roughly near about 50 missiles, while the second involved nearly about 10 missiles. Ratna Chakrabarti is joining us live from Tel Aviv. Ratna, yesterday you were showing us visuals from outside where you stay, where there were some interceptions that were seen. You're reporting live from Tel Aviv. Talk to us about what the situation is like on ground.
Right now, there is an uneasy calm in Tel Aviv. We don't see a lot of actions happening. In the night, we have seen at least 2 sirens, possible around 10 to 15 barrages of rockets in both of them. Most of them have been intercepted, but a couple of them might have fallen. That's what the IDF have said. There have not been major injuries, at least in the last 2 barrages. That's at least from the Tel Aviv side. But apart from that, there have been also sirens in the south, in the Negev region, and also there have been sirens in the north near Haifa and the Golan and the region around the northern part of Israel. So that has been happening. But from the morning yesterday, as we have seen, there have been siren at least once at least in the afternoon or the morning, but there has been nothing as of now, I would say.
Right, absolutely. Ratna, also take us through about what was the situation last night when we believe that there were approximately about 15 to 10 missiles in a wave of 2 that were fired at Israel. And were there any damages and destruction that was reported?
For the moment, the information that's there, that yes, there have been a couple of missiles which have had direct hits. But that's in central Israel. I haven't yet visited the area to actually see the scale of destruction. And we haven't seen also visuals coming in from any sources. So I wouldn't be able to exactly tell you what the damage has been. But yes, there have been direct hits. But yesterday, when I can tell you from a personal experience that when I was in the shelter room, I could actually feel a lot of interceptions happening over my head. Quite more than the usual ones that we have experienced in the last few days. So it was an intense night, a couple of sirens. And let me tell you that it's an unusual one because almost on all the other days when you have seen the missiles or the barrage of missiles that are coming in, there at least been a gap of 1 to 2 hours. Yesterday's case, it was within the span of 40 minutes, we have seen 2 barrages hitting central Israel and north Israel.
Right. Ratna, thank you very much for speaking to us and sharing all those details. We'll keep coming back to you as and when there are updates in the story. We move on to the other stories that we're tracking. Now, tensions between Israel and Iran have reached a boiling point as the Israel Defense Forces unleash a series of powerful airstrikes on Iranian military targets. In this explosive compilation, we bring you 9 videos capturing the sheer scale and intensity of the attacks, from missile-laden drones to precision air raids. These visuals reveal the reality of modern warfare and the escalating conflict that's crippling the Middle East.
המטרה נפלה. אגב, המטרה נפלה.
Israel-Iran conflict has entered its day 6 with no signs of end. There is no signs that the conflict could end very soon, and with the United States now saying, according to reports, that it could intervene in the war, it remains to be seen on how this conflict pans out, and we're keeping a very close watch on that. But for now, it's time for us to slip into a short break, and after the break, we'll get you all the details of how Iran has launched a fresh barrage of missiles on Israel and has targeted the Dimona nuclear plant, and what is the significance of that attack. We'll get you all that and much more, but after a short break.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
This is pre-planned. And Raja has been hit by all three. How these three people, 3 men and all that, actually had hit Raja, and Sonam was there, and then she had destroyed the phone and all that, and so that's how it happened.
कि तमाम जो पूरा परिसर है, पार्किंग का परिसर है, और इसके ही जो क्राइम सीन को रिक्रिएट किया जाना है। तमाम से कुछ ही देर में सोनम और बाकी के जो विद्यालय है वो यहाँ पर पहुंचेंगे और क्राइम सीन को रिक्रिएट किया जाएगा। सबसे बड़ी बात होटल करवा दें।
This construction has been based on the delegations we've been conducting over the last few days. I have already told you that in the delegations they have admitted to the offence, and we just had to actually replay or recast how they had done it. And we started off from the Maulakiat parking lot where they had kept the scooters. Then we have moved on to a place about 3 to 4 kilometers from Waisadong parking lot, whereby they had stopped to take photographs, and there was an attempt in that place, but it was not peaceful because Raja started off his bike, and so they had to move on. And they had stopped about 200 meters away from the Waisadong parking lot. There only photographs were taken, but attempt was not made in that point. We finally came to the Waisadong parking lot where the scooters were kept. We ascertained where the scooters were kept. We had ascertained where Raja was standing. We had taken to replay the whole thing. We had taken one of our personnel from the fire emergency services as Raja to replay the role of Raja. We have ascertained what was the position just before the murder, who was standing where, and how the blow took place. So 3 blows took place. The first blow was by Vishal, alias Vicky. The second blow was by Anand, and the last blow was by Akash. There's one more.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
You just posted right before we took off that you're not leaving because of a ceasefire. Why are you? Can you elaborate?
Get better than ceasefire. We're not looking for a ceasefire. I didn't say I was looking for a ceasefire. That was Emmanuel, nice guy, but he doesn't get it right too often. But we're not looking. We're looking for better than a ceasefire.
What specifically is better than a ceasefire? What are you looking for here?
An end, a real end, not a ceasefire. An end.
So something that will be permanent.
Or giving up entirely.
Is that okay too? Are you close there? Is that possible in the next 24?
Why not? Certainly possible. Complete give up. That's possible, yeah. Doing pretty well. Right now we're doing pretty well. Remember, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. You know, we don't have to go too deep into it. They just can't have a nuclear weapon.
What was the thinking on the call for Tehran to evacuate? Is there a threat or is there incoming? What was the thinking on the full evacuation?
I want people to be safe. And that's always possible. A thing like that could happen. I just want people to be safe. You have great people that know how to protect themselves.
And when you say better, what?
Oh, we'll come down so hard if they do anything to our people. We'll come down so hard that the gloves are off so beautifully. Now, I think they know not to touch our troops.
And are you open to negotiating with the Iranians right now, or do you want to wait?
I don't know. I've been negotiating. I told them to do the deal. They should have done the deal. Their cities have been blown to pieces. They've lost a lot of people. They should have done the deal. I told them do the deal. So I don't know. I'm not too much in a mood to negotiate. Yeah, I think it's safe. There's a lot of bad things happening. I think it's safer for them to evacuate.
This is pre-planned. And Raja has been hit by all three. How these three people, 3 men and all that, actually had hit Raja, and Sonam was there, and then she had destroyed the phone and all that, and so that's how it happened.
You can see one of the targets of the Iranian missiles, but all of them, as you can see, are completely destroyed just from one ballistic missile. You see, this is what happened from one ballistic missile that Iran shot towards Israel. This is what Iran doing. They are striking civilian residential areas all across Israel.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching live and breaking. I'm Dr. Misha with you. The situation in West Asia is only escalating, viewers, and we'll get you all the latest updates. We'll get you ground reportage from West Asia. Republic TV, only channel to report from both Israel and Iran. We'll get you more. First, the headlines. After multiple technical snags, Air India ordered to reduce flight operations by 30%, faces action. Air India flight cancelled in Dubai due to a technical issue after all passengers already boarded. Trump's trade deal bluff called out. Prime Minister Modi made it clear to Trump that India neither asked for nor accepted any foreign mediation. Justice Verma writes letter to former Chief Justice of India, refuses to step down. And Baloch Liberation Army claims responsibility for remote-controlled bomb attack on Jafar Express train, 4 killed. And we have breaking news coming in right now, viewers. Now, the Israeli forces, led by the 162nd Battalion, 162nd Division, is operating in the Jabalia area in the northern Gaza Strip. Now, in recent weeks, the forces eliminated numerous terrorists, dismantled the military infrastructure above and below the ground, and located and seized the weapons, some of which were hidden in the civilian buildings also. So, Israel also, viewers, has killed another Hamas terrorist, and they have found weapons in the civilian homes. So remember, the fight in Gaza, the operations in Gaza also continue. Now, who funds Hamas? It is the Iranian. The Iranian regime funds the Hamas, and now they have neutralized a Hamas terrorist also in Gaza. And the Givati Brigade has eliminated terrorist cell in Jabalia. They have found the weapons also in the civilian homes. Now, you understand why in civilian areas those Israeli defense forces were carrying out operations, while we saw that the Gazans, the Palestinians and other groups have been crying foul that why is Israel targeting the civilian groups. Well, you see that the Israelis have found found weapons in civilian homes. And not just that, they have eliminated a terrorist cell in Jabalia, that's in northern Gaza. So this is of course, the soldier there in action of Israel, Israeli forces under the command of 162nd Division operating in Jabalia. And it becomes very important to understand that the situation in West Asia is only escalating, viewers. Israel was always, Israel for the longest time has been engaged with this war with the Hamas. It has removed the top leadership, but not to forget that now for the first time we see the escalation between Iran, direct confrontation with Iran, and the escalation is something that is unprecedented between the two countries. Israel continues to strike Iran. Meanwhile, Israel's operations in Gaza also continue. Visuals from Gaza, from Jabalia coming onto your screens. Meanwhile, we have the Israeli Defense Forces statement also coming in. Let's take a listen in.
At midnight, while the people have been at their homes and they have targeted the homes of civilians, which led to big casualties. As you know, hundreds of innocent people, including big number of children and women, have been killed during these attacks. And a big number of civil infrastructure, including water and energy infrastructure, has been hit and has been destroyed. And there is a danger, a big danger around our peaceful nuclear facilities because of the possible explosion of the people not only in Iran but in our neighborhood to hazardous leaks. And all these things show that we are facing with an irresponsible entity. And the bitter fact is that this entity is supported by many Western countries, particularly United States, financially and logistically and militarily. They are providing intelligence to this entity. They are providing military arms to this entity. and they are supporting even politically, and they are trying to justify what Israel has done. It is a very complicated situation in our region. There are some things which should be clear for everybody. The first thing is that this is an act of aggression committed by Israel, no doubt about it. There are all elements which can describe an act of aggression. Israel has attacked our country without any reason. Israel has attacked our civilians, our civil infrastructure. And Israel has violated the integrity of Iran, has violated our territorial integrity, and has violated the right of Iranian people to live in peace. This is the first point which I would like to be clear for everybody. The second point is that Israel, during this aggression, has violated all norms of international law and all norms of human rights by targeting civilians, by violating the principle of distinction, the principle of proportionality, and the principle of informing the people about the attacks. And therefore, Israel has violated all norms of international humanitarian law and all principles of human rights. And this is something which should be expressed everywhere and by everybody. And the third point is that Iran will respond. Iran is resolute in responding to Israel attacks. We will show no any doubt, no any reluctance in defending our people, in defending our security, in defending our land. We will respond very, very, very seriously and strongly. And that is what we are doing now. Nobody should expect Iran to show any kind of restraint. Nobody should expect Iran to be indifferent to its security and security of the people. Iran will respond very strongly. And we will stop aggression by all means, and by the confidence that the people of Iran have in our military forces. Our military forces, on behalf of our people, will defend the country and will defeat Israel. They will stop aggression, they will stop aggressors. And nobody should talk about any kind of restraint. And what we are doing now is not only on behalf of the Iranian people, it is on behalf of the humanity, because humanity is attacked. The international peace and security has been attacked. An international order has been attacked. Human rights has been attacked. International law has been attacked. And we are going to defend all of these things. And one of the reasons Israel is continuing committing such crimes is the great impunity bestowed to this entity. Whatever Israel is doing is receiving impunity by Western countries, and particularly by the United Nations Security Council. Nowadays, Security Council has become the most useless organization in the world. It does nothing. It delivers nothing. And that's one of the main reasons why Israel is continuing to commit such crimes. And the same is with the Western countries, particularly the United States. They have covered Israel by huge impunity. And when you look at the positions of different countries, Western countries, European countries, not only they are not condemning the attacks and aggression, they are trying to justify the aggression by baseless allegations, by baseless excuses. And it is shameful for those Western countries who are supporting the aggressor, who are supporting the criminal. Israel is the absolute evil in our region. Israel is the source of instability in our region. Israel is the source of crimes in our region. Israel, for many decades, has violated the rights of Palestinian people, and particularly during the last 2 years. Israel did everything against Palestinian people. I have always thought and asked myself, is there anything new that Israel can commit? Is there any new crime that Israel can reveal? And unfortunately, the answer has been always yes. Israel can every day reveal a new thing, a new crime, and a new innovation in attacking humanity, and a new initiative to breach and to cross the red lines. This is what Israel is, the absolute evil supported by the United States. What my message is to you, ladies and gentlemen, today is that Iran will strongly respond. Iran will strongly defend itself and defend the oppressed people, will defend the international law, will defend the security of our region, will defend the integrity of our country, and we will stop Israel. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. So please introduce yourself. First question, Christiane.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ambassador, we are all looking at these horrors and the attacks that happen on all sides. But a question that has fallen by the wayside a little bit, can you explain to us why?
Right, that was Iranian ambassador to United Nations there speaking Geneva Ali Bahraini. He was saying that Iran will stop Israel and its evil supported by UN, and Iran will strongly respond. Iran will continue to defend itself. Also saying that Israel is source of instability in the region. All right, viewers. Meanwhile, we also have a statement coming in from the Israeli army. The Israeli army say that one of its drones downed over Iran. Okay, Israeli drone has been shot down over Iran, confirmed by the IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces. This is the update coming in. Drone hit by surface-to-air missile. Israeli drone hit by surface-to-air missile that was launched from Iran. That's what we're getting in right now. The army, the Israeli army, confirming that the Israeli drone has been shot down. And there you have of course, Israel also striking Iran. So their firefighting in the skies continue. These are visuals that have come in. Israel striking Iran, Israel defense system, in Israeli defense forces intercepting the Iranian drones also. But one of its drones have been downed by the ballistic missiles, the surface-to-air missiles of Iran. So you have this Israeli strike. You can see the dramatic visuals and balls of fire that have been witnessed in Tehran, in the skies of Tehran, in several parts of Iran, as Israel continues to strike multiple targets there in Iran. My colleague Nick is now. All right, we have Nick joining us from Tel Aviv right now. Nick, what is the latest situation right now as you report from Ground Zero?
Yes, I'm now standing in the neighborhood in the middle of Tel Aviv. This is a residential area, and it is completely destroyed by Iranian missile. You can see the building is destroyed, and it would need to be completely destroyed because nobody can live here anymore, and it should be evacuated. And this is just one building. I can show you behind me. You can see that the whole neighborhood is destroyed. And you can see that there are no military bases. There are nothing that is strategic here, just regular people. Most of them are young people that are coming to Israel, coming to Tel Aviv, and they want to be next to the beach just a few minutes from here, the Mediterranean Sea. And you can see the massive destruction of all of this area. Here, usually, we're living young people in their 20s from all over Israel and a lot of tourists. And now this place is completely destroyed. Here hit the missile from Iran, and from the shock wave, all the buildings for hundreds of meters were destroyed. You can see the complete destruction. Now the site is closed. People can't come here because it is really dangerous. And also where I'm standing here, underneath, there is a construction of a metro station. And because of this ballistic missile, maybe all of this ground can collapse any moment. You can see here, this is the construction of the metro that was before. And this huge building also can collapse. And inside was the consulate of the United States. So maybe this is a reason for the United States, the casus belli, to join Israel in the war against Iran. You can see the massive destruction here all around.
You know, as you mentioned about United States, the president of the United States, Donald Trump, has, written on social media yesterday that, they very well know where Khamenei is hiding. At the same time, say that we do not intend to kill him. At the same time, he calls for unconditional surrender. That's a strong message that has been sent out in capitals by Donald Trump. Now, what does that really mean?
It means that Israel wants to change the regime in Iran. After 79, the new regime is bad for Israel, but the United States still doesn't want to do it, at least not openly, publicly. They're afraid that the consequences maybe can be very bad to the economy, especially because the prices of the fuel can go really up, the prices of oil, and it's bad for America. I think this is the main reason why they still want to try to solve this conflict in other ways.
Right, and speaking of what's happening right now on ground, we're going back to what's happening on ground. Nick, if you could just tell us more about the strikes that continue, because we've seen that Israel has continued to strike major targets in Tehran. Many nuclear facilities also being targeted by Israel. In fact, just stay on with us, Nick. We have breaking news coming in. The president of Israel, Isaac Herzog, has visited northern Israeli town of Tamra following the Iranian missile strike. That's the breaking news we are getting in right now. The Israeli president, Herzog, is taking stock of the situation in northern Israel, visiting the town of Tamra that has witnessed a lot of impact as far as the Iranian strikes are concerned. You can see the civilian areas that have been affected. And Nick, I'll just go across to you on that. Nick, Isaac Herzog right now is taking stock of the situation. He's in Tamra. Tell us more about this place. What has really happened over there?
One of the places where the ballistic missile hit, and in the Arab communities, they don't have bomb shelters, and they don't have enough places to hide like in the Jewish cities in Israel. But even with those bomb shelters, you see that it's not always enough because the ballistic missiles are really strong, massive. And the Arab communities, also some of them, especially the Bedouins, they are living next to bases of the Israeli army that Iran also trying to target them, especially of the Air Force of Israel. And the Bedouin communities are surrounding those places in the Negev desert. So this is one of the reasons why if something should there, they don't have too much what to do about that. They just can't pray to God that it will not fall on them.
Right. Nick, thank you so much for joining us with that ground report coming in from Tel Aviv of Israel. And Robert TV, of course, continues to get you more such ground reports to help you understand what's really happening, viewers. With that, let's take a quick look at some more news that is coming in from West Asia as the conflict escalates. The Iran-Israel conflict escalating further as more Iranian missiles were intercepted over Tel Aviv, prompting the Israeli military to launch a series of strikes near Tehran. Israel claims the ongoing offensive, which has killed at least 224 people in Iran, is aimed at halting Iran's progress towards developing a nuclear weapon. The rising hostilities in Iran dominated the G7 summit's final discussions. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney, hosting the summit, called for de-escalation across the Middle East and urged a ceasefire in Gaza, warning that the Iranian crisis risks igniting a broader regional conflict.
Leaders also reiterated our commitment to the pursuit of peace and stability in the Middle East. Made clear that Iran is the principal source of regional instability and terror. And we've been consistently clear that Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. We urge that the resolution of the Iranian crisis leads to a broader de-escalation of hostilities, including a ceasefire in Gaza.
Iranian missiles intercepted over Jerusalem as Tehran launched another wave of attacks on Israel amid the escalating conflict. The exchange follows days of intensifying violence, with Israel continuing its air campaign targeting Iran's military and nuclear infrastructure. Sirens sounded across Tel Aviv as the defense systems intercepted projectiles that were fired at Israel. Israel has been hitting Iran with airstrikes and drones, while Iran has been firing a wave of ballistic missiles at Israel over the past several days. Iran's top military commander, General Abdul Rahim Mousavi, warned of an imminent punitive operation against Israel and urged residents of Tel Aviv and Jaffa to evacuate. Now, declaring earlier missile attacks as mere warnings, Mousavi promised more forceful action soon. In response, Israel announced the killing of a senior Iranian general amid continued airstrikes. And after multiple technical snags, the Air India has been ordered to reduce its flight operations by 30%. Also, another flight of Air India cancelled, this time in Dubai, due to a technical issue once again after passengers had boarded. We'll get you more on that.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
This is pre-planned. And Raja has been hit by all three. How these three people, three men and all that, actually had hit Raja, and Sonam was there, and then she had destroyed the phone and all that, and so that's how it happened.
कि तमाम जो पूरा परिसर है, पार्किंग का परिसर है, और इसके ही जो क्राइम सीन को रिक्रिएट किया जाना है, तमाम से कुछ ही देर में सोनम और बाकी जो हत्यारे हैं वो यहाँ पर पहुंचेंगे और क्राइम सीन को रिक्रिएट किया जाएगा। सबसे बड़ी बात होटल करवा दें।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
You just posted right before we took off that you're not leaving because of a ceasefire. Why are you? Can you elaborate?
Get it better than ceasefire. We're not looking for a ceasefire. I didn't say I was looking for a ceasefire. That was Emmanuel, nice guy, but he doesn't get it right too often. But we're not looking. We're looking for better than a ceasefire.
What specifically is better than a ceasefire? What are you looking for here?
An end, a real end, not a ceasefire. An end.
So something that will be permanent.
Or giving up entirely.
Is
That's
that
okay too.
Are you close there? Is that possible in the next 24?
Why not? Certainly possible. Complete give up. That's possible. Yeah, doing pretty well right now. We're doing pretty well. Remember, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. We don't have to go too deep into it. They just can't have a nuclear weapon.
What was the thinking on the call for Tehran to evacuate? Is there a threat or is there incoming? What was the thinking on the full evacuation?
I want people to be safe. And that's always possible. A thing like that could happen. I just want people to be safe. We have great people that know how to protect themselves.
And when you say better,
we'll come down so hard if they do anything to our people. We'll come down so hard. Then the gloves are off so beautifully. Now, I think they know not to touch our troops.
Are you negotiating with the Iranians right now, or do you want to wait?
I don't know. I've been negotiating. I told them to do the deal. They shouldn't have done the deal. The cities have been blown to pieces. We've lost a lot of people. They should have done the deal. I told them do the deal. So I don't know. I'm not too much in the mood to negotiate. Yeah, I think it's safe. There's a lot of bad things happening. I think it's safer for them to evacuate.
This is pre-planned. And Raja has been hit by all three. How these three people, 3 men and all that, actually had hit Raja, and Sonam was there, and then she had destroyed the phone and all that, and so that's how it happened.
कि तमाम जो पूरा परिसर है, पार्किंग का परिसर है, और इस
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's a live learning inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Courses begin on June 30th. Apply now.
After multiple technical snags, Air India orders to reduce flight operations by 30%. Air India flight cancelled in Dubai due to a technical issue after all passengers had already boarded. Trump's trade deal bluff called out. Prime Minister Modi makes it clear to Trump that India neither asked for nor accepted any foreign mediation. Justice Verma writes to former Chief Justice of India refuses to step down. Baloch Liberation Army claims the responsibility for remote control bomb attack on Jafar Express train, 4 killed. At 3:30, this is the breaking news now coming in as tensions escalate in West Asia. In fact, a short while back, Iranian ambassador to United Nations has made the first statement with regards to the attacks that are taking place on Iranian soil. I'm going to just quickly take you through the statement that has been put out by Iran's ambassador to the United Nations in Geneva. And this is what Iran has to say, and I'm quoting, "Whatever Israel is doing with the support of US intelligence. We will follow the developments and actions of developments. At any point we come to the conclusion that the United States is directly involved in the attacks on Iran, Iran will respond to the United States of America." In fact, what we have essentially seen are two important aspects since the war began on Friday. In fact, one with regards to the fact that there is a direct American assistance with regards to the barrage of missiles that have been launched from Iran that were also brought down with American systems that were basically in place. Iran's first big message with regards to the alleged US involvement, saying that if at all there is a direct involvement of United States of America, then there will be a strong response coming in from Iran. Listen in to what Iran's ambassador to the United Nations had to say a short while back.
We firmly believe that the United States is a complicit in what Israel is doing. Israel without United States is nothing. Whatever Israel is doing is with the support, the military support and intelligence support of the United States. And we are totally ready to give appropriate response to any development. We will follow the developments, we will follow the actions of the United States, and at any time, at any point, if we come to the conclusion that United States is directly involved in attacks against Iran, we will start responding to United States.
It was highly expected that the free nations, the government who are seeking the justice in the world, to condemn such kind of the aggressions, which is a vibrant violation of the international law. We are in position to defend our people, our government, our country in the best way. We have shown that we are able, and we will continue, because we are under attack. We have to defend, and our actual retaliatory action, it is based on the self-defense, which is enshrined in the Article 51 of United Nations Charter, which gives us this power to defend our people. You know that the Israeli government, the Israeli officials, they officially announced some threats against Iranian high-ranking officials. They assassinated some of the Iranian military officials, which is totally against any regulations. Until now, you have been maybe informed that several rounds of the exchange of the, actually you can say, missiles and drones, what happened between two sides. But we are defending in a proper way, and we are confident in what we are doing. We will continue until this aggression is going to be stopped.
Is US-Iran nuclear deal is still on the cards, and how do you see Trump's role in the crisis as he calls for unconditional surrender?
We were at the table, actually at the negotiating table. It was the America who gave the green light to Israelis to have these military attacks against Iran on the basis of even false accusation. They have made a lot of accusation, but there was no any proof. But if there is any kind of allegations, it should go through we can say, some mechanism which is actually it has been considered by the international organization like UN.
It's the 11th wave of attacks, missiles that have been fired by the Iranians. We have seen large-scale devastation also taking place in multiple cities of Israel. In fact, this report has been filed by my colleague Nick from Tel Aviv.
This is the hole that made just one ballistic missile that was fired from Iran towards a residential area in the center of Israel. Meters from here, there are kindergarten, schools, a lot of buildings with innocent people living there. And you can see the impact. One blast of a ballistic missile destroys anything with the shock wave in a radius of around 500 meters. And Iran continued to bombard Israel with hundreds of those kind of missiles for 5 days. Israel tries to destroy the nuclear capability of Iran because they also can use the nuclear weapons and to strike the same areas, but the impact will be much more bigger.
Joining us on this broadcast is Major Samarpal Tur. Major Tur, United States of America and its role. Iran says that if at all there is a direct action coming in from US, then the response from Iran will be hard. Do you believe that this is perhaps the time that US is taking to finally come up with a deal with Iran?
Shravan, as you see, the geopolitics, right now, the Russians are quiet. The Chinese have given a very strong statement that the world can go on without America. And as far as the war against Iran is concerned, Shravan, there is actually going to be no practical output if you do not have, troops on the ground. So that is definitely not the present phase one that they are going to do. So what I certainly feel is, their nuclear assets are going to be decimated once and for all and finally. So they are going to destroy the nuclear program first. Secondly, it is just a matter of time when the top Iranian officials will be offered political asylum in Russia, maybe China, maybe North Korea, maybe some Arab country. But as of now, you see, none of the Arab countries have come out openly and criticized or asked for truce or peace at the moment, other than Pakistan. So you see, it's a very fragile and a volatile situation. Let us not forget that, Houthis, Hamas, and Hezbollah, these three have been the proxies of Iran for n number of decades. And now Iran is talking in UN in terms of safeguarding its sovereignty. What happened to the sovereignty of Israel when, Hezbollah was being provided arms, ammunition, and missiles by Iran? And now they are saying that the Americans have given the green signal. Fair enough. They would have given it because the intelligence on ground is definitely stating something that now...
Just ask you a quick question. Can you really trust the Americans right now? Israelis are certainly hoping the Americans will come in because Israel right now sees a stumbling block. They cannot perhaps carry out an attack on Fordo nuclear facility. They need the US help. But US sees this as an opportunity, that this perhaps is the time for striking a deal with Iran and let this pass.
See, Shravan, the GBU-57 is the only potent weapon or a bomb that can penetrate into the depth to where the bunkers have been made in Iran. Secondly, you see, this is a war against ideology. This is going to break the backbone of terrorism all around the world. And let us not forget, there are lakhs of Houthi rebels who are ready to move into Iran and fight this war. So definitely it is going to be a large-scale war with a number of, refueling aircraft which are moved in. USS Nimitz and its fleet has been ordered to move in towards Iran. So definitely these are not small orders. These are massive and concrete and decisive, military orders which are being carried out. And in coming 48 hours, definitely let's not be surprised that the Americans will be bombing Iran with the B-52s and the B-2 bombers.
Well, thank you very much, Major Tur, for putting this into perspective. It remains to be seen whether at all the United States of America will actually respond to what many are saying. It's almost an ultimatum coming in from the Iranians. Shift to focus now to the other big story that we're tracking today. Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri on 18th of June said that Prime Minister Narendra Modi had a telephonic conversation with US President Donald Trump, which lasted approximately 35 minutes. Now, during the conversation, Prime Minister Modi made it abundantly clear to President Trump that India neither asked nor accepted any foreign mediation. Remember, multiple times claims have actually been made by President Trump that the ceasefire was only because the United States of America had actually stepped in. India has maintained that there was no mediation as far as Operation Sindoor is concerned, and this once again was told to President Trump by Prime Minister Modi. Listen to what the Foreign Secretary had to say.
प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप से ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बारे में विस्तार से बात की। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप को स्पष्ट रूप से कहा कि 22 अप्रैल के बाद भारत ने आतंकवाद के खिलाफ कार्रवाई करने का अपना दृढ़ संकल्प पूरी दुनिया को बता दिया था। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने कहा कि 6-7 मई की रात को भारत ने पाकिस्तान और पाकिस्तान ऑक्यूपाइड कश्मीर में सिर्फ आतंकी ठिकानों को ही निशाना बनाया था। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप को स्पष्ट रूप से कहा कि इस पूरे घटनाक्रम के दौरान कभी भी किसी भी स्तर पर भारत अमेरिका ट्रेड डील या अमेरिका द्वारा भारत और पाकिस्तान के बीच मध्यस्थता जैसे विषयों पर बात नहीं हुई थी। सैन्य कार्रवाई रोकने की बात सीधे भारत और पाकिस्तान के बीच दोनों सेनाओं की एग्जिस्टिंग चैनल्स के माध्यम से हुई थी और पाकिस्तान के ही आग्रह पर हुई थी। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने जोर देकर कहा कि भारत ने न तो कभी मध्यस्थता स्वीकार की थी, न करता है और न ही कभी करेगा। इस विषय पर भारत में पूर्ण रूप से राजनीतिक एकमत है। राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप ने प्रधानमंत्री द्वारा विस्तार में बताई गई बातों को समझा और आतंकवाद के खिलाफ भारत की लड़ाई के प्रति समर्थन व्यक्त किया।
Colonel Shailendra is joining us right now. Colonel Shailendra, this was known all this while, but there was politics over this entire issue. Even till today, questions were essentially raised whether at all protocols were followed or not, and the United States of America had basically stepped in. The fact of the matter is the DGMOs were involved, and this is what the Prime Minister had to tell President Trump.
Jai Hind, Namaskar. You see, as far as our country is concerned, we have been throughout clear. I think there are only two kind of people who are not clear about the Indian policy. One is Trump, who has got selective amnesia and memory loss. And the second is somebody in our own country who doesn't want to be part of the country and start questioning the country. I'm very clearly bringing it out. There have been three outstanding part of this conversation on telephone. One, our Prime Minister clearly specifies to the Trump, that is President Trump, that nothing like that happened. You are somehow having a dream. You are going into selective memory loss where you are time and again repeating it might have happened in your dreams, but it has not happened on ground with India. The second part is very clear that Trump offered the Prime Minister that you please come down for a visit from Canada, for which there was a fantastically clear answer given that no, we are going to Cyprus. And that amounts to what? That Cyprus visit cannot be cancelled just because the president of US is calling. The third part was that our Prime Minister gave him an option that we can meet during Quad and you are invited, which he is accepting. So this also should bring out to everybody clear. India does not go by others' agenda. We have our agenda clear. We have our lakir going up and up, and we will go by that. We will go by what is correct as far as Indian interest is concerned. We will never ever have any mediation in any of our internal affairs. We are quite capable. We are quite strong. We can support ourselves. We don't require anybody to come in without invitation. And that invitation we will be giving selectively if at all required, which as on today has got no reasoning that it will be given as far as US is concerned. Very clearly responsibility has been also brought out that yes, Vance did speak. There is no doubt about it. But there was no talk about samjhota. There was no talk about trade. So let us be very clear. In India, abroad and in the world, India is on its own. We are writing our own script. We are standing on our feet, and we dare now tell you by our mouth and voice that no, all your statements and dadagiri will not be tolerated, supported. It is also a clear indication to all Indians and so-called, not so-called Indian, that whatever agenda you may have political, you can carry on with it. The country will go on its own, and we are going very strong.
Thank you very much, Colonel Shailendra, also joining us on this broadcast. In fact, responses now coming in from the government. Earlier today, Union Minister Hardeep Singh Puri and Delhi Minister Manjinder Singh Sirsa spoke on this entire issue. Listen.
I should now start calling them lie producing factory. LPF instead of INC constantly. I mean, they turn to, there's no invitation. And then when a productive 35-minute exchange takes place, they resort to, I don't know, frankly, whether this is ineptitude and incompetence or this is pure lies. But either case, it's a lie. Then they take resort to an earlier conversation which took place in January and say, this is not the readout. Arey bhai, readout aane do unka. But should you or should you not accept a detailed readout by your own foreign secretary and point by point? So all I can do is, I don't want to dignify the Congress party's ongoing, hallucinatory, I would call it hallucinatory fake narratives that they go and put on. But through all this, I get the feeling, Suchitra ji, that they're always looking for some way in which they can show India down.
ये पहले से स्पष्ट है, विपक्ष को एक बीमारी लगी है झूठ बोलने की। देश के प्रधानमंत्री प्रभु सत्ता पे, संप्रदा पे कभी भी कोई कंप्रोमाइज, कभी कल्पना सपने में भी नहीं कर सकते। विदेश मंत्री ने क्या बताया, स्पष्ट किया कि जब ट्रंप की तरफ से ऐसा अगर कहा भी गया तो हमने स्पष्ट कहा, इस कूटनीति में किसी भी दूसरे मुल्क की इन्वॉल्वमेंट नहीं बर्दाश्त की जा सकती, क्योंकि हमारा स्टैंड बड़ा क्लियर है, पीओके हमारा है और इसके ऊपर किसी बातचीत के लिए भी किसी और को बीच में नहीं लाया जाएगा। लेकिन राहुल गांधी एक स्कूल जाते बच्चे की तरह बार बार कभी नरेंद्र सरेंडर, उसको उनका कसूर नहीं है। जो उनको सोशल मीडिया के छोटे छोटे बच्चे पढ़ा के भेज देते हैं, उसमें से जितना वो याद करते हैं उतना पढ़ देते हैं, जो भूल जाता है वो भूल जाता है।
Let's also take you through what else is making news right now. Another gangster has been neutralized in Lucknow under the ongoing Operation Langra. Police as well as the SIT carried out this late night encounter. One criminal injured, another on the run. Gunfire was also exchanged, warning ignored. The heat is also now back on Uttar Pradesh's most wanted.
Operation Langra continues in full swing across Uttar Pradesh with another dramatic showdown unfolding in Lucknow late last night. Between 2 and 3 a.m., acting on a tip-off, the STF and Lucknow police launched a joint operation near Langra Patak. The area was cordoned off and suspects were asked to surrender, but instead they opened fire on the police. In retaliatory firing, one gangster was injured and captured, a classic case of half encounter. The second suspect managed to escape under the cover of darkness. A manhunt is now underway. Weapons were recovered from the scene as police tightened the noose under Operation Langra.
उत्तर प्रदेश में ऑपरेशन लंगड़ा लगातार जारी है। मैं इस वक्त लखनऊ में हूं, जहां पर कल देर रात एक अपराधी और पुलिस के बीच में मुठभेड़ हुई है और हाफ एनकाउंटर हुआ है। यानी कि उत्तर प्रदेश में सिर्फ लखनऊ राजधानी ही नहीं, कई अन्य जगहों पर लगातार इस तरह की कार्रवाई जारी है। आप देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर पुलिस ने चूना लगाकर इस एरिया को सुरक्षित किया हुआ है। बड़ी बात यह है कि जो खून का जो निशान है वह अब भी दिखाई दे रहा है। तो पुलिस के मुखबिर होते हैं, उन्होंने सटीक जानकारी दी कि साहब कुछ दिन पहले जिन लोगों ने महिलाओं के साथ छीना झपटी किया था, उनके साथ लूटकांड किया था, वो अपराधी अपाचे बाइक से मुहैया होते हुए लंगड़ा फाटक की ओर जा रहे हैं। ऐसे में एसटीएफ सक्रिय होती है और तुरंत यहाँ पर पहुँचती है। साथ में लखनऊ की पुलिस और लोकल आलमबाग की पुलिस होती है और यहीं पर उनको घेरने की कोशिश की जाती है, लेकिन वह लोग गोली चला देते हैं और पुलिस को फिर आत्मरक्षा में गोली चलानी पड़ती है, जिसके कारण एक बदमाश तो घायल हो जाता है और दूसरा बदमाश रात का फायदा लेकर भागने में सफल होता है।
Well, India has now taken a strong stand against Pakistan at the United Nations Human Rights Council, calling out Islamabad for harboring terrorists. India defended Operation Sindoor, saying that defensive action is not just a right, but a solemn duty. The sharp rebuke comes at a time when Pakistan is facing rising global scrutiny for enabling cross-border terrorism. In fact, multiple delegations that have been sent out by India parliamentarians that have visited various European nations as well as Caribbean islands, and once again reiterating India's position on this entire matter, that it is India's right to self-defense, and the fact that Pakistan has been exposed for harboring terrorists and indulging in cross-border terrorism. In fact, that's the position that India has taken all along. In fact, several of the foreign dignitaries have also been briefed about why Operation Sindoor was the need of the hour. This was in the backdrop of the horrific attack that took place in Pahalgam, claiming the lives of over 24 people. Important to point out here on your screens right now, this was the statement that was put out by the Indian ambassador a short while back, Indian envoy to UNHRC. This is what the ambassador had to say.
22nd April 2025, Pakistani terrorists turned a serene sanctuary in Jammu and Kashmir into a killing field, carrying out a barbaric execution of 26 Indian tourists in Pahalgam in front of their families. The UN Security Council rightly condemned this reprehensible act of terrorism and called for all perpetrators, organizers, financiers, and sponsors to be held accountable. And we all know that those sponsors operate from Pakistani soil. Pakistan's attempt to mischaracterize Operation Sindoor, our precise and proportionate response, as military aggression is unconscionable. When a state harbors terrorists who massacre innocents, defensive action is not just a right, it is a solemn duty. From hosting Osama bin Laden in its military cantonment to conducting state funerals for globally sanctioned terrorists, Pakistan never fails to disappoint. It claims victimhood while remaining the acknowledged epicenter of jihadist terror.
After multiple technical snags, Air India ordered to reduce flight operations by 30%. Air India flight cancelled in Dubai due to a technical issue after all passengers had already boarded.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला, क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
This is pre-planned. And Raja has been hit by all three. How these three people, 3 men and all that, actually had hit Raja, and Sonam was there, and then she had destroyed the phone and all that, and so that's how it happened.
कि तमाम जो पूरा परिसर है, पार्किंग का परिसर है, और इस पे ही जो क्राइम सीन को रिक्रिएट किया जाना है। तमाम से कुछ ही देर में सोनम और बाकी जो विद्यालय है वो यहाँ पर पहुंचेंगे और क्राइम सीन को रिक्रिएट किया जाएगा। सबसे बड़ी बात
This reconstruction has been based on the delegations we've been conducting over the last few days. I have already told you that in the delegations they have admitted to the offence, and we just had to actually replay or recast how they had done it. And we started off from the Maulakiat parking lot where they had kept the scooties. Then we have moved on to a place about 3 to 4 kilometers from Waisadong parking lot, whereby they had stopped to take photographs, and there was an attempt in that place, but it was not peaceful because Raja started off his bike, and so they had to move on.
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते, जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए, और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
This is pre-planned. And Raja has been hit by all three. How these three people, 3 men and all that, actually had hit Raja, and Sonam was there, and then she had destroyed the phone and all that, and so that's how it happened.
कि तमाम जो पूरा परिसर है, पार्किंग का परिसर है, और इसके ही जो क्राइम सीन को रिक्रिएट किया जाना है। तमाम से कुछ ही देर में सोनम और बाकी के जो हत्यारे हैं वो यहाँ पर पहुंचेंगे और क्राइम सीन को रिक्रिएट किया जाएगा। सबसे बड़ी बात होटल करवा दें।
This reconstruction has been based on the delegations we've been conducting over the last few days. I have already told you that in the delegations they have admitted to the offence, and we just had to actually replay or recast how they had done it. And we started off from the Maulakiat parking lot where they had kept the scooties. Then we have moved on to a place about 3 to 4 kilometers from Waisadong parking lot, whereby they had stopped to take photographs, and there was an attempt in that place, but it was not peaceful because Raja started off his bike, and so they had to move on. And they had stopped about 200 meters away from the Waisadong parking lot. There only photographs were taken, but attempt was not made in that point. We finally came to the Vaisaram parking lot where the scooties were kept. We ascertained where the scooties were kept. We had ascertained where Raja was standing. We had taken to replay the whole thing. We had taken a
follow the developments, we will follow the actions of the United States, and at any time, at any point, if we come to the conclusion that United States is directly involved in attacks against Iran, we will start responding to United States.
Iran's ambassador to the UN in Geneva says if US intervenes, Iran will respond. Fresh footage from Israel-Iran conflict shows the elimination of the terrorist cell in Jabalia. West Asia remains on the edge. Republic reports from damaged and destructed areas in Tel Aviv in Israel. After multiple technical snags, Air India ordered to reduce flight operations by 30%.
Pakistan's attempt to mischaracterize Operation Sindoor, our precise and proportionate response as military aggression, is unconscionable. When a state harbors terrorists who massacre innocents, defensive action is not just a right, it is a solemn duty.
And Indian diplomat Kshitij Tyagi slammed Pakistan at UN Human Rights Council, says when a state harbors terrorists, defensive actions is not just a right but a solemn duty. Good evening, welcome to Republic TV. Our top focus, the breaking news that's coming in. Indian markets closed relatively flat amid the Israel-Iran crisis. Nifty is now down by 0.17% and global markets trade in positive zone. The big breaking news that's coming in the Nifty, Sensex is down just 0.17%. I'm going to try and go across to business editor Pranav is joining us live from our digital newsroom. Pranav, Indian markets have closed flat. Nifty Sensex is down just 0.17%, relatively less hit by the Israel-Iran crisis. Explain to us how this is going to be impacting us, Pranav.
Well, yes, Indian markets have been relatively less impacted. Over the past about 5 days that the conflict has been brewing, the Indian markets have actually risen for the past 2 days, for the past two sessions, and today it has closed flat. It is, if you view it against the global markets today closed in the green zone or relatively in the positive zone, but the US markets yesterday were down about 1%. So obviously, yes, the conflict has hit global markets to an extent, but the Indian markets look relatively isolated as of now. Now, we were talking to an analyst today morning who says that some of the key factors behind the relatively isolated response of the Indian markets is one, the RBI repo rate, which took place about a week ago, followed by the strong fundamentals and the macros, which is supporting the Indian sentiment. As far as the outcome is concerned, the only fear is that if Israel indeed attacks Iran's oil wells, that is when analysts are afraid that the markets could react wildly and there could be a sharp fall.
I also want to get in a sense about global markets that are trading in the positivity zone, Pranav.
Global markets in the sense today, Hang Seng index was up. Some of the Asian markets have been up today. This normally does not happen, that when the US markets, which trade all throughout the night, when they fall, the global markets normally follow the suit. But yesterday, despite the fact that the S&P 500 and Dow Jones were down 0.7 and 0.1% and 1%, despite that, the global markets, that is Hang Seng, Kospi, FTSE, all have been trading in the positive, though with minor gains, but in the positive zone despite a major conflict brewing in the Middle East.
Absolutely, and that's going to be our top focus. Pranav, I also want to ask you and get a sense from you on not only the Nifty, because the Nifty mid-cap 150 index highlights have also been given out today. We are seeing a slight declines from yesterday. At previous sees a slight decline in today's session. Like we were saying, it's trading at 24,809.50, down from 53 points. So Pranav, global markets are seeing this, also this rising down, but Indian markets actually are remaining unfazed by what's happening between Israel and Iran in the West Asia.
Yes. In fact, Indian markets have been unfazed. As I said just a few minutes ago, that over the past 5 days that the conflict has been brewing, for the past 2 days, in fact, markets rose. So there were long green candles that were formed on Nifty daily charts and Sensex daily charts. As far as sectoral is concerned, defense stocks have been on a rise. Oil stocks again rose yesterday, but today they've again closed flat. So some sectors are seeing gain. Auto stocks today have in fact closed in positive. So sectorally, in fact, we are seeing that some sectors are gaining despite the conflict. Some sectors are obviously under pressure, because of which the markets are pulled down to the flat levels and not really rising today.
All right, thank you for giving us those details, Pranav. Now we're also going to give and get you details about the tensions between Israel and Iran that have reached a boiling point as the Israel Defense Forces unleashed a series of powerful airstrikes on Iranian military targets. In this explosive compilation, we bring you 9 shocking videos capturing the sheer scale and intensity of the attacks, from missile-laden drones to precision air raids. These videos reveal the raw reality of modern warfare and the escalating conflict that's gripping Western Asia. Viewer discretion is advised due to the graphic nature of the footage.
מטרה נפלה. אגב, המטרה נפלה.
We're getting you breaking news that's coming in. Iranian leader Khamenei now in a televised speech has said Iran will not ignore any attacks on its territory and its armed forces are on alert. These are words that are coming in now by the Iranian leader. He's warning Israel Iran will not ignore the attacks in this televised speech. He's also going across to say that we are going to give a strong response and armed forces are ready. I'm going to try and go across to guests on the story because we also have to remember, I'm going to be joined by my colleague Rakshita in the war room. Rakshita, over the past week, as I come to you, a string of Israeli airstrikes have wiped out more than 20 senior military commanders of Iran, weakening the top brass of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. This also shows us that Iran's offensive has been Israel's offensive devastated Tehran's nuclear sites. Of course, we've seen a lot of response, but in the absence of experienced military leadership, how far is Khamenei really going to go? You have guests, several questions to be asked. One of them, this as India warns US of a strong response. Iran warns US of a strong response.
Yes, right now, this is a big statement coming in. This is the first response, remember, from Ayatollah Khamenei after what happened after what Trump had in fact said. There were posts on Truth Social by Donald Trump where he said that there should be unconditional surrender. Not to forget, he had also talked about that they very well know where Khamenei is about that. So we have Major General A.K. Sivach also joining us, and our defense expert Brigadier Sandeep Thapar also here in the war room. Major General Sivach, how do you see this? We also have Israeli entrepreneur Terry Newman who joining us from Israel right now live on the broadcast. And thank you, gentlemen, for joining us. So now this is Khamenei clearly saying that we will stand in face of imposed war just as we stand in face of imposed peace. It's a very interesting statement that has come in from Khamenei, and he remains defiant. He says that we are on alert, our defense forces are on alert.
The point today is that if you see the war, and it has been 5 days now, basically Israel has able to cripple Iran to quite a bit extent. It has managed to destroy, you can say, its nuclear facility to some extent, then also energy, you can say, installation. Main thing is that managed to kill the top military commander as well as the nuclear scientist. Now the question coming is that as on today, the combat power of Israel is far superior than Iran, and the airspace has been totally dominated by the Israeli Air Force. Now the strikes which are taking place in Iran are very deadly, and they are making a lot of difference. Now the point which Donald Trump is saying, that it is not a question of ceasefire. We want a complete surrender from Iran, and Ayatollah Khamenei and the others it has to be made sure that Iran do not make nuclear weapons in any time soon. So these are the two conditions which are there, where Ayatollah al-Khamenei is trying to show that they are still strong enough, they will fight it out, and their next move will be also decided by after appreciating what Israel does. And the one point one must appreciate as far as Iran is concerned, its rockets, missiles and drones, paraphernalia is quite a bit. They are now targeting the main cities in Israel, including Tel Aviv, and also the other cities which basically manufacture weapons and also military stores. Now the question comes is US likely to join directly in this war or not? That is $1 million question. Now the point earlier was there that until unless Iran does not attack the military bases of US in Middle East, the US is unlikely to join. But probably there is some change which is taking place, which is saying that since the Farado uranium facility which is there, it is about 80 to 100 meter deep inside. Now the damage which has been done by Israel is superfluous. Until unless you do not make a dent there by hitting by bunker busting bombs, till then you will find this facility not damaged, and therefore there is a chances of USA coming into this war. It will use B-2 bombers. It will also use GBU-57 bunker busting bombs, because that will able to make a dent. However, the time will only tell whether the US will join this war or not. But certainly 2-3 things are very clear. The war is not going to end so soon. One. The second thing is that US and Israel are not going to stop, especially Israel, until unless the Iran completely surrender. And the bottom line is they will not allow Iran to make a nuclear weapon. They will ensure that nuclear facilities of Iran are completely destroyed and their military capability dented to almost to 30 to 40%. Let's see as to how the things are unfold. But as on today, Iran seemingly looks to be isolated. Iran do not have much friend. Iran had, everyone thinking Russia and China will openly come and support Iran, which has not happened. Russia is involved in Ukraine war. It does not have armament. As well as Chinese are concerned, they have sent some arms, ammunition, but it is limited. So therefore, as on today, it looks like that neither it has friend nor its, proxies, which were Hamas, Hezbollah and Houthi, have got capacity and capability to fight it out, because their military capability has already dented. So it looks like that it is, one can say, in case the war keeps on going, it is advantage to Israel and disadvantage to Iran, because time as that will pass, you will find more damage in Iran. And it will have a tremendous impact in the world, especially, the oil rates are going to higher. And the state of Hormuz, in case it is blocked by Iran, 30 to 40% of the world oil goes from there.
We have a breaking news coming in. I'll just go across to a defense expert. But right now, there's more inputs coming in right now. The Iranian Supreme Leader has warned Israel of consequences, and that's what we're breaking right now. Iranian Supreme Leader says that Israel has made a grave mistake and will face the consequences. Remember, Khamenei has also spoken right after Trump's big warning that there must be an unconditional surrender, and they have also said that US very well knows where Khamenei is hiding, to which Khamenei hits back and says that Iran will not surrender, and that it's Israel's action. Israel has made a grave mistake. We have Terry Newman from Israel right now. Iran has vowed consequences for Israel's actions. Terry, how do you see this? Because Khamenei clearly says that he is not ready to budge. His tone is clearly escalatory, be it what he thinks of what Trump has said or what Netanyahu is doing.
Good afternoon. Yes, so the supreme leader in Iran is taking a very aggressive approach to this. I have to say, I'm not quite sure why he's doing this. He is losing all of the senior military people around him. And as he is appointing new senior military people, they are then being assassinated one after the other. So he is very much with his back against the wall. Now, we've discussed this in the past. If he is a logical individual, he would try and find a way out of this in order to save his own people. He is the head of a country of 90 million people, most of who are decent, upstanding members of society. But he appears not to be of that kind. And so he is happy. There's a word in Arabic, a shaheed, which is a martyr. And it appears he wants to take Iran down the martyrdom road, which is immensely dangerous. And so if we have here a leader who prefers death over life, it is absolutely essential that we remove any nuclear ambitions and any nuclear capabilities that have been developed so far. Even in the North Korean situation, where I think the West lost, it missed the ball, it took its eye off the ball, and North Korea is now a nuclear country, but the rulers of North Korea want to live. Here we have a situation where a country wants to go nuclear, and the supreme leader is more interested in dying because he thinks he's going to be a martyr. This has to be stopped. The Chancellor of Germany openly said yesterday that Israel is doing the dirty work on behalf of Europe and the democratic world. And we look to our friends in India, to our supporters around the world, to help us in this mission.
Right. Right. In fact, I'll just go to Brigadier Thapar also on that. He's clearly warned America of dire consequences because we've seen US, in the beginning it has said that it will stay away, but there is no hand of United States as far as, this conflict is concerned. But we've seen that how US continues to mobilize its resources. At the same time, Trump warns Khamenei, and now Khamenei says that there will be irreparable damage to the United States. If to just quote him, he says, any military intervention will cause irreparable damage. Americans should know Iran will not surrender. So do you feel that US will finally enter the war?
See, it's a conjecture whether it will finally enter, because the moment US enters the war will change its shape. I personally feel that Israel has taken a little bit more than it can chew, because Iran is not Hamas, it's not Lebanon. It's a fairly big country. It's got very big armed forces, so it will fight. Of course, Israel is a stronger side, but see, Israel has been fighting for the last 3 years. It's run out of ammunition. Its armed forces must be tired. It's got still fighting going on with the local Lebanon and other places. Now, Iran also has its Hezbollah and Houthi to trouble Israel. So. Definitely Israel has an upper hand, but it can't crush Iran so fast. However, if the Americans enter, then it changes Now notice, now tie this up with Pakistan chief having lunch with Trump tomorrow, and Trump rushing back from the meeting. Probably Pakistan may turn sides and offer Americans certain bases to operate against Iran. If this could be the reason behind calling the US, the Pakistan chief to that place. I mean, again, I'm just imagining that if quite possible that Pakistan will turn sides, though it's been supporting Iran, but it could do that. Is done that earlier also too. So the moment America enters, Iran can no longer fight the war.
Right. So we have breaking news coming in. Israeli jets targeting Iranian helicopters mid-air. So this breaking we have. In fact, the Israeli Air Force has said that they've destroyed Iranian attack. They've thwarted the Iranian attack helicopters in the strike. The Israeli Air Force aircraft continue to fly over Iranian skies and locate targets for attack, says Israel. And they say that Israeli Air Force have identified and attacked 5 Iranian AH-1 attack helicopters that were at a military base in the Kermanshah area. These helicopters were intended to attack the Israeli aircraft operating in the Iranian skies. So this is another escalation. We can see Israel hitting the Iranian military base. That's what we are breaking right now. And Major General Sivach, I'll just go across to you once again. All right, we'll just go to our guest in Israel first. I'm told he continues to be with us. Terry, now we understand that the firefighting in the skies continues in full swing, and the escalation, you can see that there are no signs of dying down. But as the Brigadier Thapar was also pointing out that, Israel could be also exhausting its resources. Here, the United States becomes a very, very important ally for Israel also, because clearly we can see there are no signs of de-escalation any soon. So what really is Israel planning to do in your understanding?
Israel has no shortage of munitions. And what you are actually seeing is more countries joining the Israeli side here. We had from the German Chancellor yesterday to the French President Macron saying he is now going to get actively involved in defending Israel from the Iranian ballistic missile attacks. About 50% of the budget at the moment is going on defense and 50% is going on offense. The Americans realize that we are currently fighting their war, and that removing the nuclear threat is something that is in their interests. Obviously, if Khamenei accepts the demands of President Trump and he says, in order to save 90 million people, I will stop my nuclear plans, I will stop the project, I will hand over the keys, then we can solve all of these problems. But if he insists, then Israel will continue. We have at least another 2 weeks worth of targets in order to continue on. And you have seen that America are moving significant assets into the region, into the area, both from Europe and also from the Indian Ocean.
Right.
And, we will do what needs to be done. This is a generational issue. And thank God we're doing it now before it's too late.
Right, Terry. Thanks so much for joining us. In fact, we have limited time on this show, sir. Major General Sivash, I want a quick answer from you on what do you really think from Iran's body language, or the language that is being uttered by Ayatollah Khamenei? You feel that is Iran, trying to, in fact, worsen the situation for themselves? Or?
I feel that Iran is now over defensive. And they know the defeat is coming, and they will not able to hold on for long. And in case if it is Israel versus Iran also, they will not able to sustain for too long. Of course, it is not going to end so soon, because the combat power of Israel, especially air power, is far superior than the Iran. There is a distance of about 2,000 kilometers. The artillery, armor and infantry can't be used. Now the complete Iran airspace has been dominated by Israel. And in this case, you will find its military installation as well as its oil sector will be damaged to quite a bit extent. Of course, they will not able to damage their nuclear facility in Fordo, because it's about 80 to 100 meters. And for that, they need a JBU bomber, which is supposed to be known as bunker busting bomb, which can be only used by B-2 bombers of US. But I certainly feel that US will think 10 times by jumping in this war, because there are plus and minus. The plus is that in case the US join it, then the war will finish it fast, and you will find the nuclear facilities of Iran being completely damaged. But the other side, the flip side is, you will find also Iran hitting the bases of America in Middle East, and it does not have the same air defense system what Israel has it. So you will find some damage taking place. 40 to 50,000 Americans are there, and there, once the America enter in the war, so will be the China and Russia. And then Iran will be also bold enough to block Strait of Hormuz, where the oil goes. So you will find it, then the situation will become slightly complex. Whether US will enter this war or not is $1 million question. But certainly one thing is clear, that this war is not going to end so soon. It will take time, and it will take time in the sense, the longer the war goes, it is disadvantage to Iran, advantage to Israel, for one reason, that the combat air power of Israel is far superior than Iran.
General Sivash, thanks so much. And Brigadier Thapar, thanks so much for joining us here in the War Room. And Terry Newman also from Israel, thank you so much for joining us. In fact, we will also bring you what Khamenei has exactly said. He continues to speak live, but before that, we slip into a very, very short break. But all the updates coming in from West Asia only on Republic TV continues. Also on the show, on the other side, Justice Verma writes letter to former Chief Justice of India, refuses to step down. He remains defiant. Also, Air India faces action after multiple technical snags. Air India orders to reduce the flight operations by 30%. More on the other side.
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
प्रधानमंत्री मोदी और राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप की मुलाकात G7 समिट की साइडलाइंस पर होनी तय थी। राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप को जल्दी वापस अमेरिका लौटना पड़ा, जिसके कारण ये मुलाकात नहीं हो पाई। इसके बाद राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप के आग्रह पर आज दोनों लीडर्स की फोन पर बात हुई। बातचीत लगभग 35 मिनट चली। 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम आतंकी हमले के बाद राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप ने फोन पर प्रधानमंत्री मोदी को शोक संवेदना प्रकट की थी और आतंक के खिलाफ समर्थन व्यक्त किया था। उसके बाद दोनों लीडर्स की ये पहली बातचीत थी। इसलिए प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप से ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बारे में विस्तार से बात की। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप को स्पष्ट रूप से कहा कि 22 अप्रैल के बाद भारत ने आतंकवाद के खिलाफ कार्रवाई करने का अपना दृढ़ संकल्प पूरी दुनिया को बता दिया था। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने कहा कि 6-7 मई की रात को भारत ने पाकिस्तान और पाकिस्तान ऑक्यूपाइड कश्मीर में सिर्फ आतंकी ठिकानों को ही निशाना बनाया था। भारत के एक्शन बहुत ही मेजर्ड, प्रिसाइज और नॉन एस्केलेटरी थे। साथ ही भारत ने यह भी स्पष्ट कर दिया था कि पाकिस्तान की गोली का जवाब भारत गोले से देगा। 9 मई की रात को उपराष्ट्रपति वैंस ने प्रधानमंत्री मोदी को फोन किया था। उपराष्ट्रपति वैंस ने कहा था कि पाकिस्तान भारत पर बड़ा हमला कर सकता है। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने उन्हें साफ शब्दों में बताया था कि यदि ऐसा होता है तो भारत पाकिस्तान को उससे भी बड़ा जवाब देगा। 9-10 मई की रात को पाकिस्तान के हमले का भारत ने बहुत सशक्त जवाब दिया और पाकिस्तान की सेना को बहुत नुकसान पहुंचाया। उसके मिलिट्री एयर बेसिस को इनऑपरेबल बना दिया। भारत के मुंहतोड़ जवाब के कारण पाकिस्तान को भारत से सैन्य कार्रवाई रोकने का आग्रह करना पड़ा। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप को स्पष्ट रूप से कहा कि इस पूरे घटनाक्रम के दौरान कभी भी किसी भी स्तर पर भारत अमेरिका ट्रेड डील या अमेरिका द्वारा भारत और पाकिस्तान के बीच मध्यस्थता जैसे विषयों पर बात नहीं हुई थी। सैन्य कार्रवाई रोकने की बात सीधे भारत और पाकिस्तान के बीच दोनों सेनाओं की एग्जिस्टिंग चैनल्स के माध्यम से हुई थी और पाकिस्तान के ही आग्रह पर हुई थी। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने जोर देकर कहा कि भारत ने न तो कभी मध्यस्थता स्वीकार की थी, न करता है और न ही कभी करेगा। इस विषय पर भारत में पूर्ण रूप से राजनीतिक एकमत है। राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप ने प्रधानमंत्री द्वारा विस्तार में बताई गई बातों को समझा और आतंकवाद के खिलाफ भारत की लड़ाई के प्रति समर्थन व्यक्त किया। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने यह भी कहा कि भारत अब आतंकवाद को प्रॉक्सी वॉर नहीं, युद्ध के रूप में ही देखता है और भारत का ऑपरेशन सिंदूर अब
All right, welcome back, friends. A twist in the Justice Verma cash hoard case where a strong letter has emerged written by Justice Verma himself to the then Chief Justice of India, Justice Khanna, in which Justice Verma has refused to resign and has given reasons as to why he has taken this decision of not stepping down. Justice Verma says he has been denied personal hearing, in-house committee report by the in-house committee, and that the report constitutes a fraud because principles of natural justice were not followed. Essentially, Justice Verma defending himself in this letter which he has written to then Chief Justice Khanna, which is coming out now. I am told Rhythm is going to join us over the phone on this, but these are the details of the letter which can be seen. And this is very clear that Justice Verma has taken a defiant posture and is saying that principles of natural justice were not followed. Rhythm joins us, our executive editor, legal affairs, over the phone. Rhythm, A, when was this letter written? B, it is clear that Justice Verma believes that the process of law has been stacked against him.
Well, absolutely. This letter was written on May 6th. It was in response, Abhishek, to the May 4 letter of former Chief Justice of India, Justice Sanjeev Khanna. May 3rd, the inquiry committee report came out. May 4th, immediately after that, with great alacrity, the former Chief Justice wrote to Justice Verma, told him he should either step down or he should go for retirement, and that should happen within 48 hours. Justice Verma, not taking kindly to the 2-day deadline given by the former Chief Justice, immediately shot back this letter in which he refused to do anything. The 4 big points in this letter: first, it's very strongly worded. He's refusing to step down. He says he's been denied a personal hearing, and he also says the in-house committee report is a fraud. He defends himself. In this letter, he also goes on to say in great detail that he believes he should have been given a bigger hearing, He also says if I go across with the advice that you're telling me, my acquiescence is going to be an outcome that I consider whatever's been said against me to be true. I have 11 years of service. You need to consider that. You cannot give me just a 48-hour window. In another case like this, in Justice Sen's case, a bigger time was given to him, a larger time, and therefore I'm saying keep these documents confidential and give me a better hearing. All in all, Justice Verma refused to step down. The impeachment proceedings in the parliament could happen soon, Abhishek, because that's the only way to go with this blatant disregard for the rule of law being followed by the former Delhi High Court Judge, Justice Verma.
Right, Rhythm, stay with us. In fact, we have a guest, Subhash Jha from the legal fraternity. He's advocate practicing in the Bombay High Court as also of the Supreme Court. And Mr. Jha, you know, of course, now that Justice Verma wrote a letter to the then Chief Justice, Justice Khanna, saying that in his case, principles of natural justice were not followed in terms of not giving him enough time. How tenable are these arguments given the kind of defiant tone that the letter has?
See, look here, the law as it stands today, that if you pass any order, any administrative order or order of this nature, where an in-house inquiry conducted an inquiry and he was not afforded an opportunity of fair hearing, then he is justified perfectly in claiming that he was denied the principles of natural justice. Then he's absolutely right. This would be legally tenable argument. But I'm saying something different. Why there has to be an opportunity? Say, for example, if he is an accused like a normal person, would he be given a fair and reasonable opportunity of being heard in the matter in the teeth of these kind of material? 15 crores of rupees were found at his residence in a very, very suspicious circumstances, were found to be burning. So therefore, in my assessment, the government of India has to give a complete relook to the issue. This is not a solitary case of cash being found at the residence of one A judge or B judge or C judge. What about other Vermas who are sitting on fence or in every high courts or in the Supreme Court? When the government is going to rise to the occasion, I had thought when this story broke up that the government in power will rise to the occasion, and this will be time for them to ponder over a very, very serious issue of corruption, which is so rampant in the judiciary.
Obviously, you know, that's the thought in everybody's mind concerned about the issue of corruption, Mr. Jha. And obviously, while the process is being followed, this is just one of the many developments on this story where Justice Verma, we are hearing of Justice Verma's side for the first time through that letter and its contents coming out. Thank you so much, Mr. Jha, for joining us. Moving on from this and on to the big one, which is Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri informed that Prime Minister Narendra Modi had a telephonic call with US President Donald Trump, which lasted about 35 minutes. And during the conversation, Prime Minister made it amply clear to Trump that India neither asked for nor accepted any foreign mediation. Now, that's really some plain speaking that the Prime Minister has done with President Trump. First, let's listen to Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri.
प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप से ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बारे में विस्तार से बात की। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप को स्पष्ट रूप से कहा कि 22 अप्रैल के बाद भारत ने आतंकवाद के खिलाफ कार्रवाई करने का अपना दृढ़ संकल्प पूरी दुनिया को बता दिया था। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने कहा कि 6-7 मई की रात को भारत ने पाकिस्तान और पाकिस्तान ऑक्यूपाइड कश्मीर में सिर्फ आतंकी ठिकानों को ही निशाना बनाया था। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप को स्पष्ट रूप से कहा कि इस पूरे घटनाक्रम के दौरान कभी भी किसी भी स्तर पर भारत अमेरिका ट्रेड डील या अमेरिका द्वारा भारत और पाकिस्तान के बीच मध्यस्थता जैसे विषयों पर बात नहीं हुई थी। सैन्य कार्रवाई रोकने की बात सीधे भारत और पाकिस्तान के बीच दोनों सेनाओं की एग्जिस्टिंग चैनल्स के माध्यम से हुई थी। और पाकिस्तान के ही आग्रह पर हुई थी। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने जोर देकर कहा कि भारत ने न तो कभी मध्यस्थता स्वीकार की थी, न करता है और न ही कभी करेगा। इस विषय पर भारत में पूर्ण रूप से राजनीतिक एकमत है। राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप ने प्रधानमंत्री द्वारा विस्तार में बताई गई बातों को समझा और आतंकवाद के खिलाफ भारत की लड़ाई के प्रति समर्थन व्यक्त किया।
All right, getting in some latest response from the BJP, which has hit out at the Congress party over their allegation that Trump had mediated on India-Pakistan conflict after Prime Minister did that straight talk with Trump. Listen in to Hardeep Puri, Minister.
I should now start calling them lie producing factory, LPF instead of INC, constantly. I mean, they turn to, there's no invitation. And then when a productive 35-minute exchange takes place, they resort to, I don't know, frankly, whether this is ineptitude and incompetence or this is pure lies. But either case, it's a lie. Then they take resort to an earlier conversation which took place in January and say, this is not the readout. Arey bhai, readout aane do unka. But should you or should you not accept a detailed readout by your own foreign secretary and point by point? So all I can do is, I don't want to dignify the Congress party's ongoing, hallucinatory, I would call it hallucinatory fake narratives that they go and put on. But through all this, I get the feeling, Suchitra ji, that they're always looking for some way in which they can show India down.
ये पहले से स्पष्ट है, विपक्ष को एक बीमारी लगी है झूठ बोलने की। देश के प्रधानमंत्री प्रभुसत्ता पे, संप्रदा पे कभी भी कोई कंप्रोमाइज, कभी कल्पना सपने में भी नहीं कर सकते। विदेश मंत्री ने क्या बताया, स्पष्ट किया कि जब ट्रंप की तरफ से ऐसा अगर कहा भी गया तो हमने स्पष्ट कहा इस कूटनीति में किसी भी दूसरे मुल्क की इन्वॉल्वमेंट नहीं बर्दाश्त की जा सकती, क्योंकि हमारा स्टैंड बड़ा क्लियर है, पीओके हमारा है और इसके ऊपर किसी बातचीत के लिए भी किसी और को बीच में नहीं लाया जाएगा। लेकिन राहुल गांधी एक स्कूल जाते बच्चे की तरह बार बार कभी नरेंद्र सरेंडर, उसको उनका कसूर नहीं है। जो उनको सोशल मीडिया के छोटे छोटे बच्चे पढ़ा के भेज देते हैं, उसमें से जितना वो याद करते हैं उतना पढ़ देते हैं, जो भूल जाता है वो भूल जाता है।
All right, breaking news development. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has released another message, a strong one, attacking Iran, saying that Iran must not be allowed to acquire nuclear weapons. He has called Tehran the world's most dangerous regime and added that Israel will do whatever it takes to prevent it from gaining what he called the world's most dangerous weapon. It seems that escalation is building up, that no side is willing to pull back, and that with all the preparation with which the Americans have increased their military presence in the Middle East, it's clear that Netanyahu's signaling is about some military offensive coming in. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu calling Iran the most dangerous regime and calling its weapon, nuclear weapons, the world's most dangerous weapons. If we have a soundbite, should we listen to that? All right, moving on. In fact, there is a rebuttal coming in with Iran's ambassador to the United Nations in Geneva, who has hit back, saying whatever Israel is doing, it's doing with US intelligence support. And then he added that Iran is closely monitoring the developments, and if Tehran concludes that the United States is directly involved in any attacks, Iran will respond against US also. Again, another escalatory message coming in, and it seems the conflict is really all set to widen. Let's listen into Iranian envoy to UN.
We firmly believe that the United States is a complicit in what Israel is doing. Israel without United States is nothing. Whatever Israel is doing is with the support the military support and intelligence support of the United States. And we are totally ready to give appropriate response to any development. We will follow the developments, we will follow the actions of the United States, and at any time, at any point, if we come to the conclusion that the United States is directly involved in attacks against Iran, we will start responding to the United States.
Tensions between Israel and Iran have reached a boiling point, as can be seen, and the Israeli Defense Forces have unleashed a series of powerful airstrikes on Iranian military targets. In this explosive compilation, we bring to you 9 shocking videos capturing the sheer scale and intensity of the attacks. Take a look.
המטרה נפלה. רגע, המטרה נפלה.
Short break on the other side. After multiple technical snags, Air India ordered to reduce flight operations by 30%. Indian diplomat Kshitij Tyagi slams Pakistan at the UN Human Rights Council. Says when a state harbors terrorists, defensive action is not just a right, but a solemn duty.
MDH की देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का MDH की देगी मिर्च।
बिबल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबां में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
The Iran-Israel conflict has flared up in earnest. What we saw initially was the good cop, bad cop routine in which the United States was playing the good cop by engaging Iran in talks, and all the while Israel was giving threats of taking military action, strong military action to destroy the nascent Iranian nuclear capability. In fact, this good cop, bad cop routine was used to achieve surprise. Iran thought that one day before the talks were scheduled between America and Iran, Israel would not strike, but it did. And it caught a lot of the top Iranian military leadership together huddled in conferences, etc., and was able to do a fair amount of damage. So far, what has the Israeli strategy been? The Israeli strategy has been to carry out a surgical strike against Iran's nuclear capability, nascent nuclear capability. To that extent, it has hit Natanz, the nuclear enrichment site. It has hit many weapon fabrication laboratories and other experimental laboratories close by around Tehran complex. It has also primarily hit at command and control targets. It has eliminated a large number of Iranian senior military officials, which include the head of the IRGC, the head of the Iranian army, head of the
A stunning admission has rocked the Pakistani parliament. A sitting MP has praised Uttar Pradesh's economy, saying it's in better shape than Pakistan's entire nation. In a video now viral on social media, the MP says Pakistan's total budget is $62 billion, while Uttar Pradesh alone has a budget of $97 billion.
ये मैं आपको कुछ फैक्ट्स फिगर देता हूं। पाकिस्तान का टोटल बजट आउटले हमारा 62 बिलियन है, जबकि इंडिया 50 स्टेट से एक स्टेट का बजट आउटले उत्तर प्रदेश का 97 बिलियन है। हमारा टोटल टैक्स रेवेन्यू 50 बिलियन, रेवेन्यू 50 बिलियन, जबकि उत्तर प्रदेश का 80 बिलियन। हमारा टैक्स रेवेन्यू उनके टैक्स रेवेन्यू से 16 बिलियन कम है।
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जीरा सिप MDH का जीरा सिप।
You just posted right before we took off that you're not leaving because of a ceasefire. Why are you? Can you elaborate?
Get better than ceasefire. We're not looking for a ceasefire. I didn't say I was looking for a ceasefire. That was Emmanuel, nice guy, but he doesn't get it right too often. But we're looking for better than a ceasefire.
What specifically is better than a ceasefire? What are you looking for here?
An end, a real end, not a ceasefire. An end.
So something that will be permanent.
Or giving up entirely. Is that okay too?
Are you close there? Is that possible in the next 24 months?
Why not? Certainly possible. Complete give up. That's possible. Yeah, doing pretty well right now. We're doing pretty well. Remember, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. We don't have to go too deep into it. They just can't have a nuclear weapon.
What was the thinking on the call for Tehran to evacuate? Is there a threat or is there incoming? What was the thinking on the full evacuation?
I want people to be safe. And that's always possible. A thing like that could happen. I just want people to be safe. We have great people that know how to protect themselves.
And when you say better,
we'll come down so hard if they do anything to our people. We'll come down so hard that the gloves are off so beautifully. Now I think they know not to touch our troops.
And are you open to negotiating with the Iranians right now, or do you want to wait?
I don't know. I've been negotiating. I told them to do the deal. They should have done the deal. Their cities have been blown to pieces. They've lost a lot of people. They should have done the deal. I told them do the deal. So I don't know. I'm not too much in a mood to negotiate.
Yeah, you posted.
Yeah, I think it's safe. There's a lot of bad things happening. I think it's safer for them to evacuate.
प्रधानमंत्री मोदी और राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप की मुलाकात G7 समिट की साइडलाइंस पर होनी तय थी। राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप को जल्दी वापस अमेरिका लौटना पड़ा, जिसके कारण ये मुलाकात नहीं हो पाई। इसके बाद राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप के आग्रह पर आज दोनों लीडर्स की फोन पर बात हुई। बातचीत लगभग 35 मिनट चली। 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम आतंकी हमले के बाद राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप ने फोन पर प्रधानमंत्री मोदी को शोक संवेदना प्रकट की थी और आतंक के खिलाफ समर्थन व्यक्त किया था। उसके बाद दोनों लीडर्स की ये पहली बातचीत थी। इसलिए प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप से ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बारे में विस्तार से बात की। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप को स्पष्ट रूप से कहा कि 22 अप्रैल के बाद भारत ने आतंकवाद के खिलाफ कार्रवाई करने का अपना दृढ़ संकल्प पूरी दुनिया को बता दिया था। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने कहा कि 6-7 मई की रात को भारत ने पाकिस्तान और पाकिस्तान ऑक्यूपाइड कश्मीर में सिर्फ आतंकी ठिकानों को ही निशाना बनाया था। भारत के एक्शन बहुत ही मेजर्ड, प्रिसाइस और नॉन एस्केलेटरी थे। साथ ही भारत ने यह भी स्पष्ट कर
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी लग जाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
همیهنانه جمهوری اسلامی به پایان خود رسیده و در حال سقوط است. خامنه‌ای همچون موشی هراسان زیر زمین پنهان شده و کنترل اوضاع را از دست داده است. آنچه آغاز شده
All right, we have breaking news coming in right now, viewers. Prime Minister Modi has landed in Croatia after his visit to Canada for the G7 summit. And there you have the Prime Minister being greeted upon his arrival there. Prime Minister Narendra Modi received by the Croatian Prime Minister Andrej Plenković at Zagreb, and that's the breaking news we have right now. Live visuals coming, the latest visuals coming in fact, from Croatia. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi is the first Indian Prime Minister to visit the country, to visit Croatia. And it's a historic visit to Croatia, of course. The first time an Indian Prime Minister has visited the Balkan nation. And of course, he will be holding talks with the Croatian President Zoran Milanovic as well, and Prime Minister Andrej Plenković. Senior Executive Editor Abhishek Kapoor joins us live on the broadcast from Abhishek. Of course, it's a historic visit to Croatia. Tell us more about the significance of this visit.
The significance, of course, is that about the first time in the history of Croatia, an Indian Prime Minister is visiting. From its earlier, of course, it was part of the Yugoslav Republic, but it became independent in 1991. And so if you look at it, about 35 years in its independent history, and no Indian Prime Minister has visited. So Prime Minister Modi, like he has done in so many geographies, many countries, becoming the first Prime Minister visiting for the first time, in 3 decades, 4 decades, like he did in the case of Cyprus, visiting for the first time, 25. So that's significance number one. Significance number two, it's a European country, part of the European Union, it's part of the Eurozone, it's part of the Schengen area, it's part of the NATO, and for all these, memberships and alliances, India's presence has to be there and was not there at this top level, so that gap is plugged. So that's significance number. And significance number three, of course, is that in the geopolitical churn we are seeing in the present with the war in Europe, with the war in the Middle East, I think this engaging with this important geography gains that much more importance. So Prime Minister, even if it's for a few hours, Croatia, in fact, that Prime Minister being the airport itself also underscores that seriously and giving due importance. The fact that Croatia was part of the former Yugoslav Republic, and so the people ties are significant from us. The fact that there is a university, in the capital of Croatia, has an independent department of Indology, so that cultural presence is there. And of course, the fact that India is astutely building an alternate to Chinese BRI with, of course, like-minded, which is in the Middle East, Europe. So the fact that the geography there, it abuts the Adriatic Sea and and all those things taken.
Right, Abhishek, thank you so much for joining us with details coming in on that story. So those are the latest visuals coming in from Croatia. The Prime Minister, of course, is the first Indian Prime Minister to visit this European country. Remember, it's very important as far as this visit is concerned. Croatia, of course, is an EU and a NATO member, key European partner for India in a changing global security landscape. And of course, there are going to be bilateral talks and agreements, and there's a lot of investment as far as Croatia is concerned. So strengthening of bilateral ties and focus on trade, technology and cultural exchange will also be on agenda. All right, we have some breaking news coming in. This is from Vadodara Airport in Gujarat, where chaos has unfolded. Air India flight has delayed, and Air India flight delayed, which has caused the uproar. Now, the staff said the flight was delayed due to a technical fault, and later it was said to be a temperature issue. Although the pilot of the airline said it was another flight, passengers were frustrated by repeatedly getting different reasons from the Air India officials. Passengers, in fact, also were engaged in a fight the argument with the staff, and the flight scheduled for 7 a.m. started very, very late. So angry passengers from multiple locations is the scene that has become very common today, viewers. Now, this is from Vadodara Airport, and you see that the airlines are trying to trying to speak to the passengers, and they are visibly very angry because A, their flight is delayed. B, then they are not even given the right, correct reason. They are left in the lurch. And because, of course, it's their time and it's their money. Every passenger is investing time and money, their energy, and that goes for a toss when such delays, such cancellations happen. Once they tell that it happened due to temperature, then the airline staff says it happened because of a technical fault. Air India flight, once again, another Air India flight. We have lost count of the Air India flights, viewers, that are suffering these glitches. Okay, there you see the argument that is unfolding at the Vadodara airport. You can see visibly angry, enraged passengers over there. And you see the airlines staff managers also scrambling as to what to do. All right, my colleague Gopi is joining us live on the broadcast for more. Gopi, you've been tracking what's been happening in Gujarat. And this is another Air India flight. This time, some dramatic scenes unfolding at the Vadodara airport.
The number you have dialed is...
Gopi, can you hear me? Are you connected with us? Gopi, we'll just connect with my colleague Gopi, who is reporting from Gujarat right now, and chaos unfolding at the Vadodara airport. And you can see that the passengers, they are right now left in the lurch, and that's why they are also enraged. And this is an argument that unfolded at the Vadodara airport. It's another Air India flight that has been delayed today, this morning. And another Air India flight delayed. We still do not know why did it really happen, but clearly another case in point as the aviation crisis in the country continues. And we have some more breaking news coming in this time. The update coming in from West Asia. The Israeli Air Force has revealed a fresh strike deep inside the Iranian territory. Israeli fighter jets operating over Iranian skies this morning identified and destroyed 5 Iranian AH-1 attack helicopters stationed at the military base in western Iran. This happens, viewers, even as Ayatollah Khamenei has said that it is not going to surrender. It has also warned the United States of joining the war with Israel, and says that it will not augur well, that there will be dire consequences for Israel and the United States if it comes in. So Israel also continuing with its airstrikes. It has also hit the helicopters in Kermanshah. This is the visual that has come in from western Iran. And viewers, this is happening as we speak, minute by minute developments on Republic TV from West Asia. And now Iranian helicopters shot down by the Israeli Air Forces. They've attacked 5 Iranian helicopters in western Iran. And we go back to also the news on Ayatollah Khamenei. Before that, viewers, we will also listen into what IDF spokesperson has said.
We are now on day 5 of Operation Rising Lion. We've struck deep, hitting Iran's nuclear, ballistic, and command capabilities. The Iranian regime has spent years getting closer to a nuclear weapon. They have spent billions building a ballistic missile program. Our mission is clear: to remove the threat at its source. Last night, the IDF eliminated Ali Shamadani, the regime's wartime chief of general staff. Shamadani held the role for only 4 days before meeting the same fate as his predecessor. This mission was based on real-time and emerging intelligence. We have delivered significant blows to the Iranian regime, and as such, they have been pushed back into central Iran. They are now focusing their efforts on conducting missile fire from the area of Isfahan. We are aiming at military targets. They are attacking civilian homes. The IDF will continue to operate with precision, strength, and resolve to ensure the safety of the people of Israel. Israel faces threats on many fronts. While we are working to remove threats from Iran, we are still fighting their proxy, Hamas, in Gaza, who is still holding 53 of our hostages in brutal conditions. We will not rest until they are returned home. Thank you very much.
And meanwhile, viewers, it's a massive aerial operation this morning that has been conducted by Israel, and nearly 25 fighter jets carried out coordinated strikes on over 40 missile-related sites linked to the Iranian regime. The targets included missile storage facilities and military operatives preparing threats against Israel. And the strike comes as tensions between Tehran and Jerusalem continues to escalate, viewers. So 25 fighter jets striking more than 40 Iranian missile sites, viewers. And of course, the war of words also in full swing. And we've seen how Donald Trump had also spoken about, he had posted on social media, as he said that we all know that the United States knows where Ayatollah Khamenei is hiding. We're not going to take him for now. We're not going to take him out for now, he said. Also, his next post was plain and simple, unconditional surrender. That's what he had written. To which now Khamenei has said that Israel will be punished, that it will not stop, that nobody can stop Israel, that nobody can stop Iran, says Ayatollah Khamenei. He also warns Donald Trump. He hits back at Donald Trump, saying that the United States will have to pay if it comes in. And we have my colleague Nick joining us live in the broadcast for more. Nick, well, as we continue to track Israeli operations also and what Iran is doing in its strikes in Israel, the latest update we have is that Ayatollah Khamenei has made it very clear that he's not going to budge. His tone was escalatory, and he has also hit back at the United States now.
Yes, that's right. But this is our just words. I think that Iran wants this war to end because they understand they don't have enough capabilities even to withstand Israel for a long term, because now Israel controlling the airspace of Iran, and also Israel has much more power to destroy very sensitive places that Iran was developing there, the nuclear weapons, and also Israel can target almost any military leader of Iran, and even they can target the leadership of Iran. They don't do it yet, but yet Khamenei can be the next target. And the Minister of Defense of Israel already said it, that if Khamenei will continue, maybe his fate will be like this of Saddam Hussein. That's why I think Iran talking about that they are strong, but actually they're really weak. And if the United States will join this war, it maybe can be the end of the Islamic revolutionary regime that took the power in Iran in 1979. And actually, before that, Israel and Iran were good friends. And just because of this regime with Khamenei, everything has been changed.
Absolutely. In fact, just on with us, we have we'll just play that bite out once again. The Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei said that Israel has made a grave mistake and it will face the consequences. And not to forget how it also has said that the United States will also be targeted and it will have to bear the consequences. Listening to Ayatollah Khamenei. So Iranian Supreme Leader warning Israel of consequences and the United States as well. Because remember, Donald Trump has said that there should be an unconditional surrender. Now remember that US has been a long-time ally of Israel, and it has also mobilized its resources. If we talk about the US Navy, or if we talk about the United States Air Force, and it is there to protect. It wants to protect, of course, its own air bases. And Iran had said that whoever, just to put it in context, viewers, whoever tries to come in or help Israel, we will attack. We will attack UK, France, or United States air bases. We will attack United States. Meanwhile, viewers, Iranian ambassador to UN in Geneva has also issued a sharp warning, saying that whatever Israel is doing, it's doing with US intel support. And they also said that Iran is closely monitoring the developments, and if Tehran concludes that the US is directly involved in any attack, Iran is going to respond to the United States.
We firmly believe that the United States is complicit in what Israel is doing. Israel without United States is nothing. Whatever Israel is doing is with the support, the military support and intelligence support of the United States. And we are totally ready to give appropriate response to any development. We will follow the developments, we will follow the actions of the United States, and at any time, at any point, if we come to the conclusion that United States is directly involved in attacks against Iran, we will start responding to United States.
All right, viewers. So there you have. My colleague Nick continues to join us from Tel Aviv. Now, Nick, we clearly heard what the Iranians are saying. They say that they continue to try and say that if United States, if United States is involved in any which way, it vows to hit back at United States. This is clear escalation, and it could spiral into even a more dangerous conflict.
Yes, that's right, because Russia and China can also maybe join this war and it could become a global conflict. But nobody wants it really. And that's why this conflict should stay regional and it should be concluded soon. Actually, Israel already is going to relieve the emergency situation in most of the country in the coming hours. And maybe this is the first sign that this war is maybe de-escalating. And Israel already trying to say that we reached most of our targets, which was to eliminate as much as possible of the nuclear capabilities of Iran. And to finish this war and to finish this job, just the United States can do that, but not sure that they will want actually to join the war. And that's why now it's better probably to Israel to end it before it will be a war of attrition, which will be really bad for the economy, for the people. After more than 1.5 years of constant war against Gaza after the 7th of October, actually Israel already now in a situation that it is in the middle of the worst war it ever had, the longest one, even longer than the War of Independence in the 48, right, when the country just established. And that's why it's better for Israel to end it soon.
Nick Colleton, thanks so much for joining us from Israel. We, of course, keep a close eye on what's happening on ground zero as well. We have some more breaking news coming in. Now, Indian students who are stuck in war-torn Iran are now being flown from Armenia to New Delhi, and they are currently on the way. What we know is that this is the first flight, I understand, Indian students evacuating from Iran. There you have, there are students from across the country, from Jammu and Kashmir to Uttar Pradesh. There are students from many states of India that was stranded there, but the embassy facilitating the evacuation of these Indian students, hundreds of Indian students there studying, pursuing medical studies and other courses. And there you have them boarding the train, boarding the flight from Iran, and I think it's from Armenia. And that's the breaking news we are getting in right now. Indian students being evacuated, and they are being flown from Armenia because they were shifted to Armenia. And now they are taking a flight from Armenia to New Delhi. Meanwhile, viewers, few students in Tehran University of Medical Sciences still remain stuck. They are waiting for evacuation too. Take a look.
हेलो एवरीवन, हम लोग तेहरान यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ मेडिकल साइंसेज के स्टूडेंट्स हैं और इस टाइम पे यहाँ पे जो ये वॉर सिचुएशन चल रही है, हम लोगों को तेहरान यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ मेडिकल साइंसेज उन्होंने हमें यहाँ पे सेफर लोकेशन पे वो हमें लेकर आए हैं, लेकिन अभी तक एम्बेसी का कोई भी वो लोग हमें इवैक्यूएट नहीं कर रहे हैं। हम लोग कब से उनके साथ कॉन्टैक्ट करने की कोशिश करें, बट उनका कोई भी रिस्पॉन्स हमें अभी तक नहीं आया है। हमारी दोनों की दोनों डॉर्मेटरीज, बॉयज़ डॉर्मेटरी और गर्ल्स डॉर्मेटरी डिस्ट्रॉय हो चुकी है। हम लोग अभी ट्रॉमेटाइज सिचुएशन में हैं। हम लोग बहुत टाइम से, पिछले 5 दिनों से हम लोग एक्सप्लोजन्स पे एक्सप्लोजन्स देखे जा रहे हैं। रातों को हम लोगों को नींद नहीं आती है, रातों को पूरी फुल नाइट हम लोगों को ऊपर से एक्सप्लोजन्स होते रहते हैं। हम लोग लिटरली बिल्कुल भी सो नहीं पाए। हम लोगों को बहुत ट्रॉमेटाइज्ड इस टाइम पे सिचुएशन है। हम लोग यहाँ पे हम लोगों को यूनिवर्सिटी ने सेफर लोकेशन पे सिर्फ हम लोग को यूनिवर्सिटी लेकर आई है। एम्बेसी के साइड से अभी कोई भी जवाब एम्बेसी की साइड से अभी तक नहीं आ रहा है। प्लीज हम लोग आप लोगों से रिक्वेस्ट करें कि प्लीज फॉर गॉड सेक हमें यहाँ से इवैक्यूएट करने की, प्लीज हम इवैक्यूएट करें यहाँ से। हम लोग यहाँ पे बहुत, हम यहाँ पे इतनी सारी प्रॉब्लम्स हमें हो रही है, वो प्रॉब्लम्स देखेगा कौन?
Israel wants US to enter. Trump threatens Ayatollah. Is the conflict of West Asia ready for a third entrant? Day 6 of escalation, regime change operation in motion, debating tonight at 9 p.m.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
प्रधानमंत्री मोदी और राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप की मुलाकात G7 समिट की साइडलाइंस पर होनी तय थी। राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप को जल्दी वापस अमेरिका लौटना पड़ा, जिसके कारण ये मुलाकात नहीं हो पाई। इसके बाद राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप के आग्रह पर आज दोनों लीडर्स की फोन पर बात हुई। बातचीत लगभग 35 मिनट चली। 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम आतंकी हमले के बाद राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप ने फोन पर प्रधानमंत्री मोदी को शोक संवेदना प्रकट की थी और आतंक के खिलाफ समर्थन व्यक्त किया था। उसके बाद दोनों लीडर्स की ये पहली बातचीत थी। इसलिए प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप से ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बारे में विस्तार से बात की। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप को स्पष्ट रूप से कहा कि 22 अप्रैल के बाद भारत ने आतंकवाद के खिलाफ कार्रवाई करने का अपना दृढ़ संकल्प पूरी दुनिया को बता दिया था। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने कहा कि 6-7 मई की रात को भारत ने पाकिस्तान और पाकिस्तान ऑक्यूपाइड कश्मीर में सिर्फ आतंकी ठिकानों को ही निशाना बनाया था। भारत के एक्शन बहुत ही मेजर्ड, प्रिसाइज और नॉन एस्केलेटरी थे। साथ ही भारत ने यह भी स्पष्ट कर दिया था कि पाकिस्तान की गोली का जवाब भारत गोले से देगा। 9 मई की रात को उपराष्ट्रपति वांस ने प्रधानमंत्री मोदी को फोन किया था। उपराष्ट्रपति वांस ने कहा था कि पाकिस्तान भारत पर बड़ा हमला कर सकता है। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने उन्हें साफ शब्दों में बताया था कि यदि ऐसा होता है तो भारत पाकिस्तान को उससे भी बड़ा जवाब देगा। 9-10 मई की रात को पाकिस्तान के हमले का भारत ने बहुत सशक्त जवाब दिया और पाकिस्तान की सेना को बहुत नुकसान पहुंचाया। उसके मिलिट्री एयर बेसिस को इनऑपरेबल बना दिया। भारत के मुंहतोड़ जवाब के कारण पाकिस्तान को भारत से सैन्य कार्रवाई रोकने का आग्रह करना पड़ा। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप को स्पष्ट रूप से कहा कि इस पूरे घटनाक्रम के दौरान कभी भी किसी भी स्तर पर भारत अमेरिका ट्रेड डील या अमेरिका द्वारा भारत और पाकिस्तान के बीच मध्यस्थता जैसे विषयों पर बात नहीं हुई थी। सैन्य कार्रवाई रोकने की बात सीधे भारत और पाकिस्तान के बीच दोनों सेनाओं की एग्जिस्टिंग चैनल्स के माध्यम से हुई थी और पाकिस्तान के ही आग्रह पर हुई थी। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने जोर देकर कहा कि भारत ने न तो कभी मध्यस्थता स्वीकार की थी, न करता है और न ही कभी करेगा। इस विषय पर भारत में पूर्ण रूप से राजनीतिक एकमत है। राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप ने प्रधानमंत्री द्वारा विस्तार में बताई गई बातों को समझा और आतंकवाद के खिलाफ भारत की लड़ाई के प्रति समर्थन व्यक्त किया। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने यह भी कहा कि भारत अब आतंकवाद को प्रॉक्सी वॉर नहीं, युद्ध के रूप में ही देखता है और भारत का ऑपरेशन सिंदूर अभी भी जारी है। राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप ने प्रधानमंत्री मोदी से पूछा कि क्या वे कनाडा से वापसी में अमेरिका रुक कर जा सकते हैं। पूर्व निर्धारित कार्यक्रमों के कारण प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने अपनी असमर्थता व्यक्त की। दोनों लीडर्स ने तब तय किया कि वे निकट भविष्य में मिलने का प्रयास करेंगे। राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप और प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने इजरायल ईरान के बीच चल रहे संघर्ष पर भी चर्चा की।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
You just posted right before we took off that you're not leaving because of a ceasefire. Why are you? Can you elaborate?
Getting better than ceasefire. We're not looking for a ceasefire. I didn't say I was looking for a ceasefire. That was Emmanuel, nice guy, but he doesn't get it right too often. But we're not looking. We're looking for better than a ceasefire.
What specifically is better than a ceasefire? What are you looking for here?
An end, a real end, not a ceasefire. An end.
So something that will be permanent.
Or giving up entirely. That's okay too.
Are you close there? Are you possible? Is that possible in the next 24?
Why not? Certainly possible. Complete give up. That's possible. Yeah, doing pretty well right now. We're doing pretty well. Remember, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. We don't have to go too deep into it. They just can't have a nuclear weapon.
What was the thinking on the call for Tehran to evacuate? Is there a threat or is there incoming? What was the thinking about the full evacuation?
I want people to be safe. And that's always possible. A thing like that could happen. I just want people to be safe. We have great people that know how to protect themselves.
And when you say better, what?
Oh, we'll come down so hard if they do anything to our people. We'll come down so hard that the gloves are off so beautifully. Now, I think they know not to touch our troops.
And are you open to negotiating with the Iranians right now, or do you want to wait?
I don't know. I've been negotiating. I told them to do the deal. They should have done the deal. Their cities have been blown to pieces. They've lost a lot of people. They should have done the deal. I told them do the deal. So I don't know. I'm not too much in a mood to negotiate.
Yeah, you posted.
Yeah, I think it's safe. There's a lot of bad things happening. I think it's safer for them to evacuate.
The Iran-Israel conflict has flared up in earnest. What we saw initially was the good cop, bad cop routine, in which the United States was playing the good cop by engaging Iran in talks, and all the while Israel was giving threats of taking military action, strong military action to destroy the nascent Iranian nuclear capability. In fact, this good cop, bad cop routine was used to achieve surprise. Iran thought that one day before the talks were scheduled between America and Iran, Israel would not strike, but it did, and it caught a lot of the top Iranian military leadership together huddled in conferences, etc., and was able to do a fair amount of damage. So far, what has the Israeli strategy been? The Israeli strategy has been to carry out a surgical strike against Iran's nuclear capability, nascent nuclear capability. To that extent, it has hit Natanz, the nuclear enrichment site. It has hit many weapon fabrication laboratories and other experimental laboratories close by around Tehran complex. It has also primarily hit at command and control targets. It has eliminated a large number of Iranian senior military officials, which include the head of the IRGC, the head of the Iranian army, head of the Iranian Air Force, and their chief of intelligence. Now, these are very severe losses in terms of leadership. Command and control attrition has been highly effective to the extent that Iran has now ordered that none of its top commanders will be carrying mobiles, because they have been tracked through their mobiles and hit with great amount of precision. To start with, the Israelis had...
Israel wants US to enter. Trump threatens Ayatollah. Is the conflict of West Asia ready for a third entrant? Day 6 of escalation, regime change operation in motion, debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Time at any point, if we come to the conclusion that United States is directly involved in attacks against Iran, we will start responding to United States.
Iran's ambassador to the United Nations in Geneva says if US intervenes, Iran will respond. Fresh footage from Israel-Iran conflict show the elimination of terrorist cell in Jabalia. West Asia remains on the edge. Republic reports from damaged, destructed areas in Tel Aviv. After multiple technical snags, Air India has now ordered to reduce flight operations by 30%.
Pakistan's attempt to mischaracterize Operation Sindoor, our precise and proportionate response, as military aggression is unconscionable. When a state harbors terrorists who massacre innocents, defensive action is not just a right, it is a solemn duty.
And Indian diplomat Kshitij Tyagi slams Pakistan at UN Human Rights Council, says when a state harbors terrorists, defense action is not just a right but a solemn duty. Good evening, welcome to Republic. Our top focus is going to be on the West Asian escalating conflict. Iran's supreme leader Imam Khamenei has now threatened the United States. Washington must know that we will not surrender and that any American attack will have dire and irreparable consequences. Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Khamenei also says any US military intervention will undoubtedly cost the Americans irreversible harm. These are words from Iran's supreme leader. We're also going to be joined on our show by guests who will be joining us. I have Nikita Mentkovich, director of the Eurasia Analytical Club, joining us in Russia, joining us from Moscow. We're also going to be joined by former Israeli government spokesperson. I'm going to first go across to Nikita to understand what this really means and the challenges that Khamenei is also going to be making. It's very clear, Nikita, that these are words that are coming out from the Iran supreme leader, but he's also going to be having to face the fact that there is an absence of experienced military leadership, increasingly because of the attacks that has been felt in Iran. Several of the top commanders have been confirmed dead. And himself, Ayatollah Khamenei, now known for his stubborn approach, ruled Iran for 36 years, going to be seen as on the back foot with less experienced leaders with him.
Let's start with one fact. We shouldn't speak about leaders or regime. Iran is under aggression, committed by Israel, supported by the United States. They kill civilians. They attack nuclear objects, factories. They kill a lot of people in Iran. It's unprovoked and unreasonable aggression against the independent country. Of course, Iran is trying to fight back against Israel aggression and mentioned that if United States will openly join this terrorist attack against independent country, Iran is going to answer. Now it's up to United States. Are they ready to support one more aggression against country which doesn't want to be a colony of United States? Or they will leave this conflict? In fact, we see in your air a lot of information from the position of Israel. But we should remember, this is a country aggressor. It started the war. Israel is the country which is actually running illegal nuclear program. But it's okay for United States.
Okay, I also want to know across to the other guests, Mr. Mentkovich, who's joining us now. Eylon Levy, former Israeli government spokesperson, now with us. Eylon, how are we supposed to look at it? We're also now being told that Iran is giving out a warning to America. Increasingly, it seems President Trump's social media words are clear that there could be some sort of an involvement of America in this escalation in Western Asia. How are you looking at it?
Indeed, the Iranian regime is directly threatening the United States in order to protect its illegal nuclear weapons program. In the last few days, we've seen Israel embarking on a campaign of self-defense against the Iranian regime that repeatedly calls for Israel's destruction and was on the cusp of building nuclear weapons. And in the last few days, we've seen astonishing successes by Israel to cut down Iran's ballistic missiles, to cut down its nuclear weapons capability. And now the United States is considering getting involved, and the Iranian regime is directly threatening it. Obviously, if the Iranian regime chooses to attack the United States, that would be a very big mistake.
Go ahead, Mr. Levy.
Well, it would be a terrible mistake for the Iranian regime to attack the United States, because the United States would be able to deliver the death blow to the Iranian nuclear weapons program and to the regime itself. The regime is getting desperate. This is not the war it was expecting to fight. The regime surrounded Israel with a network of proxy armies, Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, in order to destabilize the Middle East and advance their vision of destroying the state of Israel. That war of aggression that the Iranian regime has been waging through its proxies has backfired terribly, and Israel is now taking action to protect the world from the possibility of an Iranian nuclear bomb, which would destabilize not only West Asia, but the whole world.
Okay, now I also want to ask you, Mr. Levy, you mentioned about how the pounding has also been given to Iran. In fact, we've also seen the ripple effects are not only confined to Iran's borders, Khamenei's regional alliance, that is the axis of resistance that was there. Hezbollah's chief, Nasrallah, an ally of Khamenei, was last year killed in an Israeli airstrike. In December, the Syrian President Bashar al-Assad was ousted. How are you looking at this particular crisis, this escalating conflict panning out for the entire West Asian region?
But what we're seeing now is the Israel-Iran phase of the October 7th war. The Iranian axis declared war on Israel on October 7th, 2023, when Hamas invaded and committed those terrible atrocities against Israeli civilians. Iran's other proxy armies joined in, Hezbollah from Lebanon, the Houthis from Yemen, and Israel has, to a large extent, defeated them. And now Israel is holding Iran directly to account for its regional aggression. The Iranian regime expected that it could use those proxy armies that had destabilized the Middle East and sown chaos in the region in order to protect its nuclear weapons program. But Hamas has been thrashed, Hezbollah has been defeated, the Houthis are only able to fire one ballistic missile every day, and the Assad regime has fallen, and the Iranian regime now finds itself completely alone. What we're looking at now is not the beginning of a conflict, it's the end of a conflict, as the Iranian regime is made to pay the price for the aggression that it has committed against Israel through proxy armies that have sown chaos and destruction in Western Asia.
I also want to ask you, Iran has vowed retaliation, has already launched missiles. How is Israel preparing for this broader conflict?
Israel is prioritizing degrading the Iranian regime's ability to continue waging its war of aggression. Israel is focusing now on killing the leaders of the Iranian military, on taking out the launchers of the ballistic missiles, attacking the missiles themselves so that Iran cannot respond. On the first night, the Iranian regime wanted to fire 1,000 ballistic missiles at Israeli cities. They only managed about 200 because Israel destroyed the launchers. Israel has destroyed around half of Iran's ballistic missile launchers so that it cannot rain rockets directly at Israeli cities and continue killing Israeli civilians.
All right. Lonely, we thank you for joining us for that perspective. It's a top focus we'll continuously track right here on Republic TV. Viewers, we're now going to show you ground reports coming in from our colleague Nick Colathon. He's been around Tel Aviv. He's been showing us the devastation from disturbing sites where he's visited, and he's also showing us how there has been a lot of damage also in Tel Aviv, meanwhile also giving us a perspective. Take a look.
Here behind me you can see the residential area in the center of Israel, and one of the ballistic missiles of Iran targeted this area where there is a schools, kindergartens, many residential buildings, and see what a huge hole just one rocket did. You can see the impact just of one rocket. See how big is that? And there are 10 buses here which were completely destroyed by this rocket. And in those buses, each morning, children are taken to the school, and you can see it is completely destroyed. You can see the destruction. And if the children was here now, they probably all would be dead. And this is what Iran is doing. They are targeting those kind of places where residential places are, where there's so many infrastructure, public places, regular people are living here, and you can see the destruction, how many of the buses were destroyed completely. And now some Jewish Orthodox Jews came here to cheer up the people of Israel. They probably want to say to them that God with us, with Israel, this is the promised land, and Israel will prevail. And you can see what a huge damage to all those buses, 10 buses, each of them with about 70 or even more places. And those buses at this hour when the rockets strike, usually taking children to the kindergartens and to the schools. But because Israel declared a military situation, emergency situation, the kindergarten, schools and workplaces are not open, and that's why there were no one here, no children. And this is a miracle that no one was killed from this ballistic attack by Iran. But you can understand what a huge disaster that could be. Nick Colathon, center of Israel.
And viewers, we're also now going to tell you an unthinkable praise from Pakistan's parliament. A sitting MP admits that Uttar Pradesh, an Indian state, is economically stronger than Pakistan itself. The comparison isn't just startling, it's a humiliation for Islamabad and a big nod to the Yogi model of governance.
A stunning admission has rocked the Pakistani parliament. A sitting MP has praised Uttar Pradesh's economy, saying it's in better shape than Pakistan's entire nation. In a video now viral on social media, the MP says Pakistan's total budget is $62 billion, while Uttar Pradesh alone has a budget of $97 billion.
ये मैं आपको कुछ फैक्ट फिगर देता हूं। पाकिस्तान का टोटल बजट आउटले हमारा 62 बिलियन है, जबकि इंडिया 50 स्टेट से एक स्टेट का बजट आउटले उत्तर प्रदेश का 97 बिलियन है। हमारा टोटल टैक्स रेवेन्यू 50 बिलियन, हमारा रेवेन्यू 50 बिलियन, जबकि उत्तर प्रदेश का 80 बिलियन। हमारा टैक्स रेवेन्यू उनके टैक्स रेवेन्यू से 16 बिलियन कम है।
And there's breaking news that's coming in. There's chaos at the Vadodara airport. The Air India flight delayed has now caused this uproar. We're now being told The staff said the flight was delayed due to a technical fault. Later, it was said to be a temperature issue, though the pilots said it was another flight. Passengers frustrated by repeatedly getting different reasons from the Air India officials. Passengers fought with the staff. The flight, scheduled for 7 a.m., started very late. I'm going to try and go across to Gopi to give us more details. Let's listen into those voices coming from the Vadodara airport.
They are not boarded. They are at the gate. They are at the gate. They are not boarded. They are cheating us.
5 दिन पहले तुम्हारा एक एयरक्राफ्ट गिर जाता है, कल तुम्हारे सेम एयरक्राफ्ट में इशू आता है, तुम्हें लगता है वैसे ही बोर्ड कर लेंगे इसको? और अभी तुम बोर्ड कराओगे भी तो कोई फायदा है नहीं. आई एम नॉट गोइंग टू स्टार्ट हो गया सर.
Gopi is joining us live to give us more details on this. Gopi, there's chaos at the airport. Give us details about what happened.
Well, in fact, it has become a pattern since past few weeks now with Air India. We have seen yesterday it was at the Ahmedabad airport, while today we are seeing these visuals from the Vadodara airport. This flight was in fact going from Vadodara to Delhi, and there was utter chaos at the airport. 3 different reasons were given behind the delay of this Air India aircraft. One of the airport officials was saying that there was a technical snag, while the other person was saying that there was some other reason, while the pilot denied, saying that it was not this aircraft but some other aircraft. We have been seeing from those visuals how all the passengers were frustrated and they were raising their voice towards the delay, while the flight was delayed for over 3.5 to 4 hours. Let's tell our viewers that this has been repeatedly happening at almost every airport every other day, and it has become a pattern with Air India. Back to you.
Thank you, Gopi, for giving us those details. There are no reasons given to passengers. Another Air India flight is delayed. A fierce political face-off has erupted over Prime Minister Modi's call with US President Donald Trump. Congress leader Jairam Ramesh hits out at the government, citing a triple jhatka to India's foreign policy.
Congress leader Jairam Ramesh has slammed Prime Minister Modi, calling recent diplomatic developments a triple jhatka to India's foreign policy. He flagged Pakistan Field Marshal Asim Munir's invitation for a one-on-one lunch with US President Trump, despite Munir's alleged links to the Pahalgam terror attack. Ramesh called it a setback to Indian diplomacy and questioned the Modi government's silence on the issue.
जो राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप के नोट में है और जो हमारे विदेश सचिव के नोट में है, ये जमीन आसमान का फर्क है। तो हम चाहते हैं, देखिए प्रधानमंत्री जी, आपने राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप से बात की और आप कह रहे हैं मैंने ये कहा, वो कहा, आप एक सर्वदलीय बैठक क्यों नहीं बुलाते?
Meanwhile, the Trump-Modi call seems to have armed the BJP leaders. Attacking the Congress, BJP said Congress's lies have been exposed.
I don't want to dignify the Congress party's ongoing, hallucinatory, I would call it hallucinatory fake narratives that they go and put on. But through all this, I get the feeling, Suchitra ji, that they're always looking for some way in which they can show India down.
मोदी जी ने साफ कर दिया कि इस पूरे ऑपरेशन के दौरान कहीं पर भी ट्रेड का कोई जिक्र नहीं हुआ। इसका मतलब कांग्रेस पार्टी लगातार भारत की सेना के पराक्रम को, भारत की कूटनीतिक पराक्रम को नीचा करवाने के लिए, पाकिस्तान के नैरेटिव को मजबूत करने के लिए और भारत की सेना के मनोबल को तोड़ने के लिए झूठ का इस्तेमाल कर रही थी।
Meanwhile, Congress leader also demanded a debate in the parliament and an all-party meeting to showcase unity and solidarity over the issue.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IAHM.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
همیهنانم جمهوری اسلامی به پایان خود رسیده و در حال سقوط است. خامنه‌ای همچون موشی هراسان زیر زمین پنهان شده و کنترل اوضاع را از دست داده است. آنچه آغاز شده برگشت ناپذیر است. آینده روشن است و ما با هم از این پیچ تند تاریخ عبور خواهیم کرد. در این روزهای دشوار دل من با همه شهروندان بی‌دفاعی است که آسیب دیدند و قربانی جنگ طلبی و توهمات خامنه‌ای شدند. من سالها کوشیدم تا میهنمان گرفتار آتش جنگ نشود. پایان جمهوری اسلامی، پایان جنگ
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
विमल में गुलिस्तान की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
همیهنانه جمهوری اسلامی به پایان خود رسیده و در حال سقوط است. خامنه‌ای همچون موشی هراسان زیر زمین پنهان شده و کنترل اوضاع را از دست داده است. آنچه آغاز شده برگشت ناپذیر است. آینده روشن است و ما با هم از این پیچ تند تاریخ عبور خواهیم کرد. در این روزهای دشوار دل من با همه شهروندان بی‌دفاعی است که آسیب دیدند و قربانی جنگ طلبی و توهمات خامنه‌ای شدند. من سالها کوشیدم تا میهنمان گرفتار آتش جنگ نشود. پایان جمهوری اسلامی، پایان جنگ 46 ساله آن با ملت ایران است. دستگاه سرکوب رژیم در حال فروپاشی است. تنها یک خیزش همگانی لازم است تا این کابوس برای همیشه پایان یابد. اکنون زمان ایستادن است. زمان بازپسگیری ایران. همه با هم، از بندر عباس تا بندر انزلی، از شیراز تا اصفهان، از تبریز تا زاهدان، از مشهد تا اهواز، از شهر کرد تا کرمانشاه به صحنه بیاییم. پایان این رژیم را رقم بزنیم. نگران فردای پس از سقوط جمهوری اسلامی نباشید. ایران دچار جنگ داخلی و بی‌ثباتی نخواهد شد. ما برای آینده ایران و شکوفایی‌اش برنامه داریم. ما برای 100 روز نخست پس از سقوط، دوران گذار و استقرار یک حکومت ملی و دموکراتیک برای ملت ایران و به دست ملت ایران آماده ایم. خطاب به نیروهای نظامی و انتظامی، امنیتی و دولتی که این روزها بسیاری از آنها به من پیام می‌فرستند. برای حفظ رژیمی که سقوط
You can see one of the targets of the Iranian missiles, but all of them, as you can see, are completely destroyed just from one ballistic missile. You see, this is what happened from one ballistic missile that Iran shot towards Israel. This is what Iran doing. They are striking civilian residential areas all across Israel.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching 6 Stories at 6. Let's quickly take you across the 6 agenda-setting stories of the day that we're tracking at this edition. It's day 6 of Israel-Iran conflict and unending escalation, which has no end in sight as yet. And as West Asia remains on the edge, Republic reports from Tel Aviv in Israel. We get to the live reportage on what's happening at Ground Zero. The crisis that Air India is going through is only aggravating. Passengers have been completely stranded at airports, and the latest visual that we've got today is from the Vadodara airport. Meanwhile, India has set the record straight, calling out Trump's bluff on India-Pakistan ceasefire. We'll get to the full statement of the Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri. Also on the show is India's sharp takedown of Pakistan at the UNHRC, a rebuke that you just cannot miss. And finally, the headline that we are tracking on this broadcast is Justice Yashwant Verma's case, where he is in the eye of the storm of India's biggest judicial scandal and has refused to step down. These are the 6 stories that we are tracking on this edition. But starting first up with the top focus story. Now, the war between Israel and Iran entered a dangerous new phase, now in its 6th day. Both nations are relentlessly expanding their attacks, with missile strikes and airstrikes intensifying across the region. In a bold move, Iran has unleashed its advanced hypersonic missile at Israel, claiming a breach of the country's formidable defense system. Meanwhile, Israel strikes back with precision, targeting Iran's most critical military infrastructure. It is therefore a tit-for-tat strike. Here are all the updates. Take a look.
The deadly conflict between Israel and Iran has now entered its 6th day, with escalating attacks on both the sides. Iran has claimed that it has arrested a Mossad agent. This latest round of violence has intensified the already volatile situation, as both nations exchange airstrikes and missile barrages with growing fury. In the early hours of Wednesday, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, or the IRGC, claims to have launched advanced Fateh-1 hypersonic missiles at Israel. Iran described the operation as a success, saying that the missiles breached Israel's much-publicized air defenses. Iran's hypersonic missile strike on Tel Aviv marks a bold escalation. But despite Tehran's claims, Israel's military superiority remains undeniable. Not taking the onslaught lying down, Israel's Air Force has responded with calculated precision and power, carrying out multiple airstrikes on Iranian military facilities, including weapon production sites and key infrastructure. Over the course of this brutal conflict, Israel's military has systematically destroyed key Iranian military assets, nuclear encroachment sites, missile production facilities, and terror-linked infrastructure. While Tehran boasts of its missile advances, it is Israel's superior defense capabilities that have kept civilians safe, protecting critical targets and ensuring minimal damage. The United States has firmly backed Israel, with President Donald Trump demanding Iran's unconditional surrender. Iran's leadership, however, continues to spin narratives, claiming dominance in the skies over Israel. The IRGC insists that the Fateh missile launch has proven Israel's air defenses are now obsolete. But these boasts stand in stark contrast to the reality on ground, where Israel's high-tech defense systems have proven more than capable of neutralizing Iranian threat time and time again. As tensions continue to simmer, thousands of civilians have been evacuated from high-risk areas, and Israel's Iron Dome continues to protect homes, schools, and hospitals from the deadly barrage of missiles launched by Iran. As Israel continues to defend itself against Iran's provocations, the world watches closely. The conflict is far from over, but one thing remains crystal clear: Israel will not be intimidated.
Now, in a live address, Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Khamenei has said that Iran stands united and will not surrender. Now, in his statement, which comes after the United States President Donald Trump's call for the country to surrender, Khamenei warned that any United States strike or intervention will have serious, irrepressible consequences. Now, Tehran has claimed that they have fired hypersonic Fatah-1 missiles at Israel in the latest round of overnight strikes. The United States president insisted Washington has played no role in Israel's bombing campaign, but also warned Iran that this patience is wearing thin. The Israeli military also said that 2 barrages of Iranian missiles were launched towards Israel in the first 2 hours of Wednesday morning. Explosions were heard over Tel Aviv as well, and this happened, remember, just overnight. In fact, Nick is joining us live from Tel Aviv in Israel. Nick, yesterday, Iran had launched a barrage of ballistic missiles. We learned that they were fired in a wave of 2, one of 15 and the other of 10 rounds of ballistic missile. What is the situation like right now on the ground? Because as far as you got us reports from yesterday, there was huge damage and destruction that was seen. Was it more severe than what it was yesterday? And has Israel intercepted those missiles?
So, yesterday night, actually, the barrage was smaller than the days before. And this time, Israel intercepted all of the missiles almost. And there was no too much damage this time. And I think this is because Israel now in a good position controlling the airspace of Iran, and they can intercept the missile launchers in Iran. That's why for Iran now it's much more complicated to launch attacks against Israel. And they are doing it from places that they are not used. They are on the run. They are doing it not as they planned before. And that's why now in Israel, as you can see behind me, this is a shopping mall. And the regular life is a little bit coming back in Israel. The new regulation that is starting in the coming hours, saying that Israelis can come back to workplaces. They can gather even in close places. 100 people can be in one place, outside around 50 people. And all the places, shops where there is bomb shelters next to them, that you can reach them on time, also can work. And the flights in and from Israel are starting to return. Now the flights are for those who are stuck abroad. Many Israelis want to come back to Israel, but they can't do that since the night between the 12th and the 13th of these months. And now, slowly, they will be able to come back. The Israeli air flight, the national flagship El Al, even will use some ships because Israel have the Mediterranean Sea. Right. And with those rented ships, they will also bring some Israelis back to Israel.
Right, Nick. Thank you very much for getting us those details. We will keep coming back to you as and when there are more updates in the story. But for now, we move on and shift our focus to the other stories that we're tracking on this edition of 6 Stories at 6. Air India is in a huge crisis yet again. We got you incidents where time and again, due to engine failure or technical snags, there were delays in the flight. Another incident similar to this has surfaced once again today. Now, this incident that we're going to talk about happened at the Vadodara airport. Now, the visuals that you see on your screens right now are from the Vadodara airport, where chaos erupted after delayed Air India flight, sparking an uproar among passengers. The staff initially cited a technical fault as the reason for the delay, but later attributed it to temperature issue. However, the pilot's explanation contradicted these claims, saying it was related to another flight. This inconsistency led to widespread frustration among passengers who were already upset due to the flight's significant delay. The situation escalated with passengers clashing with Air India staff. These incidents, remember, ladies and gentlemen, highlight the challenges that are faced by Air India in maintaining its flight schedules and ensuring that passengers' satisfaction is supreme and is at the priority. Here's what happened at the Vadodara airport today.
They are not boarded. They are at the gate. They are at the gate. They are not boarded. They are cheating us.
एयरक्राफ्ट गिर जाते हैं, कल तुम्हारे सेम एयरक्राफ्ट में इशू आता है, तुम्हें लगता है हम ऐसे बोर्ड कर लेंगे इसको? और अभी तो बोर्ड कराओगे भी तो कोई फायदा है नहीं। आई एम नॉट गोइंग टू स्टार्ट हो गया सर।
टेक्निकल का आप 3 घंटे से टेक्निकल और पायलट की पत्थर ठोक रहे हो। 3 घंटे से
पहले हमारे आगे
आप बताओ कि ये पायलट है उड़ाने वाला, बस देन यू स्टार्ट बोर्डिंग।
वापस नहीं लेके आएंगे।
इंजीनियर को बुलाइए ना, यू शुड कॉल इंजीनियर।
Moving on now, days after the United States President Donald Trump claimed that he brokered the ceasefire between India and Pakistan, setting the record straight today was Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri today in an address said that India had made it amply clear to the United States President Donald Trump during a phone call that the United States had no role in brokering the ceasefire between India and Pakistan last month, and that there was no discussion on a United States-India trade deal during the hostilities. Shedding light on the 35-minute conversation which came at Trump's request, Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri said, and I quote, Prime Minister Modi clearly told President Trump that during the entire course of events, at no point and at no level was there any discussion about United States-India trade deal or about United States mediation between India and Pakistan. Listen into this.
प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप से ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बारे में विस्तार से बात की। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप को स्पष्ट रूप से कहा कि 22 अप्रैल के बाद भारत ने आतंकवाद के खिलाफ कार्रवाई करने का अपना दृढ़ संकल्प पूरी दुनिया को बता दिया था। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने कहा कि 6-7 मई की रात को भारत ने पाकिस्तान और पाकिस्तान ऑक्यूपाइड कश्मीर में सिर्फ आतंकी ठिकानों को ही निशाना बनाया था। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप को स्पष्ट रूप से कहा कि इस पूरे घटनाक्रम के दौरान कभी भी किसी भी स्तर पर भारत अमेरिका ट्रेड डील या अमेरिका द्वारा भारत और पाकिस्तान के बीच मध्यस्थता जैसे विषयों पर बात नहीं हुई थी। सैन्य कार्रवाई रोकने की बात सीधे भारत और पाकिस्तान के बीच दोनों सेनाओं की एग्जिस्टिंग चैनल्स के माध्यम से हुई थी और पाकिस्तान के ही आग्रह पर हुई थी। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने जोर देकर कहा कि भारत ने न तो कभी मध्यस्थता स्वीकार की थी, न करता है और न ही कभी करेगा। इस विषय पर भारत में पूर्ण रूप से राजनीतिक एकमत है। राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप ने प्रधानमंत्री द्वारा विस्तार में बताई गई बातों को समझा और आतंकवाद के खिलाफ भारत की लड़ाई के प्रति समर्थन व्यक्त किया।
Indian diplomat Kshitij Tyagi delivered a scathing rebuke to Pakistan at the United Nations Human Rights Council in Geneva, condemning its alleged support for terrorism and misuse of the Indus Water Treaty. Now, Tyagi asserted that when a state harbors terrorists, defensive action is not just a right, but a solemn duty, emphasizing India's stance on self-defense, where he was referring to Operation Sindoor. Listen in to the strong takedown of Pakistan by India at the UNHRC.
On 22nd April 2025, Pakistani terrorists turned a serene sanctuary in Jammu and Kashmir into a killing field, carrying out a barbaric execution of 26 Indian tourists in Pahalgam in front of their families. The UN Security Council rightly condemned this reprehensible act of terrorism and called for all perpetrators, organizers, financiers, and sponsors to be held accountable. And we all know that those sponsors operate from Pakistani soil. Pakistan's attempt to mischaracterize Operation Sindoor, our precise and proportionate response, as military aggression is unconscionable. When a state harbors terrorists who massacre innocents, defensive action is not just a right, it is a solemn duty. From hosting Osama bin Laden in its military cantonment to conducting state funerals for globally sanctioned terrorists, Pakistan never fails to disappoint. It claims victimhood while remaining the acknowledged epicenter of jihadist terror. On the Indus Waters Treaty, despite India's steadfast adherence for over 6 decades, Pakistan has misused the treaty's procedures to obstruct India's legitimate projects, while shredding its spirit through sustained hostility and cross-border terror. The world has changed since 1960. Climate imperatives, technological advances, clean energy needs, and Pakistan's persistent sponsorship of terror compel a reassessment. When a nation violates the foundation of a treaty, it forfeits the right to invoke its protections. Madam Vice President, a nation cannot sow terror and expect to reap sympathy. The world sees through Pakistan's theatre of deception. India will continue to act with responsibility and resolve to protect its citizens, its sovereignty, and its values, as any nation must.
And with that, we have come to the last story of this edition of 6 Stories at 6. Ladies and gentlemen, Justice Yashwant Verma, the same man who was in the eye of the storm for India's biggest judicial scandal. Remember, just days back, just weeks back, there was a charred cash unaccounted that was found at his residence. Soon after, a probe was launched, after which there was an attempt to make him step down. It was referred to the president as well. But today, Justice Yashwant Verma has called the probe against him a fraud. He says that the probe is biased and that he will not step down. Here's the full story that you need to know about India's biggest judicial scandal, which has taken a new turn.
In the latest development in the biggest judicial scandal, the man in the eye of storm, Justice Yashwant Verma, remains defiant, refusing to step down. He described the probe as fundamentally unjust and refuses to step down or opt for an early retirement. A letter written to former Chief Justice of India Sanjeev Khanna on May 6th has now surfaced. In the letter, he strongly criticized the process, asserting that he was not given a proper opportunity to address the allegations. He has said that stepping down would mean accepting a fundamentally unjust process that denied him even a personal hearing. The controversy started during when firefighters discovered charred cash from his residence after they were called to extinguish a fire. In response to this, the Supreme Court has decided to transfer Justice Verma back to his parent court, the Allahabad High Court. Justice Verma also raised serious concerns over the lack of procedural fairness, stating that the in-house committee did not provide him a personal hearing or share its preliminary findings.
And that was all that we could pack in this edition of 6 Stories at 6. Thank you very much for watching. We will be back tomorrow, same time, with more agenda-setting news. Till then, stay tuned. Coming up next after the break is Live and Breaking.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबां में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
You just posted right before we took off that you're not leaving because of a ceasefire. Why are you? Can you elaborate?
Get it better than ceasefire. We're not looking for a ceasefire. I didn't say I was looking for a ceasefire. That was Emmanuel, nice guy, but he doesn't get it right too often. But we're not looking. We're looking for better than a ceasefire.
What specifically is better than a ceasefire? What are you looking for here?
And then a real end, not a ceasefire. And then
so something that will be permanent.
Or giving up entirely. That's okay too.
Are you close there? Is that possible in the next 24?
Why not? Certainly possible. Complete give up. That's possible, yeah. Doing pretty well. Right now, we're doing pretty well. Remember, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. We don't have to go too deep into it. They just can't have a nuclear weapon.
What was the thinking on the call for Tehran to evacuate? Is there a threat or is there incoming? What was the thinking on the full evacuation?
I want people to be safe. And that's always possible. A thing like that could happen. I just want people to be safe. You have great people that know how to protect themselves.
And when you say better, what?
Oh, we'll come down so hard if they do anything to our people. We'll come down so hard that the gloves are off so beautifully. Now, I think they know not to touch our troops.
And are you open to negotiating with the Iranians right now, or do you want to wait?
I don't know. I've been negotiating. I told them to do the deal. They should have done the deal. Their cities have been blown to pieces. They've lost a lot of people. They should have done the deal. I told them do the deal. So I don't know. I'm not too much in the mood to negotiate. Yeah, I think it's safe. There's a lot of bad things happening. I think it's safer for them to evacuate. प्रधानमंत्री मोदी और राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप की मुलाकात G7 समिट की साइडलाइंस पर होनी तय थी। राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप को जल्दी वापस अमेरिका लौटना पड़ा, जिसके कारण ये मुलाकात नहीं हो पाई। इसके बाद राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप के आग्रह पर आज दोनों लीडर्स की फोन पर बात हुई। बातचीत लगभग 35 मिनट चली। 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम आतंकी हमले के बाद राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप ने फोन पर प्रधानमंत्री मोदी को शोक संवेदना प्रकट की थी और आतंक के खिलाफ समर्थन व्यक्त किया था। उसके बाद दोनों लीडर्स की ये पहली बातचीत थी। इसलिए प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप से ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बारे में विस्तार से बात की। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप को स्पष्ट रूप से कहा कि 22 अप्रैल के बाद भारत ने आतंकवाद के खिलाफ कार्रवाई करने का अपना दृढ़ संकल्प पूरी दुनिया को बता दिया था। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने कहा कि 6-7 मई की रात को भारत ने पाकिस्तान और पाकिस्तान ऑक्यूपाइड कश्मीर में सिर्फ आतंकी ठिकानों को ही निशाना बनाया था। भारत के एक्शन बहुत ही मेजर्ड, प्रिसाइज और नॉन एस्केलेटरी थे। साथ ही भारत ने यह भी स्पष्ट कर दिया था कि पाकिस्तान की गोली का जवाब भारत गोले से देगा। 9 मई की रात को उपराष्ट्रपति वैंस ने प्रधानमंत्री मोदी को फोन किया था। उपराष्ट्रपति वैंस ने कहा था कि पाकिस्तान भारत पर बड़ा हमला कर सकता है। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने उन्हें साफ शब्दों में बताया था कि यदि ऐसा होता है तो भारत पाकिस्तान को उससे भी बड़ा जवाब देगा। 9-10 मई की रात को पाकिस्तान के हमले का भारत ने बहुत सशक्त जवाब दिया और पाकिस्तान की सेना को बहुत नुकसान पहुंचाया। उसके मिलिट्री एयर बेसिस को इनऑपरेबल बना दिया। भारत के मुंहतोड़ जवाब के कारण पाकिस्तान को भारत से सैन्य कार्रवाई रोकने का आग्रह करना पड़ा। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप को स्पष्ट रूप से कहा कि इस पूरे घटनाक्रम के दौरान कभी भी किसी भी स्तर पर भारत अमेरिका ट्रेड डील या अमेरिका द्वारा भारत और पाकिस्तान के बीच मध्यस्थता जैसे विषयों पर बात नहीं हुई थी। सैन्य कार्रवाई रोकने की बात सीधे भारत और पाकिस्तान के बीच दोनों सेनाओं की एग्जिस्टिंग चैनल्स के माध्यम से हुई थी और पाकिस्तान के ही आग्रह।
Israel wants US to enter. Trump threatens Ayatollah. Is the conflict of West Asia ready for a third entrant? Day 6 of escalation, regime change operation in motion, debating tonight at 9 p.m.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IAHM.
प्रधानमंत्री मोदी और राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप की मुलाकात G7 समिट की साइडलाइंस पर होनी तय थी। राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप को जल्दी वापस अमेरिका लौटना पड़ा, जिसके कारण ये मुलाकात नहीं हो पाई। इसके बाद राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप के आग्रह पर आज दोनों लीडर्स की फोन पर बात हुई। बातचीत लगभग 35 मिनट चली। 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम आतंकी हमले के बाद राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप ने फोन पर प्रधानमंत्री मोदी को शोक संवेदना प्रकट की थी और आतंक के खिलाफ समर्थन व्यक्त किया था। उसके बाद दोनों लीडर्स की ये पहली बातचीत थी। इसलिए प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप से ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बारे में विस्तार से बात की। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप को स्पष्ट रूप से कहा कि 22 अप्रैल के बाद भारत ने आतंकवाद के खिलाफ कार्रवाई करने का अपना दृढ़ संकल्प पूरी दुनिया को बता दिया था। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने कहा कि 6-7 मई की रात को भारत ने पाकिस्तान और पाकिस्तान ऑक्यूपाइड कश्मीर में सिर्फ आतंकी ठिकानों को ही निशाना बनाया था। भारत के एक्शन बहुत ही मेजर्ड, प्रिसाइज और नॉन एस्केलेटरी थे। साथ ही भारत ने यह भी स्पष्ट कर दिया था कि पाकिस्तान की गोली का जवाब भारत गोले से देगा। 9 मई की रात को उपराष्ट्रपति वैंस ने प्रधानमंत्री मोदी को फोन किया था। उपराष्ट्रपति वैंस ने कहा था कि पाकिस्तान भारत पर बड़ा हमला कर सकता है। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने उन्हें साफ शब्दों में बताया था कि यदि ऐसा होता है तो भारत पाकिस्तान को उससे भी बड़ा जवाब देगा। 9-10 मई की रात को पाकिस्तान के हमले का भारत ने बहुत सशक्त जवाब दिया और पाकिस्तान की सेना को बहुत नुकसान पहुंचाया। उसके मिलिट्री एयर बेसिस को इनऑपरेबल बना दिया। भारत के मुंहतोड़ जवाब के कारण पाकिस्तान को भारत से सैन्य कार्रवाई रोकने का आग्रह करना पड़ा। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप को स्पष्ट रूप से कहा कि इस पूरे घटनाक्रम के दौरान कभी भी किसी भी स्तर पर भारत अमेरिका ट्रेड डील या अमेरिका द्वारा भारत और पाकिस्तान के बीच मध्यस्थता जैसे विषयों पर बात नहीं हुई थी। सैन्य कार्रवाई रोकने की बात सीधे भारत और पाकिस्तान के बीच दोनों सेनाओं की एग्जिस्टिंग चैनल्स के माध्यम से हुई थी और पाकिस्तान के ही आग्रह पर हुई थी। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने जोर देकर कहा कि भारत ने न तो कभी मध्यस्थता स्वीकार की थी, न करता है और न ही कभी करेगा। इस विषय पर भारत में पूर्ण रूप से राजनीतिक एकमत है। राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप ने प्रधानमंत्री द्वारा विस्तार में बताई गई बातों को समझा और आतंकवाद के खिलाफ भारत की लड़ाई के प्रति समर्थन व्यक्त किया। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने यह भी कहा कि भारत अब आतंकवाद को प्रॉक्सी वॉर नहीं, युद्ध के रूप में ही देखता है और भारत का ऑपरेशन सिंदूर अभी भी जारी है। राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप ने प्रधानमंत्री मोदी से पूछा कि क्या वे कनाडा से वापसी में अमेरिका रुक कर जा सकते हैं। पूर्व निर्धारित कार्यक्रमों के कारण प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने अपनी असमर्थता व्यक्त की। दोनों लीडर्स ने तब तय किया कि वे निकट भविष्य में मिलने का प्रयास करेंगे। राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप और प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने इजरायल ईरान के बीच चल रहे संघर्ष पर भी चर्चा की। रूस यूक्रेन कॉन्फ्लिक्ट पर दोनों ने सहमति जताई कि जल्द से जल्द शांति के लिए दोनों पक्षों में सीधी बातचीत आवश्यक है और इसके लिए प्रयास करते रहना चाहिए। इंडो पैसिफिक क्षेत्र के संबंध में दोनों नेताओं ने अपने परिप्रेक्ष्य साझा किए और इस क्षेत्र में क्वाड की अहम भूमिका के प्रति समर्थन जताया। क्वाड की अगली बैठक के लिए प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप को भारत यात्रा का निमंत्रण दिया। राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप ने निमंत्रण स्वीकार करते हुए कहा कि वे भारत आने के लिए उत्सुक हैं।
The Iran-Israel conflict has flared up in earnest. What we saw initially was the good cop, bad cop routine in which the United States was playing the good cop by engaging Iran in talks, and all the while Israel was giving threats of taking military action, strong military action to destroy the nascent.
What is behind repeated technical snags in Air India planes? Was Air India's crashed plane safe for flight operations? Will DGCA take action on Air India's operational fleet? Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
Israel wants US to enter. Trump threatens Ayatollah. Is the conflict of West Asia ready for a third entrant? Day 6 of escalation, regime change operation in motion, debating tonight at 9 p.m.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH।
همیهنانه جمهوری اسلامی به پایان خود رسیده و در حال سقوط است. خامنه‌ای همچون موشی هراسان زیر زمین پنهان شده و کنترل اوضاع را از دست داده است. آنچه آغاز شده برگشت ناپذیر است. آینده روشن است و ما با هم از این پیچ تند تاریخ عبور خواهیم کرد. در این روزهای دشوار دل من با همه شهروندان بی‌دفاعی است که آسیب دیدند و قربانی جنگ طلبی و توهمات خامنه‌ای شدند. من سالها کوشیدم تا میهنمان گرفتار آتش جنگ نشود. پایان جمهوری اسلامی، پایان جنگ 46 ساله آن با ملت ایران است. دستگاه سرکوب رژیم در حال فروپاشی است. تنها یک خیزش همگانی لازم است تا این کابوس
برای همیشه پایان یابد. اکنون زمان ایستادن است. زمان بازپسگیری ایران. همه با هم، از بندر عباس تا بندر انزلی، از شیراز تا اصفهان، از تبریز تا زاهدان، از مشهد تا اهواز، از شهر کرد تا کرمانشاه به صحنه بیاییم. پایان این رژیم را رقم بزنیم. نگران فردای پس از سقوط جمهوری اسلامی نباشید. ایران دچار جنگ داخلی و بی‌ثباتی نخواهد شد. ما برای آینده ایران و شکوفایی‌اش برنامه داریم. ما برای 100 روز نخست پس از سقوط، دوران گذار و استقرار یک حکومت ملی و دموکراتیک برای ملت ایران و به دست ملت ایران آماده ایم. خطاب به نیروهای نظامی و انتظامی، امنیتی و دولتی.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good evening. Welcome to Republic TV. Our top focus, Prime Minister Narendra Modi greets and interacts with members of the Indian diaspora as he arrives at a hotel in Zagreb, Croatia. At the invitation of the Prime Minister of the Republic of Croatia, Prime Minister Modi paying an official visit to Croatia. Viewers, this is the first ever visit by an Indian Prime Minister to Croatia, marking an important milestone in the bilateral relationship. The visit to Croatia underscores India's commitment to further strengthening its engagement with partners in European Union. We're seeing the Prime Minister being welcomed in Croatia. We would like to go across to a natural sound of that if it's possible. Remember, Prime Minister departing for Croatia on the last leg of his 3-nation tour. I believe these are people who are speaking to Prime Minister Modi in Hindi as a part of the welcome that is being accorded to the Prime Minister in Zagreb, in Croatia. He's also being met by a welcoming dance of our Indian folklore by dancers in Croatia. They're performing. The Prime Minister Modi receives a rousing welcome from the Indian diaspora in Croatia. Talk to me. Breaking news coming in, the Israeli Air Force has attacked key military targets of the Iranian regime in the Tehran area. This is the big breaking news that's coming in. The Israeli Air Force currently attacking the key military targets of the Iranian regime in the Tehran area. It was also stated one of them could be where their supreme leader Khamenei could be residing, and this is the big breaking news coming in. As US says we know where Khamenei is hiding, Israeli forces launch attack on the Iran military sites. Who has been targeted has also been said. This is all coming in at a time when Iran says we are not threatened by the United States. Israel hits key sites of Ayatollah's regime. Not the first time now. It is very, very clear that this regime is getting weakened. Over the past week, we've seen a string of Israeli airstrikes wiping out more than 20 senior military commandos of Iran, weakening the top brass of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. And now Israel strikes Iranian military targets in Tehran. We also know earlier the death of the IRGC Commander-in-Chief Hussein Salami, Aerospace Chief Amir Ali, Intelligence Head Mohammad Kazemi, Armed Forces Chief Mohammad
Bagheri, among others, had stunned Tehran's military elite. And now the pictures of that defense system intercepted. IDF strikes Iran's missile launch pads. This is. Let me go across to Nick, our colleague joining us live from Tel Aviv. Nick, we've seen earlier and once again Israeli air forces currently attacking key military targets of Iranian regime in Tehran area. It's very clear, Nick, that this is a calculated attack. Also now the Supreme Leader, Khamenei, also being on the watch out here after the main military commanders of the Iranian forces have been wiped out by the Israelis.
Yes, that's right. Israel understands from its experience in the past years fighting against different regimes in the Middle East that one of the things that the leaders of those terrorist countries understand is if their life is in danger. If they become targets themselves, maybe then they think twice before they continue to terrorize Israeli civilians. And that's why Israel now doing. They're showing to the leaders of Iran, you could be next. No one is off limits. And maybe this will de-escalate the situation because Iran understands they can't harm too much Israel. Their potential of the ballistic missiles is almost wiping out. They don't have too much power anymore because Israel continue to destroy their rockets and Israel controls the airspace. And now Israel needs to take a decision if it's good for them to continue to try to destroy the nuclear sites of Iran and even maybe other sites like their oil infrastructure and also maybe some military and governmental targets. Or maybe it's better now for Israel to look to end this cycle of violence, because if the United States is not joining Israel, they don't have enough power by themselves to destroy all the underground facilities where Iran's striving to develop nuclear weapons with which they are threatening to destroy the Jewish land, the Jewish country. And Israel needs here the help of the United States with the super bombs, the big bombs to penetrate
Nick,
those
it's very clear
sites.
Israel has targeted key sites of Ayatollah regime in Iran, and this is a very clear direct warning from Tehran. Iran's foreign ministry has said any American intervention in the ongoing conflict with Israel would be a recipe for an all-out war in the region. This is the big breaking news coming in. The statement which is coming in from Iran's foreign ministry says Israeli warplanes continue to strike key nuclear military sites in and around Tehran, but any American intervention in the ongoing conflict with Israel would be a recipe for an all-out war in the region. In fact, Iran launched hundreds of missiles and drones at Israel. Casualties reported on both sides. Tensions are now at a flashpoint with the United States ramping up its military presence in the region. Iran gives out that warning from Tehran. Iran's foreign ministry says intervention from America in this conflict would be a recipe for an all-out war. We're also going to try and get an understanding. First, listen into that reaction coming in from the Iranian spokesperson.
American intervention would be a recipe for an all-out war in the region with very, very bad consequences for the whole international community. I think any American intervention would be a recipe for an all-out war in the region with very, very bad consequences for the whole international community.
Breaking news coming in. Indian students who were struck in war-torn Iran are being flown from Armenia to New Delhi. The Indian students currently on the way, and this is the big breaking news coming in. Indian students who were are being evacuated from Iran. Israel had struck on Iranian oil, and India is getting back its Indian students. They are flying in from Armenia to New Delhi. So the Indian students making their way to New Delhi, being evacuated by India from Armenia to the capital. We're also going to try and get you more details on that. I also want to tell you, meanwhile, a few students who are in Tehran University of Medical Sciences are still stuck. They are waiting for an evacuation.
हेलो एवरीवन, हम लोग तेहरान यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ मेडिकल साइंसेज के स्टूडेंट्स हैं और इस टाइम पे यहाँ पे जो ये वॉर सिचुएशन चल रही है, हम लोगों को तेहरान यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ मेडिकल साइंसेज उन्होंने हमें यहाँ पे सेफर लोकेशन पे वो हमें लेकर आए हैं, लेकिन अभी तक एम्बेसी का कोई भी वो लोग हमें इवैक्यूएट नहीं कर रहे। हम लोग कब से उनके साथ कॉन्टैक्ट करने की कोशिश करें, बट उनका कोई भी रिस्पॉन्स हमें अभी तक नहीं आया है। हमारी दोनों की दोनों डॉर्मेटरीज, बॉयज़ डॉर्मेटरी और गर्ल्स डॉर्मेटरी डिस्ट्रॉय हो चुकी है। हम लोग अभी ट्रॉमेटाइज सिचुएशन में हैं। हम लोग बहुत टाइम से, पिछले 5 दिनों से हम लोग एक्सप्लोजन्स पे एक्सप्लोजन्स देखे जा रहे हैं। हम लोगों को नींद नहीं आती है, रातों को पूरी फुल नाइट हम लोगों को ऊपर से एक्सप्लोजन्स होते रहते हैं। हम लोग लिटरली बिल्कुल भी सो नहीं पा रहे। हम लोगों को बहुत ट्रॉमेटाइज्ड इस टाइम पे सिचुएशन है। हम लोग यहाँ पे हम लोगों को यूनिवर्सिटी ने सेफर लोकेशन पे सिर्फ हम लोग को यूनिवर्सिटी लेकर आई है। एम्बेसी की साइड से अभी कोई भी जवाब एम्बेसी की साइड से अभी तक नहीं आ रहा है। प्लीज हम लोग आप लोगों से रिक्वेस्ट करें कि प्लीज फॉर गॉड सेक हमें यहाँ से इवैक्यूएट करने की, प्लीज हमें इवैक्यूएट करें यहाँ से। हम लोग यहाँ पे इतनी सारी प्रॉब्लम्स हमें हो रही है, वो प्रॉब्लम्स देखेगा कौन?
We get your reports from Tel Aviv now by my colleague Nick, who's going to tell us how there have been also destructions in Tel Aviv. Israel's ongoing military strikes continue in Iran. Iran has also escalated this further by once again being on the offensive and also having strikes in Tel Aviv. Take a look at these reports.
Here behind me you can see the residential area in the center of Israel, and one of the ballistic missiles of Iran targeted this area where there is a schools, kindergartens, many residential buildings, and see what a huge hole just one rocket did. You can see the impact just of one rocket. See how big is that? And there are 10 buses here which were completely destroyed by this rocket, and in those buses each morning children are taken to the school, and you can see it is completely destroyed. You can see the destruction, and if the children was here now, they probably all would be dead. And this is what Iran is doing. They are targeting those kind of places where residential places are, where there's so many infrastructure, public places, regular people are living here, and you can see the destruction, how many of the buses were destroyed completely. And now some Jewish Orthodox Jews came here to cheer up the people of Israel. They probably want to say to them that God with us, with Israel, this is the promised land, and Israel will prevail. And you can see what a huge damage to all those buses, 10 buses, each of them with about 70 or even more places. And those buses at this hour when the rockets strike, usually taking children to the kindergartens and to the schools. But because Israel declared a military situation, emergency situation, the kindergarten, schools and workplaces are not open, and that's why there were no one here, no children. And this is a miracle that no one was killed from this ballistic attack by Iran. But you can understand what a huge disaster that could be. Nick Kolyochin, center of Israel.
And there's breaking news that's coming in. A strong message from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu declaring Iran must not be allowed to acquire nuclear weapons. He is calling Tehran the world's most dangerous regime. Netanyahu said Israel will do whatever it takes to prevent it from gaining what he called the world's most dangerous weapons. Take a look. This is the big breaking news that's coming in at the top of this hour. A strong message is now coming in as the war has escalated. He says Benjamin Netanyahu making the stand clear, calling Tehran the world's most dangerous regime, stating that they will not let the most dangerous regime have the world's most dangerous weapons. Our top focus viewers, tragedy also strikes Diu as the Air India AI-171 crash claimed 7 lives. Among the dead, Ajay Ramesh, whose brother Vishwas was the lone survivor. What was meant to be a joyful reunion ended in heartbreak.
Seven bodies of victims of the tragic Air India AI-171 crash in Ahmedabad brought back to Diu. Tears, heartbreak and disbelief fill the air as families bid farewell to their loved ones. Among the mourners was Vishwas Ramesh Kumar, the lone survivor of the crash. He stands beside the body of his younger brother Ajay Ramesh, who was on the same ill-fated flight. The brothers boarded the flight together, a split-second decision, a cruel twist of fate. Vishwas lived, Ajay did not. Vishwas had flown in from UK to attend a family function. What was meant to be a reunion turned into a moment of unbearable loss. For Vishwas, survival comes at a painful cost, returning home alive, only to carry his brother to his final resting place. The Air India AI-171 crash has left a permanent scar on this quiet coastal town.
More details coming in now on the murder of Indore-based businessman Raja Raghuvanshi. The Meghalaya police has intensified its probe. The team reached Indore to trace the movements of prime accused Sonam Raghuvanshi, who was arrested in Uttar Pradesh.
In the ongoing murder investigation of Indore-based businessman Raja Raghuvanshi, the Meghalaya police reached a flat in Madhya Pradesh's Indore. This is where prime accused Sonam Raghuvanshi is suspected to have hidden after her husband's death. She later went to Uttar Pradesh where she was arrested. The police visited the flat in Devas Naka area of the city to connect the dots in the case and recorded statements of Raja Raghuvanshi's family members.
राजा रघुवंशी मर्डर मिस्ट्री में नए नए खुलासे हो रहे हैं। वहीं दूसरी तरफ शिलोंग पुलिस 2 दिन से इंदौर में डेरा डाले हुए है। कल शिलोंग पुलिस जो है राजा के घर पर बयान लेने गई थी और आज आप तस्वीरें देखिए, सोनम रघुवंशी के घर बयान लेने पूछताछ करने शिलोंग पुलिस पहुंची हुई है। ये आप तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं। शिलोंग पुलिस के साथ खुद सोनम के भाई गोविंद भी हैं और शिलोंग पुलिस के जो पुलिसकर्मी हैं, जो इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग ऑफिसर हैं, उनसे हम बात करने की कोशिश करेंगे। सर, आप लोग किसके बयान लेना है? सर, किसके बयान लेना है?
हम लोग हम लोग स्टेटमेंट लेना है, प्लीज।
तो देखिए, शिलोंग पुलिस के जो जवान हैं, जो पुलिसकर्मी हैं, वो देखिए सोनम के घर में अंदर इंटर करते हुए यहाँ पर सोनम के परिवार के बयान होंगे, खासकर गोविंद के बयान होंगे, सोनम की माँ के बयान होंगे, क्योंकि कई तरह के सवाल खड़े हो रहे हैं। एक सवाल ये भी खड़ा हो रहा है कि सोनम के भाई का हवाला से कनेक्शन था, इसके अलावा कई और चीजें, ये भी एक कहानी सामने आ रही है। एक खबर है कि सोनम की माँ को सब कुछ पता था। इन्हीं सब पहलुओं पर इन्वेस्टिगेट करने के लिए शिलोंग पुलिस जो है वो यहाँ पर सोनम के घर पहुंची हुई है। अब यहाँ पर पूछताछ होगी, बयान लिए जाएंगे, उसके आधार पर आगे की कार्रवाई पुलिस करेगी।
This comes a day after the police recreated the crime scene in presence of Sonam Raghuvanshi.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi was spotted sharing a light-hearted moment with French President Emmanuel Macron. Many such moments from the G7 are going viral on social media. We'll tell you about them on Trending at 7:30. Not just that, we'll also get you the latest from West Asia as Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei says that Iran is not going to surrender and warns US also of dire consequences. What will happen next? We get you an expert insight. All that and more with me, Rakshita Mishra, on Trending tonight.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी लग जाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
The Iran-Israel conflict has flared up in earnest. What we saw initially was the good cop, bad cop routine in which the United States was playing the good cop by engaging Iran in talks, and all the while Israel was giving threats of taking military action, strong military action to destroy the nascent Iranian nuclear capability. In fact, this good cop, bad cop routine was used to achieve surprise. Iran thought that one day before the talks were scheduled between America and Iran, Israel would not strike, but it did, and it caught a lot of the top Iranian military leadership together huddled in conferences, etc., and was able to do a fair amount of damage. So far, what has the Israeli strategy been? The Israeli strategy has been to carry out a surgical strike against Iran's nuclear capability, nascent nuclear capability. To that extent, it has hit Natanz, the nuclear enrichment site. It has hit many weapon fabrication laboratories and other experimental laboratories close by around Tehran complex. It has also primarily hit at command and control targets. It has eliminated a large number of Iranian senior military officials, which include the head of the IRGC, the head of the Iranian army, head of the Iranian Air Force, and their chief of intelligence. Now, these are very severe losses in terms of leadership. Command and control attrition has been highly effective to the extent that Iran has now ordered that none of its top commanders will be carrying mobiles, because they have been tracked through their mobiles and hit with great amount of precision. To start with, the Israelis had carried out massive standoff attacks with about 200 of their F-35 stealth fighters, F-15E Eagle jet fighters. These had fired cruise missiles, standoff cruise missiles, without entering Iranian territory. In the phase 1, they had carried out SEAD, suppression of enemy air defenses, in which they had knocked off the S-300 missile batteries of Iran, which have not proved very effective. Let's not forget that even in Pakistan, the S-300 equivalent, the Chinese HQ-9 and 16 were also proved to be highly ineffective. So they have suppressed Iran's air defenses, and they have now gone in a very big way to tackle the targets they have designated, namely command and control attrition, 2, enrichment facilities, nuclear fabrication plants, workshops, and research facilities. They have also gone in for hitting the energy infrastructure, and they have largely hit the storage for local in-house consumption, because should they go for Iran's export, that will be regime threatening, life threatening for Iran, and it could force Iran to widen the conflict by spreading the war to the Middle East, as I shall recount in detail later. For the time being, this has been the Israeli strategy: precision strikes, standoff strikes, and they have been fairly successful. Iran has retaliated by firing off its hypersonic ballistic missiles, and these have managed to penetrate the layered air defenses of Israel's Iron Dome, right? The Iron Dome, as this is a layered air defense of 4 layers. The closest layer is the Iron Dome itself, 50 to 60 kilometers, normally used against rockets and mortar bombs and things like that, which is a tactical in-house defense. Then comes the David Sling, which is medium range.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the Wednesday edition of This Is Exclusive with me, Shavin Sen. For the longest time, it was a shadow war between Israel and Iran. Now it's turned out to be a wider conflict. How exactly will this really settle, or will it settle at all? Tonight on This Is Exclusive, only Indian News Network getting you reports from both sides, Iran as well as Israel. Our top focus on the wider conflict between Iran and Israel. But up first, let me take you through the headlines we're tracking at this hour. Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Khamenei warns Trump government, says there will be irreparable consequences if United States of America intervenes in the West Asia conflict, and that he will not surrender. Israel confirms the complete destruction of the Kermanshah air base in western Iran amid Israel and Iran trading airstrikes for a 6th consecutive day. Republic continues live and exclusive coverage from Israel, the only channel with extensive ground report from both the countries. Prime Minister Modi arrives in Croatia, received by Prime Minister of Croatia. PM meets and greets with members of the Indian diaspora. Ladies and gentlemen, in the past 12 hours, the Israel-Iran conflict has escalated to one of its most dangerous points. Yet, with Israeli forces launching a wave of targeted airstrikes across Iran, hitting military depots as well as military installations, Iran has responded swiftly and forcefully, firing a fresh barrage of missiles and drones at major Israeli cities including Tel Aviv and Haifa, with the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps claiming the use of hypersonic missiles Fatah for the first time in the conflict. And now we have a possible third entrant to the West Asia conflict. US President Donald Trump has demanded Iran's quote-unquote unconditional surrender, a statement that has been sharply rejected by Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei, who warned of irreparable damage should the US intervene directly. Now, with both nations digging in and international diplomatic efforts faltering, the world watches anxiously as fears of a broader regional war looms larger by the hour. Ladies and gentlemen, we have captured each and every moment coming in from Israel as well as Iran in the last 24 hours. In fact, on your screens, these are images coming in from Iran. This was reported just a short while back, explosion in the Ardabil Industrial Park. In fact, I'm also going to take you through the details of the places that have been targeted by the Israeli military. In fact, a short while back, there was also an official confirmation coming in from Iran with regards to 16 locations in Israel that have also been targeted. It's a claim that has been made by the Iranians at this point in time, saying that this is a response, a retaliation to the Operation Rising Lion that has been started by Israel. In fact, on your screens right now, these are the drones that have been flying over the Kermanshah region. Kermanshah, remember, happens to be one of the targeted areas of the Israelis over the last 24 to 48 hours. Israel maintains that this is not going to end anytime soon, till the time they believe that the conflict will only be over after this elimination of the supreme leader. In fact, in a short while from now, we're also going to take you through some breaking news coming in from Israel at this point in time, with a confirmation coming in from the Israeli Defense Forces with regards to an attack that was carried out just a short while back. In fact, we're also given to understand that sirens are going on as a hostile aircraft infiltration that was sounded just a short while back in southern Golan Heights. A UAV was launched from Iran and it was intercepted by the Israeli Air Force. Now, it turns out the defense minister has now confirmed that Air Force jets have destroyed the Iranian regime's internal security headquarters. That's the Iranian center. In fact, on your screens right now, these are the Fatah missiles that have been launched by the Iranians. So this is a recap of what has basically happened in the last 24 hours, with Iran saying that they have also launched the hypersonic missiles, and they say there is much more, and Israel should be prepared for a surprise. Now that's what the Iranians have to say. Well, in fact, let me take you through the latest visuals that have been put out by the Israeli Defense Minister. They have now confirmed that Iran's internal security headquarters, which is the regime's main arm of repression, has been destroyed. In fact, this is how they address it. It's the main arm of repression, as what the Israelis say. On your screens right now, these are the latest images that have been accessed by Republic TV from Republic reporters on the ground. In fact, these are visuals coming in from Tehran, and the confirmation coming in from the Israeli Defense Forces, where they have confirmed that one of the headquarters in Tehran has now been attacked. These are the latest images now coming in. They've also gone a step ahead by confirming the fact that they have also been able to intercept a few missiles that have been launched by the Iranians. Let me also take you through another visual that's coming in. Now, this is a video that has been released by the Iranian embassy here in the national capital of what they say a strike at the Weizmann Institute. Remember, this is where some of the nuclear scientists, Israeli nuclear scientists, have been operating. We're given to understand that there are no casualties, but what you see on your screens right now, this is what Iranians have to say, that they have launched a ballistic missile, and this was in response to some of the nuclear sites that have been targeted by the Israelis, and that is the reason why they have now targeted the Weizmann Institute. In a short while from now, we also have a reporter who would be joining us. In fact, he would also be speaking to some of the reporters, some of those who have been studying in this particular institute. Ladies and gentlemen, as missile sirens continue to pierce the skies over Tel Aviv, civilian life in the city has been turned upside down. Schools are shut, businesses are operating in crisis mode, families are spending nights in bomb shelters. The once bustling streets of Israel's commercial capital are now marked by fear, uncertainty, and a constant readiness for the next strike. We bring you an explosive ground report showing how residents have had to flee the places they call homes, while buildings in one busy towns stand deserted.
In Israel, in Tel Aviv, and you can see that now it is closed. Nobody can go inside. Here are the residents of this area, and they are trying to understand where should they go after they have been evacuated, because as you can see, everything is destroyed. You can see inside the buildings, this was an apartment of somebody. It is completely devastated. As the house, you can see here inside, the devastation is immersing. everything is completely destroyed. Windows are broken, also some of the walls, all the stuff inside of the houses, apartments, also burned, destroyed. You can see how much of the destruction caused just one missile from Iran. And here usually used to live young people, Israelis that are coming from all around the country because they want to live in this amazing non-stop city of Tel Aviv next to the beach. The beach is just a few minutes walk from here, the Mediterranean Sea, but now this site is completely destroyed. Nothing could survive this blast of Iranian ballistic missile. You can see the destruction, all of those buildings, in each of them there are many apartments, many people lived here, and everything is destroyed. You can see here there are balloons with gas that also could explode, and if it explodes, then the damage will be, of course, much higher. And the buildings here completely destroyed. You can see it yourself. And then now the municipality of Tel Aviv would need to destroy those buildings and build the new ones. And here I'm standing on the place where the ballistic missile from Iran actually hit. It hit now this parking lot, but the shock wave destroyed everything in a radius of hundreds of meters. You can see the impact of this blast. And if those kind of rockets hit the buildings themselves, then of course nothing can survive inside the building and not next to it. This is a residential area. There are no military targets here. There are nothing here except of people that are living here, their life, innocent people that have nothing to do with this conflict between Iran and Israel. Maybe the target of the rocket was this building, because inside at least used to be the consulate of the United States of America and some of the offices of the Embassy of America. And actually the impact of this blast also hit a little bit even the embassy, which is hundreds of meters from here, the main building of the embassy. And you can see the impact. It is just unbelievable. Now I'm standing on the floor, on the ground, under which used to be a construction of an underground metro station, and that's why Israeli security forces, rescue forces, told me that all of this place can collapse because of the impact of the blast. And this is just one neighborhood that was almost completely destroyed, and there are many more neighborhoods like this one, residential areas that also were the targets of the Iranian ballistic missiles. And in all of those places there are a lot of destruction. People are killed, injured, and all of their homes and stuff is lost, as you can see here behind me.
Well, in fact, I'm going to now take you through some of the visuals that we have accessed from the Iranian embassy. Iranian embassy basically now claims here in the national capital that they have carried out an attack in Israel and targeted the Weizmann Institute. They say that this is a response to the nuclear facilities that have been targeted and medical institutions that have been targeted in Iran. They say that there's been casualties that have taken place in Weizmann Institute. Now, this is the picture that has been put across by the Iranians, stating that ballistic missiles were basically fired. And as you can see from this particular video, they are once again clearly indicating that Westman Institute has been targeted. In fact, they have now put out stating that 16 places have been targeted in Israel. In fact, one of it basically happens to be the Westman Institute. In a short while from now, Republic reporter Ratnadeep Chaudhary, in fact, Ratnadeep Chakraborty is currently with a student from Westman Institute. Ratnadeep, I've just put out a video of what the Iranians say that Westman Institute was basically targeted. I believe you are with one such student who is been studying there in Westman.
Yes, I'm currently joined by an Indian student. His name is Sarthaki. He was a student of one of the same labs which was targeted by one of the Iranian missiles which fell and destroyed the lab. And I would want to take it forward to him, and I would let him describe what he feels, what he has seen, and how much of the lab is destroyed and what remains.
So no, I'm not a student where the lab is destroyed. It's like the lab which one was destroyed. It's like far from my lab. It's like it's 200 to 300 meter away from my lab. And but where I worked, that building was not completely damaged, but it is partially affected because of shock wave, and few lab of this building is quite affected. Like basically few instruments has been damaged. That's all.
And what about the lab that it's been shown here? One of the labs that was completely destroyed. How much of that is remaining right now?
That I don't know completely, but I heard that it was 50-60% is completely damaged.
Okay, so as we can see that one of the labs that he's talking about is at least 60% damaged. I have also seen a lot of information coming about with professors who are working in the labs who are saying this years of research work has gone into waste because the lab has mostly been damaged. Would you want to share of how you feel when someone's research work which has been worked upon, because you're also a researcher here, how does that feel actually?
It's very difficult to be calm with these situations, but it is what it is, but have to expect what happened.
And let me just say one last thing and ask him before I hand it over to you, that in no way this was a military target, right? This is just a civilian infrastructure, educational institute. Nowhere it was a military building.
Yes, it's not. It's like an educational institute, nothing else. Like many people who work there, it's like educational institute completely. It's not like a military.
So that's what I've been trying to say even yesterday as well, that the Iranians have attacked time and again places which are not military infrastructure, not military structures, but actually civilian buildings, educational buildings in all over Israel.
Quick question before I, move on with the other stories that we're coming up with. But the significance of this institute itself, the fact that the Iranians are now putting out a full-fledged video where they say the Westman Institute has been targeted. Just for the benefit of our viewers, what's this institute all about, and why this has now been singled out by the Iranians?
Well, he was a student. I would actually allow him to talk more about it, but it's one of the most premier science institution in the country, has been one of the one institute which have produced a lot of premier innovation and technology when it comes to the cutting-edge technology that has been produced. It is also one of those only places initially when a nuclear reactor and nuclear research was actually been installed. Could you want to take a little more forward from there?
Yeah, it's like a premier institute in Israel, and many people are doing very good research there. That's all I can say. It's like a very popular institute.
And somewhere down the line, this actually shows when Israel took down the nuclear scientists in Iran. This is somewhat of a retaliation to take down also the best institutions here in Israel.
Well, thank you very much, Ratnadeep, Republic reporter, getting us that first report from Westman Institute's student. Thank you very much for joining us on this broadcast. Ladies and gentlemen, in fact, our reporter on the ground also spoke to the former Israeli Prime Minister. In fact, it's a classic example of how the coalition government of Netanyahu is also getting support from the others. Listen in to what Naftali Bennett had to tell my colleague a short while back.
want to be very clear. This is not a war between Israel and the good Iranian people. The Israelis feel for the Iranian people. The Iranian people are under a terrible regime, an old regime, incompetent, corrupt, radical, violent regime that beyond endangering the world is making the lives of the Iranians horrible. I call upon the Iranian people, this is your moment. This is your moment to stand up, to remove the mullahs if you can, and the world will stand behind you. I also want to say this is a moment where if we didn't act now, the cancerous tumor of Iranian nuclear program would be much worse in a year or 2 years. What you see here, 70 buildings that are hit, would have been hit by a nuclear weapon, so we have to act now. And finally, to our friends in other decent-minded countries around the world, we are doing the dirty work for the world. We are the ones who are removing and preventing Iran from going nuclear. We are preventing Iran from being a danger to the world. If we didn't act now, Paris and London and Washington in 2030 would receive a nuclear warhead. So we're not asking anyone to fight for us. We're doing the fight. We're willing to pay the price. We are asking, have our back. Don't criticize us. Back us. We're doing the right thing.
Well, that's all that we could pack in this edition of This is the Exclusive. Coming up, trending with my colleague Rakshit.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IAHM.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
प्रधानमंत्री मोदी और राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप की मुलाकात G7 समिट की साइडलाइंस पर होनी तय थी। राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप को जल्दी वापस अमेरिका लौटना पड़ा, जिसके कारण ये मुलाकात नहीं हो पाई। इसके बाद राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप के आग्रह पर आज दोनों लीडर्स की फोन पर बात हुई। बातचीत लगभग 35 मिनट चली। 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम आतंकी हमले के बाद राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप ने फोन पर प्रधानमंत्री मोदी को शोक संवेदना प्रकट की थी और आतंक के खिलाफ समर्थन व्यक्त किया था। उसके बाद दोनों लीडर्स की ये पहली बातचीत थी। इसलिए प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप से ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बारे में विस्तार से बात की। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप को स्पष्ट रूप से कहा कि 22 अप्रैल के बाद भारत ने आतंकवाद के खिलाफ कार्रवाई करने का अपना दृढ़ संकल्प पूरी दुनिया को बता दिया था। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने कहा कि 6-7 मई की रात को भारत ने पाकिस्तान और पाकिस्तान ऑक्यूपाइड कश्मीर में सिर्फ आतंकी ठिकानों को ही निशाना बनाया था। भारत के एक्शन बहुत ही मेजर्ड, प्रिसाइस और नॉन एस्केलेटरी थे। साथ ही भारत ने यह भी स्पष्ट कर दिया था कि पाकिस्तान की गोली का जवाब भारत गोले से देगा। 9 मई की रात को उपराष्ट्रपति वैंस ने प्रधानमंत्री मोदी को फोन किया था। उपराष्ट्रपति वैंस ने कहा था कि पाकिस्तान भारत पर बड़ा हमला कर सकता है। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने उन्हें साफ शब्दों में बताया था कि यदि ऐसा होता है तो भारत पाकिस्तान को उससे भी बड़ा जवाब देगा। 9-10 मई की रात को पाकिस्तान के हमले का भारत ने बहुत सशक्त जवाब दिया और पाकिस्तान की सेना को बहुत नुकसान पहुंचाया। उसके मिलिट्री एयर बेसिस को इनऑपरेबल बना दिया। भारत के मुंहतोड़ जवाब के कारण पाकिस्तान को भारत से सैन्य कार्रवाई रोकने का आग्रह करना पड़ा। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप को स्पष्ट रूप से कहा कि इस पूरे घटनाक्रम के दौरान कभी भी किसी भी स्तर पर भारत अमेरिका ट्रेड डील या अमेरिका द्वारा भारत और पाकिस्तान के बीच मध्यस्थता जैसे विषयों पर बात नहीं हुई थी। सैन्य कार्रवाई रोकने की बात सीधे भारत और पाकिस्तान के बीच दोनों सेनाओं की एग्जिस्टिंग चैनल्स के माध्यम से हुई थी और पाकिस्तान के ही आग्रह पर हुई थी। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने जोर देकर कहा कि भारत ने न तो कभी मध्यस्थता स्वीकार की थी, न करता है और न ही कभी करेगा। इस विषय पर भारत में पूर्ण रूप से राजनीतिक एकमत है। राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप ने प्रधानमंत्री द्वारा विस्तार में बताई गई बातों को समझा और आतंकवाद के खिलाफ भारत की लड़ाई के प्रति समर्थन व्यक्त किया। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने यह भी कहा कि भारत अब आतंकवाद को प्रॉक्सी वॉर नहीं, युद्ध के रूप में ही देखता है और भारत का ऑपरेशन सिंदूर अभी भी जारी है। राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप ने प्रधानमंत्री मोदी से पूछा कि क्या वे कनाडा से वापसी में अमेरिका रुक कर जा सकते हैं। पूर्व निर्धारित कार्यक्रमों के कारण प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने अपनी असमर्थता व्यक्त की। दोनों लीडर्स ने तब तय किया कि वे निकट भविष्य में मिलने का प्रयास करेंगे। राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप और प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने इजरायल ईरान के बीच चल रहे संघर्ष पर भी चर्चा की। रूस यूक्रेन कॉन्फ्लिक्ट पर दोनों ने सहमति जताई कि जल्द से जल्द शांति के लिए दोनों पक्षों में सीधी बातचीत आवश्यक है और इसके लिए प्रयास करते रहना चाहिए। इंडो पैसिफिक क्षेत्र के संबंध में दोनों नेताओं ने अपने परिप्रेक्ष्य साझा किए और इस क्षेत्र में क्वाड की अहम भूमिका के प्रति समर्थन जताया। क्वाड की अगली बैठक के लिए प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप को भारत यात्रा का निमंत्रण दिया। राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप ने निमंत्रण स्वीकार करते हुए कहा कि वे भारत आने के लिए उत्सुक हैं।
The Iran-Israel conflict has flared up in earnest. What we saw initially was the good cop, bad cop routine in which the United States was playing the good cop by engaging Iran in talks, and all the while Israel was giving threats of taking military action, strong military action to destroy the nascent Iranian nuclear capability. In fact, this good cop, bad cop routine was used to achieve surprise. Iran thought that one day before the talks were scheduled between America and Iran, Israel would not strike, but it did, and it caught a lot of the top Iranian military leadership together huddled in conferences, etc., and was able to do a fair amount of damage. So far, what has the Israeli strategy been? The Israeli strategy has been to carry out a surgical strike.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
You just posted right before we took off that you're not leaving because of a ceasefire. Why are you? Can you elaborate?
Get better than ceasefire. We're not looking for a ceasefire. I didn't say I was looking for a ceasefire. That was Emmanuel, nice guy, but he doesn't get it right too often. But we're not looking. We're looking for better than a ceasefire.
What specifically is better than a ceasefire? What are you looking for here?
An end a real end, not a ceasefire, an end.
So something that will be permanent.
Or giving up entirely. That's okay too.
Are you close there? Is that possible? Is that possible in the next 24?
Why not? Certainly possible. Complete give up. That's possible, yeah. Doing pretty well. Right now we're doing pretty well. Remember, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. We don't have to go too deep into it. They just can't have a nuclear weapon.
What was the thinking on the call for Tehran to evacuate? Is there a threat or is there incoming? What was the thinking on the full evacuation?
I want people to be safe. And that's always possible. A thing like that could happen. I just want people to be safe. We have great people that know how to protect themselves.
And when you say better, what?
Oh, we'll come down so hard if they do anything to our people. We'll come down so hard that the...
From your phones to your smart television, the trending stories are breaking the internet. Iran remains defiant despite the military onslaught of Israel, and United States' unmissable warning. Meanwhile, we'll get you all the viral moments from the G7 summit in Canada that has got the internet talking and also laughing. Not just this, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has set the record straight in a telephonic conversation with Donald Trump. His message is loud and clear: no intervention needed. We'll get you all this and more in this power-packed edition of Trending. I'm Rakta Mishra. West Asia continues to teeter on the edge, with both Iran and Israel trading barrage of missiles and strikes in the early hours of Wednesday. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, that is the IRGC, claims to have launched advanced Fateh-1 hypersonic missile at Israel. Not taking the onslaught lying down, Israel's Air Force has responded with calculated precision and power, carrying out multiple airstrikes on the Iranian military facilities. That includes weapon production sites and key infrastructure. Now, earlier today, Iran also claimed that it has arrested a Mossad agent, the Israeli spy agency agent. Watch this video, how dramatically this man is pinned down on the ground and he's arrested. Meanwhile, staying true to its reputation, Israel's military has systematically destroyed key Iranian military assets, nuclear enrichment sites, the missile production facilities, and also terror-linked infrastructure. And as part of its anti-terror operations, the Israeli Defense Forces have identified a Hamas terrorist cell advancing towards them from the direction of the Kafar Jabalia. So in coordination with the Israeli Air Force aircraft and the brigade's firepower coordination unit, the soldiers eliminated the terror cell. Watch this. Israel continues with its aerial onslaught now. In the recent update, Israeli strikes have targeted the Lavizan neighborhood in northeast Tehran, viewers. This after Iranian Supreme Leader, has addressed, and now reportedly he is hiding over there. Look at the visuals. So as tensions continue to simmer, the United States has firmly backed Israel, with President Donald Trump demanding Iran's unconditional surrender. In fact, Donald Trump is right now speaking as we speak. Just take a live dip on that.
Less than a week, maybe less. But is there anybody here that said it would be okay to have a hostile, very, zealots really, but to have a hostile country have a nuclear weapon that could destroy 25 miles, but much more than that, could destroy other nations just by the breeze blowing the dust. That dust blows to other nations and they get decimated. This is just not a threat you can have. And we've been threatened by Iran for many years. If you go back and look at my history, if you go back 15 years, I was saying we cannot let Iran get a nuclear weapon. I've been saying it for a long time, and I mean it more now than I ever meant it. Yeah.
Mr. President, a question on deportations, Mr. President. You said last week that changes would be coming for farmers who have seen a lot of the workers they rely on taken away, but then DHS said this week that worksite enforcement would remain in place, that it's a cornerstone. So what's your message to farmers?
We got to get the bad people out of here first, and we're doing that. We're taking them out by the thousands. Murderers, drug dealers, people that are mentally insane from insane asylums. What they gave to us, fellas, they gave. Oh, do we have anybody in here that's a member of the? No, I don't think so. You've known all these people for a long time. Any illegal immigrants in here now? If they were, they'll find out.
Right.
They'll be checking you. You won't believe it. Your whole life will be destroyed because of this press conference. Watch, they'll destroy these people. I didn't want to tell them that before this stood up. They'll end up being he's a so-and-so. This one is from you know where. Don't worry. I think you're going to be okay.
Sure.
I'll be right behind you.
Thank you.
Far behind you. I'll be right behind you. Now look, we have to take care of our farmers. We have to take care of people that run leisure hotels. I mean, we have to take care of them. But most importantly, we have to get the criminals out of our country. And Biden let in thousands and 11,888 murderers. Many of them murdered more than one person. Can you believe it? Many, almost 50% of them murdered more than one person. He let them into our country. They emptied out the jails of countries from all over the world, from the Congo, from Venezuela.
All right, I'm joined by Rabindra Sachdeva, the co-founder and the director of U.S.-India Political Action Committee, live on the broadcast from Washington, D.C. Mr. Sachdeva, thanks so much for joining us on Republic TV. Now, clearly, Trump had made it very evident that it is right now not intending to attack Ayatollah Khamenei. However, he said that it's just for now. At the same time, he writes in capital letters, surrender, unconditional surrender, to which we see the backlash that has come in from Iran. Where do you think this is going? Because there's a lot of speculation, a lot of curiosity about what United States is going to do and how could it just all blow up.
Thank you so much. A pleasure to be with you. Of course, none of us knows what goes on in the mind of any leader when he's taking the key decision. But I think all trend lines point my speculation would be that the US will go along and the US will go along with Israel to the extent of it will bomb the Fordow nuclear facility with its B-2 aircrafts carrying those bunker buster bombs. US may not get involved more militarily in offense. In offense, that's the only thing it will do, which itself is huge. In any case, regarding defense, American and NATO air defense systems are protecting Israel with regards to the missiles that Iran is shooting out there, right? So that's already happening there in terms of defense. But now I think the critical question is that would the US go on the offense? As you heard Trump right now, and it seems to me that more or less he has decided that he will go ahead with this bombing of the facility. That's one. And also remember, it is a once in a lifetime, not only once in a lifetime, it is an opportunity, not an opportunity, I would say, but an occasion for Netanyahu and Israel to eliminate the perpetual dangers of a nuclear weapon state in the Middle East. Such a situation or occasion will never come again. Point is, if right now, let's say there is a quote-unquote a ceasefire. Sure, there's been sufficient damage apparently done to the Iranian nuclear facilities at some other location, Natanz. But that sets back Iran's program by, let's say, 5 years or 10 years. It will still be able to rebuild. The idea, I think, this time around, which is gaining currency in America, in Trump's mind, and yes, Trump's advisors also split. Actually, one bunch of his MAGA advisors say absolutely no going in. But on the other hand, another bunch of his advisors are saying it's for the Western civilization. For Israel, we have to go and do it now. I think he's leaning towards going in. And in the coming days or hours or days, we might see a US attack on the facility. That's only the bombing of the nuclear facility. Of course, no troops on ground, forget all of that.
Yes.
But that's what all Israel needs right now, that US step up with these bunker buster bombs and demolish to the extent or fully the Fordow nuclear facility.
Right, Mr. Robin Sachdev, thanks so much for joining us on Republic TV, viewers. So we continue to get you more insights and more expert takes on that, viewers. We also have Major Samar Paltur, who is the modern warfare expert, defense expert, joining us on the broadcast. Major, too, thanks so much and good evening. Now all eyes are on what could be next in this, what Khamenei, because he has, made a very strong statement. He has gone on to even warn United States that there will be irreparable damage to United States. Now, what really happens, A? B, what really happens if Khamenei is actually taken out by United States? What could be next? Because we've seen Israel talking about why it is necessary for A, Iran to be stopped from making nuclear weapons, and also the removal of the Iranian regime, the current regime.
See, Rakshita, as far as the present scenario is concerned, there are rumors that Khamenei has left Iran and he has taken refuge in either of the countries.
I would like to interrupt you. We'll just take a listen into once again what Trump is saying right now on Iran.
I got to stop. I don't think I had one story. Did I have one story written about it? I stopped a war between two major nations, major nuclear nations. I don't think I had a story written about it, but that's okay. You know why? The people know. The people know. Did anybody write that story about the war? Did anybody? Did you write it? Oh, did you write it? You wrote it.
These brothers have asked you. These brothers have asked you to get more
adjustments that need to be made for Marine One departures and arrivals.
No, we put it so that Marine One is very far away. We did it in conjunction with the Air Force, with everybody, and everybody signed off on it. Now we have to have it far away. It's very far from Marine One's out there. It's out in the field. So you have to have a certain distance. We're about 3 times that distance. Okay? Thank you very much, everybody.
Can you share what you told Prime Minister Netanyahu about getting involved?
There you have Donald Trump there, live reaction coming in, live statement coming in of Donald Trump there. He's talking about how he has stopped a war. Okay, he's spoken on Pakistan also. He is saying he has stopped 2 wars. Major Tur, I would go across to you on this. He's again, raking up Pakistan. He talks about 2 countries, 2 nuclear countries, how he has stopped the war. But, this is Donald Trump. Classic Donald Trump continues to, thump his chest, boast about, even after India has made it very clear, Prime Minister Modi has made it very clear, setting the record straight.
Rakshita, see, even today in the conversation with President Trump and Prime Minister Modi again said that, it was not by any third party's intervention that the ceasefire was called in. It was in the interest of India itself that there had to be an agreement in terms of the ceasefire. And moreover, after Operation Sindoor, the first part of Operation Sindoor, which I still consider that Operation Sindoor is still on, what I would say is emphasizes that, you see, with intelligence reports coming in about the Kirana Hills and the entry and exit points of the nuclear facilities blocked for a very long period of time because of the damage it has suffered, and then the Noor Khan Air Base under the American control are what has come out in a very astonishing way to the Indian intelligence agencies.
Right.
Because no country which would 48 hours before say that they have nothing to do with the India and Pakistan conflict, after 48 hours suddenly is onto the table running helter-skelter to get a ceasefire between the two. So definitely, if we read between the lines, India had an upper edge and still has one. And you see, look at the timing of the Field Marshal Asif Muni's visit to USA. He's going to meet President Trump. So it is 101% very logically true that definitely there is going to be some land incursion from Pakistan into Iran, because at the moment American troops cannot afford to be exposed in Iraq, because they are vulnerable in Iraq as well. But if they are deployed or they enter Iran through the Pakistan border, which is approximately 1,000 kilometers long, then probably things will pan out the American way.
Absolutely, of course. But yes, the Trump way is that he is now making a climb down, and also he is not mentioning the trade deal, very importantly here. But thanks so much, Mr. Parchin, for joining us with your insights and your expert take on that, viewers. We shift our focus to the G7 summit. Ladies and gentlemen, the G7 summit has started in Canada, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi was in Canada. He met French President Emmanuel Macron on the sidelines, but the netizens cannot stop talking about this one particular moment. In a light-hearted moment, the two world leaders were seen sharing a chuckle after Prime Minister asked the French President, and I quote, "Nowadays you're fighting on Twitter," unquote. Take a look at this fun moment of banter between the two leaders.
Nowadays you're fighting on Twitter. Thank you. Nowadays you're fighting on
Moment has caused a split on the internet, with the netizens chuckling along with the world leaders. One ex-user has called the moment between Macron and Modi a high school boys jab chuckle, while another has praised the Prime Minister, saying Modi ji's precision strike mode is always on. So what led to this moment, viewers? It's a digital spat that broke out between the French president and United States president over Israel-Iran diplomacy. With Trump leaving early, Macron told reporters that his exit could mean a ceasefire between Israel and Iran in the works. However, Trump soon replied back on social media site Truth Social, saying that Emmanuel is seeking publicity and has no idea why he is on his way back to Washington, D.C. The Twitterati believe that this is what the Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, was insinuating in his quip with President Macron. And not just this, there are many such moments at the G7 that have gotten the netizens talking. Prime Minister Modi's intense discussion with British Prime Minister Keir Starmer at the G7 also prompted conversation among the netizens. Take a look at this video. The two world leaders look very engaged in an intense conversation. And speaking of G7 and world leaders meeting, we would not be missing out to mention the moment between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni. The two leaders were all smiles as they met, shaking hands, and they posed for pictures together. I'm trying to be a few, you know it. Excuse me. So Melanie telling the Prime Minister, complimenting the Prime Minister that you are the best and I'm trying to be as you. And this has gone viral on social media with the hashtag Melody trending once again. Also, Prime Minister was seen participating in the family photo taken at the G7 along with the other global leaders. Everyone in the video seemed to be in great spirits as they posed for the photo op. All right, viewers, as we come to the end of this edition, in order to promote border area tourism in the Union Territory of Ladakh, the Indian Army has conducted a mountaineering expedition to Mount Shahi Kangri and Mount Silwar Peak. The aim of this expedition is to honor the strength and valor of the Ladakhi soldiers who have sacrificed their lives during the Galwan conflict. Comprising of 28 highly skilled personnel trained in ice and rock craft, the team showcased exceptional endurance and technical prowess in high-altitude mountaineering. Flagged off on the 28th of May, the expedition was finally culminated today by Lieutenant General Hitesh Bhalla, the General Officer in command of Fire and Fury Corps. Watch these stunning visuals as I say goodbye.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल. ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े. क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ. डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा. अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ. सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र.
MDH की देगी मिर्च.
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का.
MDH की देगी मिर्च.
همیهنانم جمهوری اسلامی به پایان خود رسیده و در حال سقوط است. خامنه‌ای همچون موشی هراسان زیر زمین پنهان شده و کنترل اوضاع را از دست داده است. آنچه آغاز شده برگشت ناپذیر است. آینده روشن است و ما با هم از این پیچ تند تاریخ عبور خواهیم کرد. در این روزهای دشوار دل من با همه شهروندان بی‌دفاعی است که آسیب دیدند و قربانی جنگ طلبی و توهمات خامنه‌ای شدند. من سالها کوشیدم تا میهنمان گرفتار آتش جنگ نشود. پایان جمهوری اسلامی، پایان جنگ 46 ساله آن با ملت ایران است. دستگاه سرکوب رژیم در حال فروپاشی است. تنها یک خیزش همگانی لازم است تا این کابوس برای همیشه پایان یابد. اکنون زمان ایستادن است. زمان بازپسگیری ایران. همه با هم، از بندر عباس تا بندر انزلی، از شیراز تا اصفهان، از تبریز تا زاهدان، از مشهد تا اهواز، از شهر کرد تا کرمانشاه به صحنه بیاییم. پایان این رژیم را رقم بزنیم. نگران فردای پس از سقوط جمهوری اسلامی نباشید. ایران دچار جنگ داخلی و بی‌ثباتی نخواهد شد. ما برای آینده ایران و شکوفایی‌اش برنامه داریم. ما برای 100 روز نخست پس از سقوط، دوران گذار و استقرار یک حکومت ملی و دموکراتیک برای ملت ایران و به دست ملت ایران آماده ایم. خطاب به نیروهای نظامی و انتظامی، امنیتی و دولتی که این روزها بسیاری از آنها به من پیام می‌فرستند. برای حفظ رژیمی که سقوط آن آغاز شده و حتمی است، روبروی ملت ایران نایستید. خود را فدای رژیم پوسیده نکنید. با ایستادن در کنار ملت، جان خود را حفظ کنید. در گذار از جمهوری اسلامی نقشی تاریخی ایفا کنید و در ساختن آینده ایران سهیم باشید.
Anytime, at any point, if we come to the conclusion that United States is directly involved in attacks against Iran, we will start responding to United States.
Iran's ambassador to the United Nations in Geneva says if US intervenes, Iran will respond. Fresh footage from Israel-Iran conflict show the elimination of terrorist cell in Jabalia. West Asia remains on the edge. Republic reports from damaged, destructed areas in Tel Aviv. After multiple technical snags, Air India has now ordered to reduce flight operations by 30%.
Pakistan's attempt to mischaracterize Operation Sindoor, our precise and proportionate response, as military aggression is unconscionable. When a state harbors terrorists who massacre innocents, defensive action is not just a right, it is a solemn duty.
And Indian diplomat Kshitij Tyagi slams Pakistan at UN Human Rights Council, says when a state harbors terrorists, defense action is not just a right but a solemn duty.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं. विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबा केसरी.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध. MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा.
The Iran-Israel conflict has flared up in earnest. What we saw initially was the good cop, bad cop routine in which the United States was playing the good cop by engaging Iran in talks, and all the while Israel was giving threats of taking military action, strong military action to destroy the nascent Iranian nuclear capability. In fact, this good cop, bad cop routine was used to achieve surprise. Iran thought that one day before the talks were scheduled between America and Iran, Israel would not strike, but it did, and it caught a lot of the top Iranian military leadership together huddled in conferences, etc., and was able to do a fair amount of damage. So far, what has the Israeli strategy been? The Israeli strategy has been to carry out a surgical strike against Iran's nuclear capability, nascent nuclear capability. To that extent, it has hit Natanz, the nuclear enrichment site. It has hit many weapon fabrication laboratories and other experimental laboratories close by around Tehran complex. It has also primarily hit at command and control targets. It has eliminated a large number of Iranian senior military officials, which include the head of the IRGC, the head of the Iranian army, head of the Iranian Air Force, and their chief of intelligence. Now, these are very severe losses in terms of leadership. Command and control attrition has been highly effective to the extent that Iran has now ordered that none of its top commanders will be carrying mobiles, because they have been tracked through their mobiles and hit with great amount of precision. To start with, the Israelis had carried out massive standoff attacks with about 200 of their F-35 stealth fighters, F-15E Eagle jet fighters. These had fired cruise missiles, standoff cruise missiles, without entering Iranian territory. In the phase 1, they had carried out SEAD, suppression of enemy air defenses, in which they had knocked off the S-300 missile batteries of Iran, which have not proved very effective. Let's not forget that even in Pakistan, the S-300 equivalent, the Chinese HQ-9 and 16 were also proved to be highly ineffective. So they have suppressed Iran's air defenses, and they have now gone in a very big way to tackle the target.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
On the show tonight, sensational details about what's going on inside Air India. You won't believe the information we've got. And at 9 o'clock tonight, will the Muslim world stand with Iran if Trump bombs it at a different level? And ladies and gentlemen, what is the responsibility of a media group at a time like this? When 270, 80, maybe 300 people have died, because the death toll could be much higher in effect. What is the responsibility of a news media group? Is it to become a PR extension of the company that is being asked questions, which is Air India, in other words, the Tatas? Or is it the responsibility of the media group to ask questions of the people? Now, I would not be surprised if the PR machinery of Air India or the Tatas goes overactive over the next few days. But the truth cannot be concealed. What Mr. Chandrasekaran of Tata Sons must answer, and I'm taking his name specifically, Mr. Chandrasekaran, what you must check is how many snags had been there in Air India flight 171, which crashed on June 12th. Specifically, Mr. Chandrasekaran, eventually the man in charge, must tell the nation, because the nation wants to know, Mr. Chandrasekaran, how many snags were reported on the flight that crashed between May 2nd and June 6th, 2025. Tell us, Mr. Chandrasekaran, make a public disclosure of this. We would love to know. We would love to know whether it was 1 snag, 2 snags, 10 snags, 15 snags, 20 snags, or Mr. Chandrasekaran. We would like to know whether there were 29 snags. It's only a question. Don't get too worked up, Mr. Chandrasekaran. Just tell us, and we will report how many snags you had on the plane that crashed. The other question is now to the DGCA. To the DGCA, the real question must be asked is, do they get any favors from Air India? Is it true that Air India very generously gives them extra luggage? Is it true, for example, I'm only asking a question, the Minister of Civil Aviation must answer, whether anybody from his office sought 50 kilograms of extra luggage free from Air India and whether it was given. We must know this. We are only asking questions. These are only questions. These are not accusations. But is there a system of favors, small or big, between DGCA and Air India? Can both of them tell us that? Thirdly, Air India, the PR machinery of Air India must ask whether it is true, as the Wall Street Journal has reported, that there is a possibility that the emergency power generator was operating when the plane crashed, and whether this raises questions about whether the engines were functioning properly. Why was the ram air turbine, or RAT, which is like a backup generator, working? Was it working? In what circumstances did the RAT get deployed? Is it true that the RAT gets deployed when there are hydraulic system failures, when there are cockpit instruments losing power, or when there are electric motor pumps that become dysfunctional? Ladies and gentlemen, Air India must get serious, and the media must get serious with Air India. I know that a lot of PR work is happening, but I do not understand the DGCA in this country. I don't understand the central government sometimes. 66 Air India planes have been cancelled in a period June 12th to June 17th. And what is called a review of the operations of Air India and Air India Express, the press release, the statement, is essentially giving Air India a clean chit, saying we're going to put you under a little bit more supervision. But that's all. This increases the suspicion that the DGCA is historically and will continue to be in the future also soft towards Air India. But Mr. Chandrasekaran of Tata Sons, please tell us how many failure messages were there related to this aircraft? Were there any? If I were to ask you, and you're welcome to come on my show, but I won't give you a free run, I would just like to know how many incidents were on the plane, which is nomenclatured VT/A and B. Is this the plane which crashed? I don't know. Tell us. Is this the Dreamliner that crashed, Mr. Chandrasekaran? And how many incidents were there on that plane? Big or small? Were there 1, 5, 6, none, or 29? Or 29? Air India and Mr. Chandrasekaran, the nation doesn't just want to know, the nation will know. We want to know. Please tell us. Let's debate.
Delhi to Dubai. AI 996 Air India flight with over 200 passengers on board cancelled after reported technical snag midway. Air India 2491 Mumbai to Lucknow cancelled after boarding passengers twice and deboarding. Lack of crew causes unrest and aircraft damage. Since the fateful day of Air India AI-171 crash in Ahmedabad, 83 Air India flights have been cancelled, 66 out of them Dreamliners. At least 10 such incidents within the last 72 hours, nearly 66 in the last 6 days. Top sources tell Republic that the Directorate General of Civil Aviation has asked Air India to cut down their flight operations by 30%.
After DGCA, the regulatory body has summoned Air India and Air India Express officials yesterday to appear in front of them. Finally, a prompt strict action has been taken against Air India, where the DGCA has asked Air India to reduce their flight operation by 30%.
The only victim? Passengers.
They are at the gate. They are not boarded. They are cheating us.
और अभी तो बोर्ड कराओगे भी तो कोई फायदा है नहीं. आई एम नॉट गोइंग टू स्टार्ट हो गया सर.
टेक्निकल का आप 3 घंटे से टेक्निकल और पायलट की पत्थर ठोक रहे हो.
2 बार हमारी ये फ्लाइट कैंसिल हुई है और एयर इंडिया कोई जवाब नहीं देते. हम मैसेज भी करते तो इतना होल्ड होता है, हमको 15-15 मिनट होल्ड रखना पड़ता है और हमको सामने से भी अच्छा कोई रिस्पांस नहीं आता है एयर इंडिया में से. अब हम लोग अभी अगली बार से एयर इंडिया में आने वाले नहीं है.
हम इधर आए तो बता रहे थे कि फ्लाइट है वो डिले हुई है 3 आवर्स. सो हमको 1 PM की जगह 3 PM का टाइम दिया और अभी जब टाइम बोर्डिंग का आया, अंदर जाने का आया, चेक इन का टाइम आया तो वो लोग बोल रहे हैं कि अब फ्लाइट कैंसिल हो गई है. सो वो लोग अच्छे से रिफंड का भी आंसर नहीं दे रहे हैं. हम लोग कॉल सेंटर में बात कर रहे हैं, वहाँ भी कोई भी कॉल रिसीव नहीं कर रहा है.
Each and every person is giving a different reply. One is saying that there is some technical issue. The second one is saying that there is a delay in the flight to reach here from Delhi to Ahmedabad. Therefore, today takeoff is not possible, and other reasons are being stated which are not plausible.
From New Delhi to Dubai, from Mumbai to Lucknow, Air India's flight map is dotted with breakdowns. And the only ones paying the price are the passengers.
आप बताओ कि ये पायलट है उड़ाने वाला बस.
And ladies and gentlemen, what is the responsibility of a media at a time like this? The responsibility of the media is to ask questions. The responsibility of the media is not to provide a platform. We have asked questions and Shawan is with us tonight. Captain Vipul Saxena is with us, former defense pilot and aeronautical engineer. Group Captain Augustine Vinod, he's been a former fighter pilot. Group Captain GP Bajpai, former flight safety consultant with Air India. Subhash Goyal, Chairman of the Indian Chamber of Commerce, Aviation and Tourism Committee. Captain Amit Singh, former Boeing 777 and Airbus A320 aircraft pilot. We have with us Air Vice Marshal P.K. Srivastav, needs no introduction, and Sanjay Lazar, Air India veteran aviation expert. Now, viewers, let's put a few things in context. We got some information and we asked Air India to confirm the information. Right. Now, we asked them whether there were recurring snags in the VT-ANB operating AI-171 that crashed on June 12th. Now, we wanted to know how many snags were reported in this specific plane between May 2nd and June 6, 2025. We wanted line maintenance activity logs between May 13th and June 12, 2025. Right? And we asked whether it was true that this specific plane experienced issues related to the auto brake system on multiple occasions, specifically May 6th, May 13th, May 15th, and May 18th, 2025. We also asked whether there had been 1, 2, 3, or 29 separate snags between May 2nd and June 6, 2025 for the aircraft VT-ANB operating AI-171. Now, Air Vice Marshal P.K. Srivastav, 29 separate snags, big or small, right? In a period that is roughly about 1 month and 4 days. So if there are 29 snags, big or small, reported in, say, a 35-day period, it's not a small matter, is it? I'm just asking. You are the man who knows. Air Vice Marshal, is it a small matter? Would it be a small matter? 29 separate snags. Big or small?
Arnav, thanks for this debate.
Arnab, thanks for the debate because it's a very horrific incident and we need to look at all the dimensions. And let me tell you that aircraft being a system of systems where we talk about all kinds of systems, avionics, electronics, computers, hydraulics, engine, fuel system, engine, and that to this aircraft being completely digitally controlled, fly by wire.
No.
If 29 snacks, if they are categorized as some kind of, let me complete Arnav, some kind of minor snacks, because we have, if they are not engine related and they are not fuel system related, then we need to look at them at what snacks they were. And let me also inform the audience through you that all repeat snacks are taken with a different kind of scrutiny.
So what you're saying, one second, Vice Marshal, one second, Vice Marshal, you're saying tonight that whether there are 1, 2, 15 or 29 is not a big deal. Air India says, and Shawan will tell us what Air India says. See, we are only asking a question here. Right, Shawan, we are not making an accusation. We want to know whether there were 29 chota-mota, big, small snacks. We're not pilots. We don't know whether this is big. But we did ask whether there was a nitrogen generation system issue reported on 3 specific dates. We did ask whether there were repeated issues flagged on the ICAS, which is Engineering Indicating Crew Alerting System, on May 22nd, May 26th and June 1st. Now, is this a small thing? I don't know. You tell me. Is it a small thing? Group Captain Augustine Vinod, is it a small thing? Are these minor things?
Not, and as I can read from what you're saying, Arnab, you seem to be completely in a picture of the entire history. So with that as the background, I am taking this particular thought process forward, and I'm completely with Air Marshal where he is talking about the repeat snacks. Now, let me also add something to what Air Marshal said. See, in my opinion, even a small minor snack needs to be, it's like a headache. So the headache could be a small minor headache, or it could be a tumor in your head. So everything needs to be, especially in aviation, everything needs to be approached with that kind of seriousness, firstly. And most importantly, something related, say, to an engine can lead to an engine trouble, because
no, I'm asking, I'm not saying they're related. See, my point here is, sir, I'm not saying they're related. I just want to know, I'm not sure whether it is appropriate for Air India to say what they are saying. What are they saying, Shawan, in their reply to our very specific questions, to our email?
Well, in fact, our questionnaire was pertaining to certain data that we have basically obtained. This is about the aircraft itself and multiple technical snags that were reported during a specified period. And importantly, we have also put out details of the fact that the same aircraft had undergone line checks. Now, let me just explain what this line check that we're talking about. The aircraft takes a particular route. Once it reaches a destination, a line check is essentially done, and thereafter a technical snag, if at all it is reported, there is a replacement process to it. Now, what we asked was this, that is it true that there have been 29 technical snags that have been reported from this particular aircraft? Now, this is what they say. Air India says, and I'm quoting, the issues and details that are sought are related to an ongoing investigation, and hence Air India will not be able to make any specific comment or confirm any of the said data. It is relevant to mention that an aircraft undergoes multiple engineering checks before it is cleared for flight operations according to top priority to safety issues. Now, the question here is that in just 3 days, perhaps aviation experts can weigh in. 26th of May itself, there is one with regards to the auto brake. Within 2 days, similar sort of technical snag is reported. Another auto brake technical snag is reported. And there is a third. So there is a pattern of an auto brake technical snag that has been reported in just 3 days. I'm putting out the dates too. We are given to understand it's on the 6th of May, and then on 13th of May, and then on 18th of May. To which they say there have been rectifications that have been done, but the fact of the matter is there are multiple patterns that are basically emerging from this data, which Air India says that they are not going to comment because this is part of an investigation, ongoing investigation that is being done by BCAS.
So we are asking how many snags there were in a 35-day period, right? By the way, it's not 29 days, 35 snags, it's 35 days, 29 snags. And our question really, our top band is how many snags. Now, we are told that it's a standard industry practice that engineering teams release aircraft for flying under the minimum equipment list that have different categories. MEL is a document from the manufacturer approved by the regulator, DGCA. In case of a particular aircraft, the applicable minimum equipment list has to be first presented to a pilot who is trained to understand the nature of the findings and decide whether they are comfortable to operate the aircraft. Okay. In a way, they are trying to answer our question, but they are not. All I want to know from Air India, if they say to us, your information is incorrect. There have not been any of these reports. Your report about 29, your question regarding 29 separate snags reported between May 2nd and June 2nd, 2025 for the aircraft VT A and B operating AI-171. If they say this question is based on false information, I will convey that. But they have not said that either now, Vipul. They are neither saying this nor that. They can tell us whether the questions are correct or incorrect based upon their information. They should say, if the information is incorrect, they should say there aren't these many snags. What they are saying is that any aircraft undergoes multiple engineering checks before it is cleared for flight operations according to top priority for safety issues. Modern aircraft, including the Boeing 787, have multiple levels of redundancies built in. Duplicated, triplicated systems, depending on the criticality of the component to ensure safe operations. This basically implies that a deficiency does not necessarily mean that an aircraft cannot fly or is not airworthy. I agree. But if there are 29 deficiencies which are found in 35 days, I asked someone tonight, the question is not whether, if there are 29 such cases in 35 days, does the picture change? Captain G.P. Bajpai, does the picture change then?
Good evening to you and to all my panelists. You are right, in a short span of time, such a large number of snag is not in a good taste. But simultaneously, the repeated snag on the auto braking system has got nothing to do with the other snag because it comes into operation during landing phase of the aircraft. And it's not necessary these snags are interlinked to each other. But what is more important, it talks about the culture which is existing over there. A snag which has been rectified should not reoccur in near future. Otherwise, it becomes a repeated snag. And then the role of the flight safety of the Air India and DGCA, when they go for their audit, they should go into details how the snag was rectified, how it got repeated in such a short span of time, and how the rectification process has taken place, whether all the laid down procedures, the maintenance manuals, the spares were used or not, and or the snag has been rectified.
No, the question is, one point, the question is, the pilots are saying, the Air India is saying that, listen, we may have 29 snags or 49 snags, does not matter. It does not mean that the plane specifically cannot fly. My question is different. My question is, Captain Amit Singh, you take my question. Is it not a matter of concern that if, I don't know whether it's true that this is 171, if on any airline, 171 or any airline, if there are 29 snags which are found in about a month, is it a matter of some concern? Does it raise other issues?
Like the previous panelist said, it's a cultural issue, but let me classify it. The manufacturer gives a master MEL, which means there is always a balance between production and protection. You cannot have too much production because that will lead to an accident. Too much protection means loss of revenue. So safety, the job of safety is to balance it. That is why the aircraft can be released with certain number of snags, but not too many. And they are classified as per the safety risk assessment. So manufacturer gives a document, the master MEL, based on which the DGCA
No, that's all right. See, I'm a layman question here.
Yeah.
Amit, my layman question is that if today someone were to tell you this particular plane has had 29 snags, big, small, I don't know, it may be related to auto brake, maybe related to nitrogen generation system, maybe recurring issues with cargo temperature, bulk, of light. It may be related to stabilizer trim. It may be related to rudder trim. It may be related to engine indicating and crew alerting systems, right? And there are all these snags that are happening over a period. I'm not talking about this plane. I'm saying, let's take a hypothetical situation. This has happened, right? Should the management of the airline or someone not thinking, why is it happening? Isn't it too much? 29 cases in 35 days. This is not good. Is that not a right thing to ask commonsensically? And now
that is an obvious question.
Then why is it cultural means what? When you say cultural means what?
Means there is a tendency to continue acceptable, which means this is acceptable to the management.
Correct.
And,
that's the point. That means it's acceptable to the management. Now, Shravan and Harsha, what else is Air India saying to us?
Well,
Harsha
fact,
can tell us.
Well, in fact, Arnav, we spoke to about 6 pilots who have operated in Air India. And in fact, all of them, we've gone through each of these technical snags. And what they had to say is about the repeated problem, the repeated technical snags and the pattern that is emerging. Harsha, if you can just quickly tell us, one, the Air India's response with regards to the technical snag, and they are essentially resorting to the MEL aspect. MEL aspect is something that we were not even focusing on.
Yeah, they said that minimum equipment listing is something which aircraft can work on till the time it is not revoked. There's a timeline, and in that particular timeline on 9th and 10th of June, whatever the minimum equipment listing was there, aircraft could be flown. That was not a major issue. This they have responded to us. And as far as we spoke to pilot regarding the issues in the technical snag, he stated that the braking system is a big issue. It's a big thing. Aircraft can't...
repeated 3 times.
That's repeated 3 times. In fact, he said that the H2U open is also a huge thing. The aircraft can't work, aircraft can't operate with this particular snag. And also he went on by saying EICAS, which is the engine indicating crew alerting system. If EICAS is there and engine is indicating something, that means some immense fault is there in the aircraft and it has to be rectified.
The thing is, Shravan, bottom line is how many snags were reported and rectified. We're not saying the snags were not rectified. But what are we saying when we say, is there a cultural issue? Sanjay Lazar, I want you to come in on this. Say one plane, any plane, 29 snags in 35 days, big, small, right? But does it not establish a pattern somewhere? And the question then is, even if they are rectified, should the DGCA not have some system to check why there are so many snags in one aircraft over a period of time? Does that not raise some other issues? Or is the DGCA blind to this? Sanjay, can you unmute yourself, please?
Yeah, okay. Yes, Arnav, can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear, yeah.
Yeah. So I want to just continue on what Captain Amit said. You know, the manufacturer comes out with an MEL list. Now, please hear me out on this.
Yeah.
It is universal. It is universal across the world. It is not something that only Air India does. MEL lists are followed by all airlines. Sometimes there are no parts, or sometimes they are minimal, smaller things. Now, that being said, the 29 in 35 days does not trouble me, especially since you said they are repetitive of a particular kind. I also do not know if some of them are CDLR snags, which are cabin defect snags, you know, oven or seat light or IFE not working or temperature controls not working. But the 3 that your correspondent mentioned, one was ICAS, which is a serious snag. The other was the HTO fan, and the third, I think, was the air brake. Now, from what I understand from what he mentioned, I think there were 3 of one type. It obviously shows that they were trying to repair it, and it was coming up over and over again. So it leads us to believe whether we need to look at whether the parts.
Okay, so if someone were to tell you, Sanjay, that the ICAS system, for example, I'm not saying this plane, any plane, right? Maybe this plane, Air India should tell us if there's an ICAS problem, which is flagged on 22nd May, 26th May, and June 1st, right? For one particular plane. That means there's an engine indicating and crew alerting system issue flagged on the 22nd of May, again after 4 days, and again after 5 days. What does that mean?
It means that obviously something, you know, they've obviously rectified and it's happened again.
So what does that tell you? No, they rectified, happened again. Rectified, happened again. Rectified, happened again. 3 times in 8 days. Yeah. What does that tell you?
It tells me that maybe they need to change the part or
no.
or
What
there was
the part
something,
change?
you
No,
know,
no. One second here. Auto brake system. Suppose happens May 6th. Again rectified happens again May 13th. Rectified happens again May 15th. Rectified happen against May 18th. I'm not saying this is to do with a crash. But what does that tell you?
It just says that, this aircraft has had recurring problems on a particular type of part. That I see that.
So then I'm not, so point is, if that aircraft were to go and crash tomorrow, then would this history matter or not matter at all?
That is in the realm of investigation. I'm sure the investigators from both the NTSB as well as the DGCA, the AAIB will look at it very closely. If these were, these recurring issues existed in the plane that crashed, and if they're relevant to the
so
matter.
Does this raise questions about Air India's tolerance to?
Sure.
No, does this raise questions about Air India management's tolerance to these cultural issues? I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't happen in other airlines, but would you say in any other airline all aircraft would have 29 issues in 35 days or something like that?
I would not know because I've really not looked at too many other airlines, frankly.
But it's worrying here, with the confidence with which Air India now says, the confidence with which Air India now says that the recent surveillance conducted on Air India, DGCA, giving almost a clean sheet here, Mr. Goyal says, recent surveillance conducted on Air India's Boeing 787 fleet does not reveal any major safety concerns. All the aircraft associated maintenance system were found to be compliant with existing safety standards. It's like a clean sheet, isn't it? I mean, government has given Air India a clean sheet, this means.
Yes, it is.
Yeah?
Yes, it has. And I believe that the DGCA would not have taken such a step, Arnab, with the NTSB and the FAA watching over it. Remember, if anything is found in this accident that pertains to the aircraft itself, it will put the spotlight on 1100.
I just hope a completely unrelated comment that no DGCA official has taken any favors from Air India ever, including excess baggage, including their internal Air India officers writing mails saying allow 12 kilos, 30 kilos, 40 kilos, 50 kilos for a minister.
I would not be able to comment.
No, I'm just saying I hope there's no conflict of interest there, right? Because that changes the picture.
But
DGCA, would you agree with me? Would you agree with me, Subhash, that DGCA should not have a conflict of interest? A senior DGCA official going through airport. I hope Air India doesn't say, oh, give him 12 kilos more. Give him 20 kilos more. I mean, I hope there is no such system. Yes, Subhash Goyal?
Yes, you're talking to me?
Yes, sir. What do you think?
Yeah. See, as far as the snags are concerned, I think it is a serious issue. And I'm sure, Arnab, I'm happy you're taking up this issue. But at the same time, as rightly mentioned, that not only DGCA, but the Boeing, General Electric, and also, I believe, some British aviation experts are in town, and they are all investigating this because Air India is not the only airline having this. Having said that, one issue I want Arnab
so there's been a report in the Wall Street Journal. There's been a report in the Wall Street Journal, I don't know, which says that the emergency power generator was operating when this plane crashed. What does that mean? Does this raise questions about the engines? Can any of the pilots tell me what it means, if there is any truth in that? I'm not making an accusation again. I'm reporting what has been publicly reported. Air India, I don't know whether they have replied to that. Sir?
I think the pilot should respond.
Would any of the pilots like to respond to that, this report which has come out here? I don't know. Or will we say it's too early pending investigation? There is an article, it's been published in a global newspaper, that the emergency power generator was operating when it crashed. What would that mean? Amit ji, would you like to tell us?
Yeah, when the electrical generation has stopped, that is when the RAT deploys, or the hydraulic issue. It could be, the source could be either hydraulic failure, electrical failure, or engine failure.
So big issue.
Ultimately, that is the last backup which the aircraft has in terms of
Shravan and Harsha, is there any response from Air India to that report which came earlier today? Has Air India responded to any of those reports that came out in WSJ?
Well, in fact, there is no public statement that has been made by Air India. Just a quick question to you, Harsha, with regards to the report that has come in from Wall Street Journal, the fact that they have essentially indicated towards an engine failure. Is there any response coming in?
No response from DGC or no response from Air India as of now. We have been asking response from Air India. We have mailed them twice or thrice since the crash happened, but no response. They are not ready to respond on the prelim report as well. AIB has also not responded on a prelim report.
Okay, Shravan, so,
there are clear indications of engine failure. If you look at the debris of the engine, I can see in one of the photographs, the debris of the engine in which the blades, the turbine blades are intact. So if an engine is moving at high thrust and it meets with an accident, due to the impact, the blades are shredded or they curl in a S shape. These blades are intact, straight, which means the engine was not running at the time of impact. That is very clear from one of the photographs of the engine. I cannot see the other engine clearly. So for sure, one was at idle or was shut down. So
I would also make one request. I would make a request. I hope it's, you see, some people, we have some papers which suggest that Civil Aviation Ministry officials have sought help with some special treatment, including baggage waivers, flight rescheduling, fee exemptions to senior DGC officers and even family members, relations of the Honorable Minister of Civil Aviation. I hope it's not true. I hope it's not true. We've sent a letter, we've sent a questionnaire. But if this is happening, should it not stop? Should key DGC officers get different levels of assistance with Air India? Should Honorable Minister for Civil Aviation get any waivers from Air India? Should there be any such facilitation is a question I would like to ask. Because I want no conflict of interest between DGCA, Ministry of Civil Aviation and Air India. I'm not sure that there is a complete sort of a wall between the two. One is a regulator and the other is an airline. I'm only asking a question. The question is, Shravan, and the question is, has at any point of time, any point of time been there any sort of over keenness to help with extra baggage, facilitation, flight rescheduling, etc. by Air India or any airline towards people from the Ministry of Civil Aviation and the DGCA?
Well, in fact, multiple instances of how a long rope has been given to Air India by DGCA. One, there is an investigation report that has been prepared, which is a spot check that was done by the DGCA of multiple aircrafts being operated by Air India, in which Campbell Wilson has been named as an alleged offender. Correct. In that particular report, they clearly say that emergency equipments were not present when the spot checks were done. Interestingly, a 15-day time is actually given to Air India to respond to those. The fact of the matter is that this is not to do with only one type of aircraft, multiple aircrafts, the fleets that have been operated. In fact, Harsha, just a quick response on that particular report that was been prepared, and multiple such show cause notices have actually gone from DGCA.
Almost in 2 months, 15 show cause notices issued by DGCA to Air India. None of the show cause notices have been adhered by Air India. They didn't ground their...
What was the response coming in from DGCA? Did they follow up?
No, DGCA also didn't follow up. They just sent the show cause notice and they were also sleeping that Air India will respond in some time. They didn't follow up. They didn't pull up Air India even after the crash.
So here comes the big question. Why exactly is DGCA giving that long rope to Air India? Is there some sort of an understanding? See, what is it?
The thing is, Shravan, it's like Campbell Wilson's statement. When you ask him, Mr. Wilson, your airline was a frightful mess. You don't know how to run an airline. We have letters to show that you have been named as the guilty party by DGCA in letters and show cause notices as recently as the 6th of June. In his ridiculous highbrow style, he tries to say these matters have nothing to do with the crash. Well, in a way they don't, but in a way they do. Because the fact of the matter is that you got a long rope. Serious issues, emergency system not working on planes, all documented. Campbell Wilson, guilty party, 15 days to respond. In the interim of the 15 days, an Air India plane crashes. Campbell Wilson and Air India say, well, question you're asking has nothing to do with the crash. But then the question we're asking is about the cultural system operating within Air India, how this airline runs. And they're trying to go hyper-technical on us. If I open the phone lines right now, Air India will realize how people think. And there is a cultural system, and the Tata Group must answer to it. Yes, Vipul has been quiet for a while. Vipul.
So Arnab, I would need some time to cover up a couple of points which I've been desperately waiting to share. One is that MEL is totally different thing, and it is a legal thing allowed by the manufacturer, and it does not compromise the safety of the aircraft, or I would say operationality of the aircraft. Coming to snags, there is no snag which is small. Every snag which is coming on record has to be rectified. Now, there are two type of things. One is quick fix rectification, and other is root cause analysis. Okay, ideally, as per the best practices, every snag or every defect which is coming on record, there should be root cause analysis should be done. And I think that culture does not exist in Air India. That is why systems like auto brake and auto system repeated, or ICAS, repeated snags are coming on record. So it shows the cultural issues. Next thing I would like to cover is that in the last discussion, I had raised one issue about culture. I was coming to culture only. That when you pick and choose, because all these things, culture comes from the top management. If the top management people are ethical, they don't compromise with the system and process. Culture will set in the organization the way leader sets in. And the pick and choose, yes, a private company can pick up anybody for the role. But they pick up people who are manipulators, who conceal things, who circumvent the laws and the SOPs. I think that's dangerous. And that is what is happening in most of the airline operations. That is why you never find a chief of engineering vacancy coming in the market, chief of flight safety coming in the market, quality control manager coming in the market. And
no, Vipul, my question is today, what is my question? Viewers, you tell me if my question is correct. I am asking tonight, Vipul, that in the plane that crashed, of the visuals that you see, and this is the question media in this country should ask, media should not sit there and do these ridiculous PR interviews. Media should ask, in this plane that crashed, how many snags were there in the last 1 month or 2 months or 3 months or 4 months? Media should also do that job to find out. Then Air India can say, okay, there were these many, but we still felt the plane would not have crashed. It was not in any danger. But Air India is saying that just because there were deficiencies does not mean the plane can't fly. Of course. But then the question I am asking is, layman question, 29 deficiencies? Isn't it a bit too much? 29 times, even if they are repeat?
Something different. No. Deficiency means MEL is something.
I want any pilot to come and tell me no big deal. I want disclosure. I don't want them to tell me ongoing investigation can't comment. My question I'm asking and the answer you can give me on that, in my view, Amit, has nothing to do with the ongoing investigation. Your ongoing investigation is on the circumstances of the crash. In fact, Air India is contradicting itself. It is saying the questions you are asking or the snags reported and rectified have nothing to do with the crash. In that case, you must answer my question rather than use the ongoing investigation route to avoid a specific reply to my very specific question. Whatever they say, Amit, if they say all of this information is incorrect, I will reproduce it. I'll say, yeah, Air India denies any snags. You can't just say...
So if a pilot refuses an aircraft because of a snag, there is a likelihood that he can be fired. There have been pilots who have been fired without a show cause.
Why?
Because they refused to operate a flight which was unsafe. And there's another
But isn't that a pilot's right? Because look here. Look here what they say. In the case of a particular aircraft, the applicable MEL, which is minimum equipment list, has to be first presented to a pilot who is trained to understand the nature of the findings and decide if they are comfortable to operate the aircraft. So Air India is saying the pilot has full right to say no.
Pilot is the final authority to decide the safety of the aircraft. But like I was saying, there was a system. They had leased certain aircrafts which had a lesser number of oxygen supply. And they were flying over routes with high mountains. So a pilot refused that. He was fired without a show cause. Now he's fighting a legal case in the High Court, and the High Court has ordered the DGCA to conduct an inquiry into that. Another pilot raised or wrote to the management about key issues in the training, pilot training, and how safety is affected. Again, he was fired without a show cause.
I am asking,
so
how many times?
If the pilot, the paper gives the pilot
put
the
a
right.
graphic out of that. How many, whether this question is relevant or not, whether Arnab Goswami is asking the right question or not, but I will not have it every night for people to say, can you run an airline? Have you flown an Airbus? Are you a qualified pilot? Who are you to ask? Well, I'm a journalist. And what is the question I'm asking? I am asking a question that in this plane that crashed, everyone on, in this specific plane that crashed, Harsha's report, Shawan's report, right? What is the question we are asking, Shawan and Harsha? What is the question? We are asking, I'm not saying these snags led to the crash, but can you kindly tell me that in this plane that crashed, how many snags were reported or reported/rectified for a 35-day period before the 6th of June?
Well, in fact,
that is my limited question. Shawan and Harsha.
Well, in fact, there are 6 questions that we had asked Air India, and they were all pertaining to the number of technical snags. We have said that between 2nd of May and 6th of June, a record of snags have been reported. We have asked specifically that is it correct that 29 separate snags were reported between 2nd of May and 6th of June 2025. In fact, 2 snags that were reported just days before this aircraft crashed. Is it true that issues related to the nitrogen generation system were reported on 3 separate dates, 1st of June, 2nd of June and 6th of June? Then we asked them about the cargo temperature bulk of flight. This was another technical snag reported on 2nd of May, 3rd of May and 13th of May and 4th of June. Then we asked about the stabilizer trim and rudder trim snag reported on 29th of May. We also asked about the engine indicating and crew alerting system on 26th and 22nd of May. Just a quick point here. We've actually spoken to pilots who have flown aircrafts of Air India. We have gone through each of the technical snags, asking them that whether at all this is a cause of concern. They say that if it is repeated, then it could be a cause of concern.
You see, this is the question that you must ask. Now the problem is, you can appear very emotional, Air India, you can do all the crying and all that, but the fact of the matter is the Air India management will answer my question. The questions I am asking are the people they want Chandrasekharan to answer. He's answering, he should answer. Air Vice Marshal Srivastav, you see, this airline has crashed. 270+ people have died. I want to know everything about what was going on with this plane for 45-day period before it crashed. I want to know how many times Air India got show cause notices. Captain Augustine, people are in a bit of a, like, should I open? Let's open the lines. A lot of people calling tonight to my question. I also want to know whether DGCA will tell us what its response to these situations. Are you saying DGCA has no responsibility here? Captain Augustine, tell me, does DGCA have nothing to do with it? Suppose one plane has 100 snags reported in 2 months, all rectified. Does DGCA have nothing to do with it? Sanjay, Lazar, does DGCA have nothing to do with it? It's the airline's problem.
Not at all. Arnab, I just want to point out the questions that your journalist Shravan has been asking Air India. I do concede and I agree with Air India that they cannot answer because it is now an accident investigation. All records past and present will be sealed. Captain Amit can bear me out on that. You can't open it because now there are multilateral agencies.
No, but
you Sanjay,
Air India is saying that this does not have anything to do with the crash. So why can't they tell us?
They should have actually replied to you that these records are now part of the Accident Investigation Board and I cannot discuss. The other point
no, they have said the issues and details sought by Republic are related to an ongoing investigation and hence Air India will not be able to make any specific comment or confirm any of the said data. But they go on to say, however, aircraft goes to multiple checks before it is cleared. Modern aircraft have multiple redundancies built in, which means that a deficiency does not mean the plane cannot fly. But what am I asking? One minute. What am I asking? I am asking, Sanjay, were there 29 snags reported and rectified?
He cannot answer you. Why are you? You know, it's
Okay,
like
if it
somebody
is,
who's in jail.
no, he
One
cannot
minute.
answer
It's
me.
like a
He
criminal
cannot
who's
answer
under
me.
trial.
Civil Aviation Ministry cannot answer me. Nobody can answer me.
Nobody can.
So nobody in
Please
the country has a
understand
right to know
Then
whether
you-
this
you-
plane
no,
was
no,
having any
Arnab,
recurring
Arnab,
issues.
Then your correspondents have failed to understand what the law is.
Sanjay, you throw the law at me. You are throwing the law at me. Good, very good, very good, very good. But I ask you a question. Okay, now listen to me. Okay, fine. I want to know not only about this plane. I want to know all the planes in our country. I want to know, don't civil aviation authorities, airlines have data on how many snags are reported in these planes or any planes over a period? We're told these planes are beautiful, they'll never crash, right? There are multiple redundancies thrown in. Even now this language is being thrown at me. That's fine. But is my question not valid, Captain Augustine? Is this not the question everybody in the country would ask? At some level, this is the question, right? Suppose you take a plane, you take a car, you go to a Formula 1 track with a car and you try to drive it at 200, 300, 400 kilometers an hour. And later it's found that that particular car was having multiple snags in its engine, wheels, balance, everything. Would you not be risking your life in flying that car? You can say each time the car was rectified. Would you buy that car? Would you use that car? Would you travel on that car?
See, Arnab, quickly let me cover two aspects. First and foremost, the interest of the people is represented here by the fourth pillar. And I do not see any other pillar asking this question other than the fourth pillar, who's asking the relevant question and getting the relevant answer, firstly. And secondly, and most important is, there are certain systemic things that one could learn from another organization. Let me tell you, this organization is Indian Air Force. The third snag, repeated snag, the aeroplane is grounded. A court of inquiry is ordered.
So why should the standards be different for a civil aviation, a plane that flies 250 to 300 people and a fighter jet? Why would it be different?
You cannot fly that aeroplane if
No, I know. Many Air Force people have told me that. But why should the standards be different? Air Vice Marshal Srivastava? Should higher standards, exacting standards not apply?
I want to come in, Arnab. I want to expand on what Augustine has said, because the faults which are there or snags which are there, aircraft is snagged for RT unserviceable also, to entertainment system not working. So we need to classify whether it's flight critical or not. So I don't know 29 snags, were they flight critical or otherwise. But what Augustine is saying, what worries me really, if there is a repeat snag, why there was not a due diligence done?
Even now I'm asking,
quality people are involved, systemic.
DGCA has given a clean sheet now. We are operating in a different environment. DGCA says everything fine. They've said, Air Vice Marshal, everything's fine, no problem.
Mike, why not copy what one organization is doing well in another organization?
That's a very serious issue.
Okay, Ananda is calling from Mumbai. Ananda, what do you think?
Hello, sir. My condolences to the unfortunate incident that has happened. And I would like to ask a basic question. See, I'm also from an engineering field. I'm an electrical engineer. I just wanted to know कि after एक basic question है कि इतना flying hours का एक complete हो जाएगा एक flight का या एक plane का, तो उसमें preventive maintenance checks होते हैं regular कि इतने flying hours के बाद ये checks होने चाहिए. तो जो plane का incident हुआ, जो crash हुआ, उसके preventive maintenance की history data last 6 महीने के या 3 महीने के क्या उन्होंने record किए थे और
This is in a way the history only, of the plane, Ananda ji. And this is a good question you asked. Rajiv from Pune. Rajiv, what do you think?
Good evening, Arnab. Good evening, panelists.
Thank you.
It's really commendable. When I hear your news, Arnab, it really kind of enriches everybody's knowledge here. So my simple question, which you have been pointing out, is specifically to this aircraft, if there are multiple repeated snags, they say it has happened over a period of this number of days, and they have rectified, it seems they have rectified them, then why doesn't the DGCA kind of ground that aircraft pending the complete audit process?
See, if it is the plane which has crashed. Now, I don't know what DGCA's role is here out here. But DGCA seems to have just come and given a clean sheet. They are saying, Rajiv, no problem.
I'm just coming to on. If DGCA has given the long rope to, let's say, to this Air India, then what is the Ministry of Civil Aviation doing?
I don't know what the Ministry of Civil Aviation is doing, and I really hope the Ministry of Civil Aviation has never taken excess baggage clearances for any members of DGCA. I hope the ministry, and there's not small matters, because that is also a cultural issue. If there are mails going on between DGCA, Civil Aviation Ministry and Air India requesting waiver for any bags, excess baggage, that's a bad thing. The Civil Aviation Minister must talk to me and tell me. Nikhil from Udaipur. Nikhil.
Hello.
Yes, Nikhil.
Yes, hi, good evening. Pleasure to speak to you, Arnav. I've been trying to talk to you for a while, and I appreciate all that you do for the country and the people. And you're the voice of 140 crore.
Thank you, sir.
Now, regarding this issue, it's not the first time we've dealt with Air India. And their Dreamliners in the past were flying with crews removed and stuff like that. So there has to be some conflict of interest between the DGCA, the ministry, and Air India. So this needs to be investigated independently, away from the government. And something has to come out of this. Like in January when the Boeing crashed in Seattle due to the popping door, all the fleet was grounded. The entire 787 Dreamliner fleet of Air India should be grounded until it is certified safe to fly independently.
I think your question is very valid. Viewers are asking, does the DGCA have a conflict of interest? And, however much people may try to cover it up, these are the kind of questions which are relevant. One last caller is from Chandigarh. Ishan is calling. Ishan.
Hello, Arnab.
Hi.
Thanks a lot for taking up the call.
Thank you.
And fantastic reporting. By the way, I'm seeing other news channels as well. I think they have forgotten this issue. But you are raising up this. It's a fantastic job. So from my end, I just want to point out that why always in India we believe this chalta hai attitude, right?
Correct.
If there are so many snags, if it has been already taken care or if it was already bringing notice of DGCA, why the plane was not grounded before? That is number one. Why we always wait for something big to happen? That's a very big question. And not only with flights, even with train accidents, even with pull collapses, why there is a chalta hai attitude in India?
I think this is a moment to test it. We need to push the envelope, both with the group, the airlines, and the Ministry of Civil Aviation. I'm glad you're watching, Ishan. Your support means a lot to Republic. I thank Shawan and I thank Harsha for their fine reporting, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone here. At 9 o'clock this evening, what kind of war are we heading to between America and Israel on one side and Iran on the other? Most importantly, will the Muslim world stand with Ayatollah Khamenei or look the other way? When I'm back.
Time for a quick breather. Arnab will be right back with the debate.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Where the software engineer meets the gifted content writer, meets the cool UI UX designer, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar and I'm here to tell you that also gives me the license to guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management.
प्रधानमंत्री मोदी और राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप की मुलाकात G7 समिट की साइडलाइंस पर होनी तय थी। राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप को जल्दी वापस अमेरिका लौटना पड़ा, जिसके कारण ये मुलाकात नहीं हो पाई। इसके बाद राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप के आग्रह पर आज दोनों लीडर्स की फोन पर बात हुई। बातचीत लगभग 35 मिनट चली। 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम आतंकी हमले के बाद राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप ने फोन पर प्रधानमंत्री मोदी को शोक संवेदना प्रकट की थी और आतंक के खिलाफ समर्थन व्यक्त किया था। उसके बाद दोनों लीडर्स की ये पहली बातचीत थी। इसलिए प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप से ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बारे में विस्तार से बात की। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप को स्पष्ट रूप से कहा कि 22 अप्रैल के बाद भारत ने आतंकवाद के खिलाफ कार्रवाई करने का अपना दृढ़ संकल्प पूरी दुनिया को बता दिया था। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने कहा कि 6-7 मई की रात को भारत ने पाकिस्तान और पाकिस्तान ऑक्यूपाइड कश्मीर में सिर्फ आतंकी ठिकानों को ही निशाना बनाया था।
This is Republic Jack Olival Studio. Stay tuned for all the live and breaking news updates. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. Let's get started.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back in time now for the nation's sharpest opinion. We are heading towards conflict, no doubt, and there's going to be big conflict between Israel and America on one side and Iran on the other. My question is, who else is really with Iran? Is the Muslim world with Iran? Will the Muslim world, because Iran wants to be the leader of the Muslim world, but if Iran comes under attack, it already is the Muslim world going to stand behind Iran? Yesterday, a joint statement was released by Egypt's foreign minister that had 20 signatories that condemned Israeli attacks on Iran. But I think that's lip service. This group includes Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Jordan, UAE, Qatar, Oman, Kuwait, Bahrain, among others. But these Arab nations are not saying whether they will intervene if America steps up and attacks. There was another joint statement by Qatar which said the urgent necessity of establishing a Middle East zone free of nuclear weapons and other weapons of mass destruction. That means, is Qatar opposing the acquisition of nuclear weapons by Iran? What is going to be the position of Saudi Arabia, for instance, on a phone call with the Iranian president on June 15th? Mohammed bin Salman said he condemned the attacks which undermine the sovereignty of Iran. But didn't Mohammed bin Salman, MBS, say in 2023, we are concerned about any country getting a nuclear weapon, adding that if Iran did successfully develop a weapon, we will have to get one. So you see, I don't think the Muslim world is going to support Iran or step in. Not even Erdogan. He wants to be the leader of the Muslim world as well. He has his own ambitions. What will Erdogan's position be, Turkey's position be, if Article 5 of the NATO Charter for Collective Defense kicks in, if Iran attacks US bases? Will Turkey leave NATO, refuse support for the US, or ask the US Air Force to vacate the air bases on its soil? Ladies and gentlemen, it may be difficult for people to understand, including some groups in India, but there is no unity in the Muslim world. The fact is there is strong competition between these countries for regional influence, between Saudi Arabia, Iran, Turkey. This has created a divided house in the Muslim world and various competing blocs. The Organization for Islamic cooperation is completely ineffective. Arab nations have been unable to do anything about Gaza. They stood by when Israel went into Lebanon. They were silent when US was bombing the daylights out of the Houthis in Yemen earlier this year. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no unity in the Muslim world. Not even Pakistan. Pakistan will do absolutely nothing, and it can't. It's a bankrupt country anyway. But reality is, if Trump bombs the living daylights out of Iran, the Muslim world will not stand with Khamenei. This is my reading of the situation. Let's debate.
Ridiculous, endless wars. We should have never been there in the first place. I think it was the worst decision made in the history of our country. The worst mistake that the United States has ever made, in my opinion, was going into the Middle East. It's a quagmire. We're up to close to $8 trillion. We're doing jobs that other countries should be doing.
Those were the words of US President Donald Trump during his first term in the office. 150 days into his second term as US President, his tunes have changed. His peacemaker dream in limbo.
We're not looking for a ceasefire. I didn't say I was looking for a ceasefire. That was Emmanuel, nice guy, but he doesn't get it right too often. But we're looking for better than a ceasefire.
While Trump left G7 summit in a hurry to address the ceasefire escalation, the situation has only gotten worse.
موشک‌های قدرتمند و مانورپذیر فتاح امشب با عبور از سپر دفاع موشکی پناهگاه بزدلان صهیونیست را بارها لرزاند و پیام اقتدار ایران را به همپیمان جنگ افروز تل‌آویو که در خیالات و توهمات پوچ است ارسال کرد.
Iranians have upped the ante with the use of hypersonic missiles on Israel. Israel has struck deeper in Iran, with drones dominating the skies. Unending plumes of smoke from the Iran's key missile base in Parchin, just 30 kilometers from Tehran, have left the Iranian regime with little options. All Trump has been able to do from Washington is issuing threat to assassinate Iran's supreme leader.
Great people, they know how to protect themselves.
And when you say better, what's
we'll come down so hard if they do anything to our people. We'll come down so hard that the gloves are off so beautifully. Now, I think they know not to touch our troops.
اگر نمیدانند بدانند که اگر غلطی از اونها سر بزند جمهوری اسلامی تل آویو و حیفا رو با خاک یکسان خواهد کرد.
Khamenei in return is also openly threatening US against any military intervention. However, Khamenei's threats set aside, Iranian ambassadors are virtually pleading the West to de-escalate.
Always declared that the first priority of the Islamic government, the Iranian government, is diplomacy. We're very in middle of the diplomacy. We're very in middle of the negotiation with the American side. But unfortunately, Netanyahu destroyed it. Please accept our assurances that the Iranian side, in Iranian system, there is no desire, there is no any intention to produce the nuclear bomb.
Trump's NATO allies too are extremely weary of getting themselves involved in another US war in the Middle East.
Nous ne voulons pas un Iran qui se dote de l'arme nucléaire ou qui ait ses capacités balistiques. Mais je pense que la plus grande des erreurs aujourd'hui, c'est de chercher par la voie militaire à faire un changement de régime en Iran.
Well, I don't think you should read into that an American attack is imminent. We sat here, of course I'm worried about escalation, which is why my focus is on de-escalation.
With the regime in Yemen extending full support to Iran and more than 40,000 US troops deployed across US bases in the Middle East.
I said it's very late. You know? I said it's very late to be talking. We may meet. It's. I don't know. There's a big difference between now and a week ago, right?
Is Trump about to send US on a war path?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Now, my question is slightly different here. It's not about whether there is going to be conflict. There will be conflict. America will hit Iran. Iran has said it will not surrender. But maybe the assumption Iran is making is that the whole Muslim world will come and support it, which means this becomes a battle between the Muslim and the non-Muslim world. Now, I don't think the Muslim world will support Iran. I began today by saying that the Muslim world is divided. The Muslim world has internal competition. The Saudis don't want to see the Iranians strong. Turkey does not want to see the Iranians strong. So Iran, Turkey, Saudi, Qatar, all fighting with each other indirectly. And hence the Muslim world will not come together. And hence, if Iran gets hammered, then Khamenei is going to be all alone. This is my view. Let's open the debate. I want to start with, of course, I welcome familiar faces, Terry Newman and Asher Friedman. Terry is an Israeli entrepreneur, speaks very well, is chairman of the public board of directors of BINA from Tel Aviv, executive director of the Misgav Institute for National Security and former Israeli strategic affairs official. Asher Friedman is with us today. Dr. Lauren Dagan Amos, right, is lecturer and researcher in the Department of Political Science Security Studies program at Bar-Ilan University. From the pro-Iran side, we have Sheikh Hamir and Atikur Rahman. They are both Muslim leaders. Tala Amir Rashidi is there. Tala Amir Rashidi is from the Rashtriya Ulama Council, is a Muslim leader, supports Iran. Atikur Rahman, Islamic scholar, supports Iran. And Sheikh Hamir will join us. He's a Congress leader, supports Iran. Okay. Dr. Lauren, what will happen when America hits? And what does America want to do? They want to apparently go deep and destroy the nuclear enrichment center, which is 100 meters below the soil that Iran has. And only America has the technology to strike that deep. Do you think they will do it? Or do you think Iran will compromise?
So, good evening from Tel Aviv. Thank you so much. I think that only Trump knows the answer, but I think Trump wants the best deal. So, if the attack will achieve him the best deal that he wants, he will attack. But if he will find that the attack will not bring the best deal for him, we are in trouble.
How?
And I think that he needs, also Israel, but also America need the cooperation between the IDF and the USA Army to deal with Iran. They understand that Israel did what no one did in this field combat, but we also need the support of America. And the support of America, it's not coming by ourselves. It's coming with Europe. As you said, it's coming with the Muslim world. So I think, again, whatever Trump will say is the best deal, he will do that.
Okay. What do you think, Terry? Which way is this going now?
Listen, Trump has played this brilliantly. And when I say brilliantly, he could not have played it any better. He sat at the side. He's let Israel go for it first. He wants to back the winning horse. He knows that now Israel is going to win. It's already almost there. And he has to decide whether he wants to put the nail in the coffin.
He has his midterms starting in the end of Q3 of this year. So if he wants to do something that is against the MAGA component of his base, he needs to do it now. Since the beginning of this year, people have been talking about June or July as the date of when this attack would happen. Also because the JCPOA that Obama had signed back in 2015 was coming to an end. I think he will come in unless the Supreme Leader, if we still call him Supreme, hands over the keys to Fordo and the other nuclear sites. At the moment, it appears like the Iranian Supreme Leader wants to be a shaheed, what in Arabic means a martyr. He wants to, in effect, go up to heaven and receive 72 virgins. If that's the case, I think America will come in. They will come in hard, and it will be sending a message not just to Iran, but to North Korea and to Russia and to China.
And the Muslim world? The Muslim world, Terry? Won't the entire Muslim world come together? Because that's what they are saying. They are saying we are all going to come together for Iran, but will they actually do so on the ground?
Yeah, I think that's a historical. It's historical. Today, in the past, there was the Sunni world versus the Shiite world, where the Sunni world was led by Saudi and the Shiite world was led by Iran. Today, the Muslim world has stepped many steps forward. You now have the Abrahamic world versus the Islamist world. The Abrahamic world, the UAE, Bahrain, Saudis, Morocco, Sudan, they have within it Sunnis and Shiites. So, for example, Bahrain is a Shiite country, whereas the UAE is a Sunni country. And the Islamist world has also Sunnis and Shiites. So you see there, Iran is a Shiite country, but then, say, Hamas is a Sunni organization. So I don't think the Muslim world of over 1 billion people is one world. It's made up of different groups. And what you're seeing here is something very similar to what happened in the Christian world at the end of the medieval ages, where you had the Renaissance and then you had the Enlightenment movement. And this is an internal battle for the soul of Islam. And everyone in the West who wants a successful Islamic and Muslim world must support those Abrahamic countries. That was Donald Trump's most recent visit to the Middle East, where you saw him also siding with MBS and saying, I trust you regarding al-Shara, this Syrian president. We will go with you. You are the ruler of the Arab Middle East. And this is what we should be doing. We should be getting Indonesia as part of this, and they are getting part of this, and understand that the enemy here is not Islam. The enemy are the political Islamists.
Now, okay, so will the Muslim countries of the Middle East sit by and watch as Khamenei is finished? Will they sit and do nothing? Atikur Rahman and Tala Amir Rashidi, it seems like a real threat. A person who has called himself Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei today appears weak. All his circle around him has been finished, killed. There is no Muslim country that is promising to step up for him. What happened to the unity of the Muslim world? Atikur Rahman, what happened? This whole assumption was that if America comes in, the Muslim world will come together. Nobody's coming for Iran. This is going to be a big blow, isn't it? And it's only a matter of time. Maybe Khomeini should step down or maybe surrender. That may be better for the people of Iran. What's wrong with surrendering when you're faced with defeat?
I think we must appreciate the fact that Iran is solely running this particular show, and Iran, better than any of us, knows that the Muslim world was always divided. It was divided when 28 nations were bombarding Iraq. It was divided recently when in 20 months a genocide of unparalleled scheme was tarnished on Gaza by Israel, a terrorist state, and it has always been towards the petrodollars. The Arab world is more prone towards the petrodollars rather than Muslim unity. And I have no qualms in admitting it. As far as the enumeration of my friend Terry goes, Mr. Terry, there is no difference between the Abrahamic world and the Islamic world. We all are one. But in the geopolitical
Louder, improve his audio.
arena, you must gain ground. What exactly is, counting for your own soul? Iran is the sole, unity in itself. The entire Iranic people are with Khomeini, and the entire American people are against Trump. There are wide...
No, you are making it... See, listen. One point here. See, in Hindi we have this phrase, right? Jo jeeta wo Sikandar. Jo jeeta wo Sikandar, which means whoever wins is the hero. You can keep making an ideological argument. Fact is, Atiq, Iran is losing this. Iran is losing this. The Muslim world is divided. Khomeini has no support. And this is a battle against terrorism. Because all the terrorism of the Houthi, Hezbollah, Hamas cannot go unpunished. That punishment that punishment has to happen. And they were all being sponsored by Khomeini, you know that. You may, but let me get Tala Amir Rashidi. You see, this is bad. So you can't now say we have nothing to do with the Hamas. Who killed the thousands of Israelis who has gone to celebrate a music concert? Did Khomeini have no role in that? You want to play victim now? The essential view, Tala Amir Rashidi, in Iran is that Israel has no right to exist. It must be eliminated. It's some civilizational battle that Iran's history will change the day it finishes Israel. Israel is going to fight you back with all it's got. You can't cry now. Nobody is supporting you. Trump has planned this out. He's gone to Saudi. He's closed the deal. There are American troops all over the Middle East, in Qatar, in Bahrain, in Jordan, 40,000 troops in the region.
Now allow me to respond, Arnab.
So my point is, Tala, where is the so-called unity of the Muslim world? Where is it?
Arnab, first of all, it's not a Muslim versus anti-Muslims or non-Muslims war. Let me clarify that to you. It's a war in between the oppressor and the oppressed. It's a war between the settlers and the natives. It's a war between the propaganda of the Western media and the Godi media versus the reality.
Versus the Hamas. Versus the Hezbollah.
Allow me to argue.
Versus the Houthi pirates.
Allow me to complete. Why are you picking so? Why are you getting rattled, Arnab? Let me complete. Now,
what is your position on Hamas terrorism? Are you a Hamas supporter? Are you an Iran supporter or a Hamas supporter?
Iran is winning this war and it's payback time for Israel. Israel has been the aggressor. Israel has been the bully here. Now Iran is going to take its revenge. It's payback time for Israel. Israel is now playing victim and they are calling for help from America, from the G7 nations, from Europe and other countries. If Israel is the most powerful nation on this globe, why do they need help from America and the G7 countries and all the Europe? Why are they pleading and crying and weeping for help from other countries? Why cannot they handle Iran itself? Now it's payback time for Iran. Iran is going to take the revenge for Israel for attacking the innocent civilians of Gaza, of Iran, of Lebanon, of Syria, of other countries.
So what is
Iran? Now Israel is saying that we are attacking Iran because they have the nuclear power. Now I want to ask this Israeli panel here. Iran does not have nukes, but Iran has no nukes, but Israel has around 80 to 400 weapons of nuclear power. Iran is a signatory to the NPT, Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, but Israel isn't. Iran has allowed IAEA, International Atomic Energy Agency, inspectors into its country to inspect its nuclear plants. But
okay, now let me get it here. Let me go to the basic question. 1 minute. You are getting out of line on this. See, the issue is. Tala, listen. Tala. Iran promised. Tala. You can't run with the hair. Tala, just chill now for a minute and listen to me. Why are you getting worked up? You're not part of the Iranian Defense Forces.
Children, man. 20,000 innocent children have been killed by Israel. They have been shot in the head by snipers of Israel. They have been killed by under the tank of Israel. Why don't you talk about those 20,000 children? Were they terrorists? Were they Hamas People, no, they were innocent children. They were teenagers. They were infants.
So the thing is, Tala, 1 minute. I've heard this before. Thank you for a moment. I want to bring in Asher. But before that, what we need to go back and remember one thing. Iran promised that it would not develop or try to develop nuclear weapons, and on that basis, there was a joint comprehensive plan of action, the JCPOA, commonly known as the Iran nuclear deal, in which they said that we will limit our nuclear program because we want sanctions relief. You agree to that, and you agree with the US, UK, France, Russia, China, and Germany. And then you do exactly the opposite. And then you kill thousands of innocent Israelis using the Hamas. You do absolute piracy using the Houthis. And you fire rockets using the Hezbollah. Question goes back, Asher. What Tala is asking is, why can't Israel fight Iran alone? Come into a one-to-one fight, he says. Why do you need America?
Thank you, and good evening from Jerusalem. Israel is fighting Iran alone. Israel has been fighting Iran alone since Thursday night and has achieved almost unbelievable accomplishments. We've taken out more than 20 of their senior military and terror leaders.
Let him speak. Asher, louder, please. Control the audio producers. Yeah.
We've attacked more than 800 of their military and nuclear sites. We've taken out over 200 of their rocket launchers. The Israeli planes are flying at this very moment in the skies of Tehran as if they were flying in the skies of Israel. Now, it's true, Israel can complete the job. It'll take longer. The U.S. has capabilities that no other country has, and certainly Israel does not. If and when President Trump makes the decision to take part in the assault, potentially striking the Fordo nuclear facility, that will bring an end to the Iranian nuclear program and threat more quickly. But Israel is fighting Iran alone. Israel can fight Iran alone. And whatever decision the United States makes is its decision. Israel is happy to go at it alone or cooperate with our greatest friend and ally, the United States. And just one more point, not only will not a single Muslim country maybe the Houthis, but not a single other Muslim country raise a finger to help Iran, there are many Muslim countries, like the countries that have suffered themselves from thousands of attacks from Iran's proxies, be that Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Morocco. They'll be very, very happy if and when the Iranian regime falls.
But they're not surrendering. You see, Asher, you heard Khamenei's statement. He is not surrendering. What can you do? Will you make the people of Iran pay the price will there be indiscriminate bombing, killing in Iran because Khamenei is not surrendering?
Absolutely not, and there's absolutely no need to. Israel's acts of self-defense, because we know that Iran was increasing its nuclear program, right? The IAEA said that Iran is increasing its amount of near weapons-grade enrichment uranium by 50% in the last 3 months. There's no civilian use for 60% enriched uranium. Israel is carrying out very precise strikes. And to be honest, pretty soon it won't matter whether Khamenei officially surrenders or not, because he won't have rocket launchers, he won't have air defenses, and Israel will simply achieve its goal of dismantling Iran's nuclear program and Iran's ballistic missile program so that Iran can no longer ever present an existential threat to the state of Israel.
So Iran is in big trouble here. Sheikh, no.
Asher, Israel is not a member of the NPT. Israel never invites IAEA. You have no inspections of IAEA. Iran is. Despite this, you are saying that Israel has a right. And why do you bomb Iran? Iran was agreed to all the conditions by the US. It was ready for negotiations. You jeopardize peace in this region, not only the region, but the entire world. Iran, if it had refused for negotiation, I would have understood that yes.
No, the thing is, what America would want, that it would want the nuclear enrichment going on in Fordo, which is the nuclear program, in enrichment plant in Fordo, to be given access to so that global inspectors can come in and close down any secondary nuclear enrichment that is happening there. And the primary facility is in Natanz, If Iran is not developing a nuclear bomb, then let all the global inspectors go to Natanz and go to Fordo and close it up. Now, that's all they need to do. I think the Islamic world has realized there is no point supporting Iran. Sheikh, where is the so-called unity of the Muslim world when it was supposed to be there? They're all against Iran. They're fighting among each other. There's a big lesson in this. There is no global unity of the Muslim world. It does not exist.
Well, that's a complex issue. You won't find a single Muslim in India who would support Israel and their barbaric state who killed innocent children, people in Gaza. Arnab, foreign policy is not a chest-thumping contest. Branding Iran's allies as terrorists simplifies the West Asian politics or reality. Houthis, when you talk of Houthis and Hezbollah and Hamas, Houthis are part of they are part of civil war. Hezbollah is a part of government. The Hamas is also a part of government in Gaza. And what you are talking about, just because you want to push your Islamic phobia.
No, so you would also legitimize the Lashkar-e-Toiba. You would also legitimize the Jaish-e-Mohammed. You would also legitimize the Hizbul Mujahideen. No, you would do that, wouldn't you? You would use the same argument. You would use the same argument that you are using in the context of the Hamas to justify the Lashkar-e-Toiba. That's terrible of you. How can you talk like that? You know, you so openly support terrorist groups.
Whosoever is killing Muslims, whosoever is against Muslims, whosoever is against Islam, you are in support of that.
How does this become a non-Islam issue? It is a support to terrorism issue. How does it become a Muslim, non-Muslim issue? Don't make it a Muslim, non-Muslim issue. It's not. It's not a Muslim, non-Muslim issue. If it was, the Muslim world would be united.
It is when they bombard our people in Gaza.
What is it?
And you support that? 25,000 people were killed, you support that? And when Iran and Israel is fighting, I don't know what's your issue. Why are you supporting that? And you bring these Israeli chaps who are supporting Israel for no reason. Why are you against your people in India?
Which Israeli chap? Terry. You mean Terry?
Against your people in India. What are you getting out of it? Just because you are...
I just feel it's terrible when thousands of Israelis are killed by the Hamas at a rock music concert. But obviously you don't feel a thing about it.
No, we have good relations with Iran as well. You don't...
No, you don't even want to talk about what happened on October 7th. You want to generalize it.
I didn't hear.
The entire Muslim world has realized that terrorism is bad. You are the only one supporting. You sit here in Kashmir and you sit here in India and you sit here in India and you support the Hamas. The whole Muslim world.
Israel is not party to NPT. They too have nuclear energy power. Why don't you oppose that? Why they are not party to the NPT? And they are saying that Iran is developing the nuclear energy. What the hell is that?
Despite all the provocation, has Israel used a nuclear bomb till now? What does that tell you?
Let them fight.
Now you have no reply.
Let them fight. Let us see the outcome. Let us see the outcome. You don't humiliate the Muslims of India.
I'm just saying that you need to. Okay. I'll get. See here. 1 minute. Sheikh. You know. Okay. You know things are becoming very serious on Iran. Personally, I think Iran should surrender or talk or negotiate. Come on the table. Allow global inspection. Stop pursuing a nuclear bomb.
It's ready for talks.
Pardon me?
It's ready for negotiations.
Is it ready for negotiations? Who told you that?
Iran has declared. It is ready for negotiation, provided Israel stops bombarding it. It is declared. US should take the initiative.
That means Iran is buying for time.
Ready for negotiation.
Indeed.
1 minute. Terry, you want us to give us the picture from Israel?
I'd like to come in and respond to your colleague, Sheikh
Amir.
Sheikh Amir. other than the fact that I like his beard, it's a very good beard, I'd like to tell him that Israel does not have any clocks in the center of its main cities with a countdown for when Iran is going to be destroyed, or when Pakistan is going to be destroyed, or when Gaza is going to be destroyed, or when any other Muslim country or any country in the world will be destroyed. If you go to the center of Tehran, there is a clock with a countdown to the date when Israel is going to be destroyed. And the Iranian government is developing the weapons in order to bring about the destruction of Israel. You can shake your head.
Let him complete. Shake. 1 minute. Terry, 1 minute. Shake. He will reply. Shake, I will give you full chance to reply after Terry finishes. Is that all right? Can you wait your turn? Can you just wait for your turn? Terry and Shake, we have a good debate.
I will add one further thing. Not only is the Muslim world not coming together to support Iran, large chunks of the Muslim world are actually coming together to support Israel against Iran.
Such as who? 1 minute. Such as who? Which countries? Which parts of the Muslim world are supporting Israel, Terry? Please elucidate. Give examples.
Sorry?
You said large parts of the Muslim world are actually supporting Israel. Who?
Absolutely.
Who?
The Jordanian government is working with Israel. They are shooting down missiles and they are coordinating with us. The Egyptian government is working with us. The Saudi government is working with us. The UAE government is working with us. The Moroccan government is working with us. So it's the Indonesians have just started talking about normalizing relations publicly with us. So it's not just a case of the Muslim countries not coming together for Iran. They are coming together with Israel, and inside of Iran, tens of millions of Iranians are rising up against the Iranian government. The reason that we managed to knock out all of the top military leadership of the Iranian army and the Revolutionary Guards is because the Iranian people are helping us do this. Because this is the most dangerous regime on the earth. That is why.
The most dangerous regime on earth is Israel, the Benjamin Netanyahu, who killed thousands of people in Palestine. And you are saying the Israel is the terrorist state.
Do you know that if we wanted to kill people in Palestine, why is it that the Palestinian population in Gaza now has doubled over the last 20 years? For a country that wants to do genocide, we're not doing a very good job, are we? Why is it that if we have a nuclear weapon and they come in and they rape, murder, burn our children, okay, we do not respond by doing that? You tell me why.
You bombard them just because they are weak? Just because some Arab countries support
No, we bombard them because they invaded our country, they raped our women, they burnt our children, they took children, put them in ovens and turned the ovens on. I went there, I saw it, okay? And if there are barbarians that do that, we will rid them from the world.
Kill them with snipers.
And you will say thank you to us for doing it.
You're barbaric, you're brutal. Your prime minister is a terrorist, you are the terrorist state, and you are saying that they killed your people. We have sympathies for everybody who has been killed, everybody who has been killed from this side or that side. But don't justify it. Don't justify it.
You find me one freedom fighter in the world that takes a baby, a 3-month baby, puts them in an oven and turns the oven on. You find me one freedom fighter in the world that does that. That is barbarism. And those people should be wiped off the earth.
If anything has
and if nobody else will do it, Israel will do it.
Your government, your state, your prime minister, what they have done.
No. Do you know it's interesting? Our state invests money into safe. Do you know what the Hamas government said? The Hamas government said we will put the civilians up above. And we will go underground. We will look after ourselves and kill our civilians.
See, we must look at this. We must look at this at one point. At one point, I request you all to step. We must look at this without the lens of a religious identity. We must look at this in terms of legitimate states and terrorist groups. And I'm concerned, Tala, that if Iran were to develop a nuclear bomb, the way it outsources violence to the Hamas, there is no guarantee in the world that it would not hand over the bomb to the Hamas. There is no such guarantee.
Arnab, let me respond. I agree with you.
And I don't see a reason why, Tala, the Iranians are so desperate for a nuclear bomb. Why?
I absolutely agree.
Why are they so desperate for a nuclear bomb?
I absolutely agree with you that Iran shouldn't have the nukes. Now, my only question to you and to the Israeli panelists sitting is that why don't you ask the same question to Israel? Why do the Israel need to have the nukes? Why don't they sign the NPT treaty? Why don't they allow the IAEA inspectors to inspect their nuclear power plants?
Okay, let me ask you one question. Let me ask you a question, Tala. Tala, let me ask you a question as one Indian to another. And my question to you is this, and answer my question tonight. Answer my question tonight. Tala, Amar Rashidi, please wait a minute and listen to me. Tala, listen. Tala, listen. Just calm down for a while. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. Don't be so angry. Don't be so angry. It's not good for your health. Just answer my question, Tala. Take a deep breath. Think. Calm down. Don't behave like a bunker buster kind of bomb yourself. Calm down and listen to me. Listen, Tala, listen to me. Do you trust Pakistan with its nuclear bombs? Do you trust Pakistan?
Do you trust Israel with it?
Do you trust Pakistan? I trust Israel because Israel has had the bomb for the longest time, and despite the deepest provocation has not used it.
Why I don't trust Pakistan? I consider
If you don't trust Pakistan, then why do you trust Iran?
Why do you take guarantee of Israel? What has Israel given?
I don't take guarantee, but have they used the bomb? Have they put out a nuclear threat ever? All this while?
This man sitting on the panel, this Terry guy is using your...
Which man sitting on the panel? Terry, that is Terry.
If I can respond to your colleague, Tala. Tala, my dear.
Nationalists. Israel is a terrorist country. Israel is a genocide country.
Let me respond to you, my dear, if I may.
Okay,
let you finish.
Tala, he's saying something. Terry, one sec. Can you all be reasonable with me tonight, please? Tala,
if I can respond to your question. You said, why should Israel have a nuclear weapon and Iran not? Okay, first of all, that's according to foreign reports. But let's say you're correct and Israel does. If you were a country of 10 million people surrounded by 300 million people who day in and day out have called for your destruction, have called to push you into the sea, who in 1948, 7 countries attacked you and tried to murder you after the Holocaust, who in 1967 tried to do the same thing, who in 1973 tried to do the same thing. After 50 years after a Holocaust where a genocidal country decided to murder 6 million, that's 1/3 of your people, I promise you that you would not only develop nuclear weapons, you would develop every possible weapon in the world to make sure that you and your wife and your children and your grandchildren were safe. And let me add one further thing. You would also want those weapons to be protected by a democratic system with checks and balances that's part of the Western global order. And that is exactly what Israel does. And you can see that despite having now been in a 40-year war with Iran, despite for the last 2 years, we haven't been fighting Iran by ourselves for 5 days. We've been fighting Iran by ourselves actually since the 7th of October, 2023, when they invaded us. Okay, and still we have not threatened to use it once on the assumption that we have it. So that is why we have, if one day we bring out a clock in the center of Jerusalem or Tel Aviv saying this is a countdown to the destruction and murder of 90 million Iranians, then maybe you can start asking the question. But we're not doing that. So I think you should say, well, I apologize and let's move forward.
Now, let me expose you. Allow me to expose you. Just a few seconds before you said that we have support of Saudi Arabia, we have support of Jordan, we have support of XYZ country. Now you are doing a sweeping generalizing and saying that all these countries are your enemy. Now you have been committing a genocide in Palestine since 1948. You have been bullying them, you have been killing them, you have been killing infants and children and women and innocent citizens of Palestine, of Lebanon, of Syria, of Iran and other Arabian countries, and you say you still need nuke power? You want to nuke them? you cannot coexist with any other country.
Well, where the population doubles in size.
Which believed in violence.
Asha is on the debate. Asha.
I don't believe in coexistence and
Not
peace.
only is this not a Jewish-Muslim war, it's not even a war with the Iranian people. Israel's been very, very clear that we would like nothing more than to once again enjoy warm peace and friendship with the Iranian people. Our war is with the Iranian Ayatollah regime, the radical regime that's described Israel as a cancer, that's committed itself to destroying Israel, that's building the nuclear capabilities, that's building the ballistic missiles to carry out their goal. And I'll tell you the truth, I would like nothing more than to have war and peace with the Lebanese people and with the Syrian people and with all the people of the Middle East. And the Abraham Accords, the ability for us to have war and peace has been fantastic. We are not at war with Islam. We are not at war with the Iranian people. We are at war with the Iranian regime and its terror proxies in the region that are seeking actively, not in theory, actively to destroy the state of Israel. And that will not happen.
Asha, this is the same thing what Ayatollah Ali Khomeini says, that he is fighting the Zionists, not the Jews. Show me one comment of the Ayatollah which says that he wants to fight the Jews in the world. No, he is fighting the Zionist ideology. That's what Iran says. Terry, you are making hollow arguments of a clock. Where is the clock? If there is a clock, show me. Ayatollah Khomeini's arguments are on the web pages that he wants to fight the Zionist ideology, not the Jews of the world, Terry.
I understand your point.
Why
yes.
are you making hollow arguments?
Zionism is the movement for Jewish national self-determination. Like the Iranian people have the right to a nation, and the Indian people have a right to a nation, and the Pakistani people have a right to a nation, so the Jewish people have a right to a nation. And Jewish nationalism is Zionist.
Sheikh Honorary.
Not occupy someone else's land. You come for refuge. You come as a refugee and then occupy someone else's land. You become a settler. You become an occupier. You kill those natives and take that land and say that that's your own land. No, it doesn't happen like that. In a humanitarian world, in a world that is governed by the human rights, that doesn't happen. You cannot assert someone else's land. You ask for refuge and then you kill the native owners of those land and then you assert the land and then you say that's our own land, we want to establish a country. That doesn't happen like that in a humanitarian world. In a world ruled by human rights.
Why, tell me something. Why is India called India? Because it's from the Hindu land, yes? And why are Jews called Jews? Because they come from Judea. So it's a crazy argument. It's a crazy argument. The Hebrew Bible was written in Israel.
You see, Tala, this level of intolerance for other people, other religions, other cultures and other nations is very bad. I don't expect you to have it. But at the end of the day, you always come down to this. You put out an anti-Jewish argument.
And who is being a hypocrite here? The world is saying, the nation sees that, Arnab.
No, I don't want to hear you say these things that, which basically challenge Israel's right to exist. This level of intolerance is not good. Let me ask you this. Between the Iranian people, between the safety of the Iranian people, between the safety, Sheikh, of the Iranian people. And by the way, Pakistan also used to dream about being the owner of the Islamic bomb. Remember, they used to say, this is the Islamic bomb. And now they have said, day before yesterday, no, we're not going to give the bomb or let the Iranians use it. We have nothing to do with it. We have nothing to do with Iran. So this Iranian hope that it will use nuclear enrichment to become the leader of the Islamic world is going to be a flop show. Sheikh Amir, there is no unity in the Islamic world. The Islamic world is telling Iran to see reason between the safety of the Iranian people or the safety of the nuclear enrichment facility. What should Ayatollah Khomeini choose? I think he should choose the safety of the Iranian people. He should let the uranium enrichment go for a toss. He should hand it over. It should not become an ego issue. He should hand over Fordo and Natanz to the Americans and the Israelis. Let them have it.
Ayatollah Khomeini will not take directions from Arnab that I have to succumb just because Arnab Goswami said this. It's not about Pakistan.
No, not succumb. Should he not?
Iran and Israel.
He promised one thing earlier, didn't he? He went back on his promise.
You're talking about Islamic bomb. What's that Islamic bomb? Just because we have issue with Pakistan, you cannot degrade and degrade Islam. You cannot humiliate Islam and Muslims. Kindly differentiate between Islam and Muslims or Pakistan. Pakistan is not Islam.
Pakistan used to give this nonsense about the Islamic bomb. My question is, should the Iranians not step back on their nuclear program? I do not understand. Are you going to compromise all the Iranian people to manufacture a bomb? What is that bomb going to do?
Well, that's when you're talking about should they
what is that bomb going to achieve?
That Israel is also a nuclear state. What they are doing. Why don't you talk about that? Why Israel is having that nuclear technology? For what? If Israel is having, let Iran have it too. They will decide it. When the panelist in your debate is saying that,
but that tomorrow Iran will hand over that bomb to the Hamas. You know how they use the Hamas.
They're surrounded by
how do you know they won't? How do you know they won't? How do you know they won't? How do you know they won't?
Let them decide it.
How do you know they won't? How do you know they won't? You take guarantee that Iran will be responsible with the nuclear bomb? You take guarantee for that, Sheikh? On what basis do you take a guarantee? Kindly tell me.
Why I am to take that guarantee? Do you take guarantee of Israel? No.
Well, I don't, but the Israelis have taken a guarantee. Apparently, they've been a nuclear power since 1969. Have they ever used it? In the last 56 years, have the Israelis ever pressed the nuclear button?
We are the founding members of non-aligned movement. Don't you know that? We are both friends to Israel and Iran. Let's not disturb that foreign policy. Let's continue with that. Let's not poke our nose. Let's not be dictating.
Who's poking their nose? I'm just asking questions. It's only Trump who's poking his nose. We're not. We're staying out of it. I'm just concerned the situation will escalate very soon. Will it escalate, Terry? I think it will escalate. This will become a global war. I don't think...
I have rented yours, whatever you want to deal with Pakistan, you are telling Trump to do it. You are telling Benjamin Netanyahu
Who's telling Trump to do it? Today the Prime Minister told Trump that you never mediated, and Trump listened. We put out a press release. What more do you want to know? You want to speak against our own national interest?
Well,
Sheikh Hamid, be careful. You take on India's national interest and I will take you on.
A long time said that...
I will take you on. Your problem with you people is you take any line that is anti-national.
Trump 11 times he mentioned that I mediated.
He may mention anything, man. You believe Trump, I don't.
He was quiet.
Trump has an attention deficit disorder. That's why the Iranians should be very careful with him. He's not a responsible man.
Let them deal with America and Israel. You keep quiet. You just answered Trump, and Trump 11 times said that I mediated between India and Pakistan, and our Prime Minister was...
You actually think so, right? You want to equate India and Pakistan. You want to equate India and Pakistan. I feel terrible that you do that. You carry an Indian passport. How can you talk like that? You should be sorry for what you've just said.
Why I should be sorry?
You feel sorry because you take out a line that contradicts the line of the Indian Armed Forces. Again, Tala, you do that. On a global debate, you try and embarrass our own country. I will not take that from you. You should be extremely careful and apologize for doing that.
You are embarrassed.
You are on a Iran-Israel debate, and even here you can't stop your domestic politics.
He said I told India to cease fire.
What is he said? She said.
I don't want to trade with you.
Yeah, nobody trusts Trump.
He threatened us.
Nobody trusts Trump.
That was humiliation. That was humiliation for us.
I'm not sure that's the case. Trump promised to give Iran 60 days in order to negotiate. He also said at the beginning that he knows the Iranian negotiation tactic is to drag it out, and whilst they are dragging it out, they will rush for a bomb. So he said 60 days is what I'm going to give you. He gave 60 days. The Iranians dragged it out, and on the 61st day, Israel made a preemptive strike. The Iranians knew this was coming if they didn't do it within 60 days. The fact that they didn't take any precautions, they're idiots. But Trump was very clear.
No, there was no deadline of 60 days. You are creating a story now. Negotiations
no, this is true. This is true. These facts are facts.
Yet to come.
Okay, viewers, I think this is
facts, my dear.
Iran
it started in the middle. It started at the beginning of April.
A story of 60 days. Arab, you can't allow him to create a story of this 60 days. There was no 60-day deadline.
There was
then
60 days. It started at the beginning of April, and 60 days later was what it was given. It was announced, and then on the 61st day, Trump has been actually very, very consistent on this. He said he will not allow Iran to enrich uranium, and he wants this done within 60 days. And everybody respected that, other than Iran.
There was no timeline. There was no 60-day timeline, Terry. Don't create this story now.
Anyway, I don't know. I always believe that there's always backroom channel, clandestine diplomacy going on, which we don't read about. I'm pretty sure the Iranians and the Americans are in touch. I'm sure they may strike something. I'm sure they will have a backroom channel open. And if it isn't, then we really worry. We really worry. Thank you very much, Sheikh Atikur Talha, Terry and Asher, for joining me this evening. Ladies and gentlemen, we have constant breaking news on that story. And in case you missed the tough questions we asked to Air India, it's coming right up. See you tomorrow. Good night and goodbye.
Time for a quick breather. Arnab will be right back with the debate.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar and I'm here to tell you that also gives me the license to guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
Where the software engineer meets the cool UI UX designer, meets the gifted content writer. To create the big dream, the world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Where the software engineer meets the cool UI UX designer, meets the gifted content writer. To create the